Just setting things up. Make yourself at home. Yo, what's up, Sword Enemy? How are you? Welcome in. Yeah, just give me a few minutes while we get things sorted. In the meantime, feel free to make yourself comfortable. Get some snacks. Hey, what's up, ADT? Who knows? But we were mentioned in the most recent court filing. It's gonna be interesting. You ready? Well, I'm not. Just hold on a few more minutes, maybe 5 minutes, while we set things up. Yo, what's up, Zargonian? How are you? A backer class action soon? I think there was somebody talking about it in our Discord server that they are looking into it. Or was it? I can't tell. Things are just like all merging, blurring together. I think it was either a YouTube comment or a Discord. Somebody in our Discord server saying, "Hey, I'm getting ready to file a class action lawsuit or something." I'm like, that's going to be interesting for sure to witness. Yeah. So we just started a stream, and I'm just setting a couple more things up because this might be quite a lengthy stream, depending. I don't even know where to start. Like, to be honest with you, to be very honest with you, I don't know where to start. Just feels like there's just so much more. Like, we had one more planned video, and I was like, okay, after that, I'm gonna cover other stories that's not Ashes. I'm gonna make some other, like, play some games and, you know, do things. And then, like, it feels like every 4 to 6 hours is a new development. And then Steve and Sharif just dropped a huge nuclear bomb of 400 plus pages in court, and we're like, okay, this is gonna be very interesting. I haven't seen anything yet, by the way, so yeah. I've seen snippets of what people are saying. I've seen the whole Riot thing. That's gonna be interesting to cover. For those of you who don't know, Riot actually responded in regards to, or Trindamere specifically responded to Ashes of Creation being something that they were looking to purchase. So look at that. That's pretty interesting stuff in my opinion, because we've had, I think, 2 sources say, yeah, it was Riot Games that was going to be a potential buyer. And everyone was like, come on, Nefas, do you believe that? I'm like, no, I don't believe it. We'll see what happens. And then, like, Steven himself confirmed it. I'm like, okay, it must be largely true that Riot was, at the very least, interested in buying Ashes of Creation Intrepid Studios, but for whatever reason, they didn't want to, and decided to pursue their own MMO development. Oh no. You can write 500 pages. You personally reached out to numerous law firms and haven't gotten any response, but we should try this petition a specific firm. I feel like you need a oh, what do you mean, like, reached out? Like, just asked them if they would be interested? Or are you gonna hire them or anything? I can write 500 pages. It'll be interesting nonetheless. W get summoned. Oh, we'll see. That'd be funny. Oh shit, that could be interesting as far as some of the server tech was interesting. Yeah. Yeah, we'll be starting soon. We're just making sure all the streams are up. Steven wants you to come into the mansion. I don't think there is a mansion anymore, judging from the public property records. But I mean, I don't think that is owned anymore. I'm just still kind of like thinking about how to tackle this. Like, I think we'll start with the Reddit post or the public statement that like accompanied the legal filings. I'm actually pretty interested to see what Steven has to say, because this is probably the most he's talked since this started. The only other time he talked was with me on our stream, and that was about it. Yo, what's up, Monk?
I haven't been following this at all, but it sounds like you found an MMO developer that's worse than ZeniMax.
Honestly, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I'd say they're about the same at this point, dude. Well, how you been, man? We didn't go to Boston again this year, Sag. Wait, did we go last year? We didn't go last year. Oh, shit. We'll go. It's not so much a Reddit post, more a thesis. I mean, God, I'm gonna need a lot of drinking water for this shit, dude. But if you haven't been following at all, Monk, there's I'll post a video for you to watch. And it just kind of, it's like the start of the unraveling of what players and communities have, like, known. You can start there. It's a lengthy video, it's like an hour or something. But then after that, you can, like, kind of surf. For sure. Hopefully even well. I don't know where the chat went. Okay. You need more than water for this post? What do I need? Red Bull? Might as well pop open a beer. Alright, okay. I think that there should be a lawsuit at least against deceptive marketing from Steven blasting about not having a board to answer to. I like the fact that he holds assets and uses them. Maybe Ash is going to be back sooner than we know it. Okay. Man, I just read the whole April public statement. God, I can't even. 4X says, that 4X, you have a very long name. Interesting name, scrambled name. And it sure looks a lot like ChatGPT or Grok wrote it. Who knows? Who cares, right? I mean, it's still a statement issued by him, right? Copium. A game that sucks is still better than the one that doesn't exist. I mean, when I look at it, I look at it in terms of the people behind the project, and I feel like they're all about the same. It's all, you know what I mean? It's just crazy. But yeah, I think we just finished checking here. Yeah, we'll start with the Reddit post. God. And then, everything else. But hopefully you guys have been doing good. Been great. Your Honor, I'm just a YouTuber. Here, I'll link the post for you guys in chat. Wait, is it Twitch chat? Yeah, no, it's YouTube chat. Here, go for it. Your Honor, I'm just a YouTuber. Your Honor, I don't agree with Zyvak's statement that I would have played an MMO made by the Fourth Reich. No, Your Honor, I was not paid to make a video. Did Steven win? We getting Ashes back? No, I think there needs to be a lot of clarifications made. I don't know if he mentioned that he lost the April 2nd hearing. But we'll clarify that as we go. I don't know how long this is gonna be, but hopefully you guys just get comfortable. Just get comfortable. Jesus. Just get comfortable. I have pinned, by the way, a YouTube video link to the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat that issues my own public statement addressing Steven's statements towards me and our coverage of the Ashes Creation details and information we've been putting out. So feel free to give that video a watch to kind of be on the same page as me and the rest of us while we look over this. Because in his I think a Kotaku journalist reached out to me, asked about the sources, and I was like, okay, here you go, blah blah blah. And then they published the article, and then I think Steve and Sharif sent an email or something to that journalist and said, hey, here's my statement. And in that statement he said I was just like a mouthpiece, or just only interested in, basically only interested in listening to one party or side or story. And I'm like, that's not true. Here's proof. So yeah, that video will explain some of the things, and kind of, I actually even share my financials in that video. And just because I want to be transparent, that's all I want. My purpose here is just to, I feel like my purpose is just to put out information. That's it. Nothing else. Your Honor, he has the Magic the Gathering cards, not me. God. Your Honor, my chat. Oh, hold on. Your Honor, I am not responsible for my chat. You've read it all. It's all bullshit. Well, let's not. Feel free to opine, but you know, just like how I put out all the information and let people decide, I will also do the same in reverse. I will make comments and all that. But I'm interested to see what you guys think as we go along here. There's a lot of people in my Discord server doing like their own detective work and shit. I'm like, yeah. There's a lot of people riled up, by the way, by these filings. You're free to pick one party, by the way. Well, no, my thing is I've always just wanted everybody's stories. We actually have at this point most stories and perspectives except Steven's. He's decided never to respond to me for any kind of issuing of statements or interview, which is fine. That's whatever. But to kind of insinuate I am only interested in just one person or one source or one story is not true at all, as demonstrated in that video. So yeah, I mean, this is him talking to all of us, not just through the court, but also through the public court of opinion, since he's posted this, I assume, because I got banned by him from the Discord server, in the Discord server for Ashes Creation, and on the subreddit. Yeah, I'm also banned from the subreddit, yes. Yeah, what's up, Splash? How are you? Good evening. How does it feel to be under Kira's skin? Like I said in that video, I think it was just... I found it funny. At least one of the statements from him was funny. And I think I responded to somebody's comment saying... I just said, like, I don't think Kira is feeling any ill intent towards me or anything like that. I think maybe he just skimmed a few clips, made that judgment off of those clips, and that might partly be my fault because I had these long videos. And some people were like, maybe you should make recap videos or shorts or whatever. I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna try when I have the time, but you know, time. You know what I mean? And I think my only gripe really is, well, all these people are sending me the things that he's purportedly saying in his Discord or whatever, or comment section. I don't know. I don't care. My only gripe is like, why not just tell me your like issues with me or concerns with me, as many other people have, as many other creators have. That's my only thing. And at the end of the day, I'm not really looking to start drama or anything like that. I'm just not interested. I mean, we could, but I'm just not interested. You know? Did I already read the state? No, we just started. We just started the stream. Your Honor, it was always my intention to launch on the Epic Store. Your Honor, here's my PayPal records of paying my thumbnail artist. My thumbnail artist is not a US citizen, so... So, yeah, I don't know, man. No, we didn't start. We were just warming up. You have to ask yourself, how the hell did you start a company in the first place? It's not that hard starting a company. Anyone can do it. Just pay the filing fee. Done. Especially for LLCs. Okay, but hear me out, Judge. If I roll a natural D20, I get ashes. That's so good. You're being impartial. I try. Maybe I'm not, and I always want people to call me out on that. But I feel like I have tried to the best of my ability to be as impartial as possible and to always like offer our platform to anybody. I mean, you guys watched that video about the female streamer that got banned from Twitch's the Twitch Women's Guild for just having a different opinion. That's it. Stories like that. And of course, in those instances, I've reached out to other parties. The video about Pirate Software's fan base doxing people, I reached out to Pirate Software. He never responded. I can't make him give me an interview or answer questions. So what I'm saying in that video is basically, I've reached out to everybody. I've gotten actually everybody replying to me, except really one party at this point. So, I don't know. He also uses a lot of emotionally loaded phrases. These are meant to influence public opinions, all just for PR damage control. If Steven does come by the chat, I would like to request you guys to not, like, be horrible towards him. Per the rules of the chat. Actually, that's something I had to do. Kugura. Have I talked to my friend on the phone lately? Which friend? I have a lot of friends. What? Well, I mean, I'm just saying. Which friend? Your Honor? I don't know, Your Honor. I find myself laughing reading this post. Don't worry, I'll stir the water for you, pro drama watcher. You're good. I'm good. Why is Nefas blamed for being one-sided and biased when Steven has constantly declined to comment or give his side of the story? I just don't get it. Well, I think because probably maybe the videos that feature information from sources that may be in litigation against him or Intrepid or whatever are a bit more prominent. Whereas I feel like I've published videos where the board and investors are not shown in a very good light, including that video where I published the investors pitch deck or the board meeting PowerPoint presentation. I don't know if you guys remember that. That does not make anyone look good on the board at all. So I think it's just a matter of perception, perhaps. Maybe people missed that video. Maybe people missed some videos and they're like, oh, this guy's just talking to this one guy. Whereas in reality, I'm talking to like way more than, I'm just going to give a number here, more than 12 sources, right, at this point, including former employees, including like whoever. So again, I think maybe it's just a matter of perception. You know what I mean? Thanks, Moped. If you get summoned to court, demand trial by combat. What the fuck? Trial by combat? Oh my god. You offered him a platform to give his side of the story, refused. Yeah, I mean, I think he refused, but then on my last attempt, which I was very also transparent about, he just never responded. He just ignored me. So, that's fine. Am I actually going to court? I just tuned in, was working. No, it's kind of a joke because our videos, here, I'll read this quick and we'll read this again later as we get more people trickling in. For example, in one YouTube video entitled Ashes of Creation Investor Responds to Stephen Sharif's Legal Victory, posted on March 7, 2026. Available at this link. Timestamp 2843, Mr. Caraman states, I'm looking at the QuickBooks files that were turned over to me by Ryan Ogden. Similarly, in another YouTube video entitled Stephen Sharif's Worst... There's 3 titles by the per video. Stephen Sharif's Worst Nightmare Comes True, posted on February 14, 2026. Hey, that was Valentine's Day. Available at this link. Timestamp 1 hour and 23 and 42. Mr. Caraman states, it wasn't until 3 days ago that I got them. I got them from Rob's guy, Ryan Ogden, who's been going through the books for the last 6 to 9 months. Mr. Caraman's defamation campaign has resulted in severe negative reputational damage to Intrepid and Ashes of Creation. Your Honor, I'm just a YouTuber. Your Honor, you know, Your Honor, I have a thumbnail artist, Your Honor. You're personally in a lawsuit since 2018 against a former employer. TLDR, he scammed me. I had evidence that they faked my signature. Damn. You paid 2 different experts at graphological investigation. The employer won in court, even though ex-employee's statement said the same thing as you. How's that possible? Your Honor, I'm just a ghoul. Hey, what's up, Sanji? How are you? Anyone know how intention to sell the company to Riot is somehow defense for selling a product that would specifically not be sold to avoid the monetization schemes a company like Riot uses? I think we'll kind of touch on that in a bit. There's a lot happening. And I think things are happening right now even that I'm looking at. I mean, I don't know if you guys are on our Discord server, but there's like, it feels like there's an update right now at this point every hour. I think we have the Kotaku journalist in the Discord server too. But just to clarify, I was just joking about that statement about, oh, they didn't reach out to me again. Yeah, now I left the Discord server. Okay. The judges claimed even though the investigation says that your signature was forged, it doesn't say that your employer forged it. Like, bro, only he had access to documents. I see. You good, dude? That's good to hear. Still waiting for refunds from Exola. Is that the payment processor you used? Riot is the only thing gonna get this game back on its feet. But Riot has its own MMO, its own project. Kotaku and journalists should never be mentioned in the same places. I mean, they're a news outlet, so journalists. Oh my god, chat. We'll give it 5 more minutes. So yeah, I think Reddit posts this, the Riot thing, the Riot statement, the Riot co-founder statement, and shout out to Leshrek from our Discord community for compiling all this just in case. But I believe there's like a Google Drive link from Steven. I should probably post this in the server because I said I would. For the exhibits, yeah.
Nefas
Yo, thanks
is
for Prime
a
Sub,
liar,
appreciate you. How are you?
a bully, and he's toxic.
No, I didn't forget. Nefas, yo bitch ass, you're next.
$400 pages, right? And they appreciate the follow, all. And thanks for the Prime Sub. Welcome in.
Nefas is a liar, a bully,
Hey,
and
what's up,
he's
Brian?
toxic.
Welcome in. Take my Bezos fucks, thank you. Will Jason be showing up tonight at some point on tonight's stream? I think he wanted to come by this Friday. I'm not sure. COURTHOUSE, Your Honor, I didn't know. I just make funny internet videos on the side. Your Honor, I did not know I could do that. Wait, Your Honor, I did not know I couldn't do that. I'm sorry. We should really come up with more Your Honor statements. Your Honor, I am not a resident of California. I don't know.
Nefas
Yeah, there we go. I put the
is a liar,
information out.
a bully,
And hey, thanks for the
and he's
Prime sub as well. Thanks all about for tier 1 sub. Juicy sub Screwsy? What the? Thank you, Juicy sub Screwsy, for your Prime sub. Your Honor, I am not aware of an individual called Juicy sub Screwsy. You know, they just came by one day. No, we didn't start reading it. We're going to soon. Well, given Johnny so much... Oh, dude. Do I follow that occasionally at times? I'm like, what does this guy do? Hold on. Sorry, I had to grab a phone call, chat. The personal phone call. It wasn't Jason or whoever. Alright, sorry. Your Honor, I was only curious about the $220,000 spent on DoorDash. Yeah, sorry, I was on a phone call. It was a personal phone call. Your Honor, it was chat's fault. Honestly, can I throw you guys under the bus? If I ever get to a trial proceeding. Your Honor, I did not know a serial killer was in the chat. Hey, what's up, Subili? Don't let Stevens barking into me. It's all empty bullshit. You do the best, and what you're doing is a real service to the gaming community. Well, thanks for the kind words. We'll see what Steven has to say here, though. I wouldn't equate that to barking. Okay. Aboba, it wasn't muted, Brian. That ledger is true, it's quite damning. Oh, thanks for the kind words, Kafka. But I don't know. I made my statement, so it is what it is. About Steven or whoever, or Kira, whoever, it doesn't matter. He paid for a boost. He was Elon maxing. Oh my god, that's such a good reference. You guys know Elon Musk, he pays for someone to play his like Path of Exile account or some shit. Or Diablo account, sorry. Diablo account, that's so funny. Your Honor, I'm just a small bean. Your Honor, I'm only in the top 15th percentile of YouTubers. I did not understand what I was doing was wrong. That's what I would do. Okay. Did someone already link you the statement that was dropped on the Ashes Discord? Is there a different statement apart from this? I mean, I'm banned. I got banned by Steven. I can say that because I have proof. From the Ashes Discord server. So I have no idea what's going on in the server apart from the things people are relaying to me back and forth. Yeah, Elon had his PoE2 account boosted. Yeah, okay. It was PoE as well? Okay. Your Honor, that wasn't me. That was AI. Elon maxing is crazy. Oh my god. I think this is fucking crazy. Things are getting crazier, in my opinion. I think it's getting crazy. Alright, you guys ready? You guys ready to start covering this? Whatever this is like... It's 400 pages. It's exactly 400 pages in legal documents and exhibits. It's novel. It's literally a novel. Looks like the Reddit thread you're on has the same link, so it should be good. Oh, thank you, Eric. Appreciate you. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez Discord. How many millions of dollars does Sharif say he personally invested into the project? I don't see that in the ledger. We have video recordings of him saying he invested $55 million of his own money. Yeah, and, you know, just like you, I don't think we saw anything like that in terms of a deposit. Ask AI for a summary. No, come on. I don't know. I don't really... I feel like... I don't know. I'd rather just read it myself. You know what I mean? Welcome to being a lawyer. 99% reading, 1% court. Are you saying TV lied to me, Dusk? No way. I thought it was all about, you know... 99% court, 1% investigating your client's opponent. Oh, God. All right. Shall we start? I think I'm going to start in like a minute. I'm betting the 55 million are just him taking credit for other people's investments. Who knows? Yeah, but yeah, I think Jason wanted to come by on Friday. Who knows? I think there was a Q&A thread for him in the Discord server too. Hold on. Objection, Your Honor. I was led to believe it was going to be exactly like Ace Attorney. Your Honor, I plead the fifth. Mr. Nefas, this is not a criminal proceeding. Oh my god. Yo, what's up, Edward? How you been, man? Okay. I'm ready. I'm ready if you guys are. Let me... Oh god. Okay. Move that around. Okay. Alright. things are getting even more insane on the Ashes creation front. And we're going to start, I guess, with the Reddit post / Discord post that I can't see because I'm banned. We have Sharif finally issuing a lot of stuff, a lot of statements. This is the most he's ever talked since coming by our live stream to talk to us. We have 400 pages of legal documents and exhibits submitted by Sharif. We are also mentioned, Chad and I, we were mentioned in the legal files in regards to two YouTube videos entitled Ashes of Creation Investor Responds to Sharif's Legal Victory, with the date, timestamp, and everything. We also have Sharif's worst nightmare comes true on Valentine's Day, with a very specific timestamp, all alleging that Jason Karamanis, who's been one of our sources talking to us, alleging that he has been defaming both Sharif and Intrepid Studios. So very big claims here we have going on already. We have the April public statement and update regarding Intrepid Studios on Reddit. Things are getting crazy, and I'll share why here pretty soon. We even have a statement from the co-founder of Riot in regards to Ashes of Creation. And we even have pictures that have surfaced in from the Ashes Discord server that are alleged to corroborate some of the things that people saw in the general ledger we published. Okay, so here we go. I've included the filings, exhibits, including text and emails, as well as witness statements at the end of this post. They will shock you, but they are a true and accurate account of what occurred to Intrepid and why. I know the public discourse around me, Intrepid, and Ashes of Creation has been flooded with knives out narratives, driven by a coordinated defamation campaign. I think that's going to be hard to prove, orchestrated by the opposing parties in my lawsuit. That campaign has been amplified through content creators, including those serving as a mouthpiece for Jason Karamanis, a known violent individual with multiple prior arrests. I think some people in my Discord server looked Jason's record up and they couldn't find anything since 2000 or something. Do not mistake noise for truth. If you genuinely care about what happened to Ashes of Creation and Intrepid Studios, and this is not directed at the casual observer, I ask that you take a moment to read today's court filings. In them, I have included more than 45 exhibits consisting of texts, emails, internal communications, and witness testimony from 6 individuals. I think that lends it greater credibility for sure to Stephen, with first-hand knowledge of the events as they unfolded. I understand that creators can be easier to consume and more entertaining to watch, but some are chasing headlines and clicks, not accuracy, context, or the truth, which can only be found reliably in court. I have a lot to say about this last part, but we'll skip it for now and just kind of get back to it if the tangent ever appears. Over the past several weeks, I know many of you have been trying to make sense of what has happened to Intrepid Studios and Ashes of Creation. I have seen the speculation, the confusion, and the deliberate misinformation and defamation campaign designed to exploit all three. You deserve clarity, you deserve facts, and you deserve to hear directly from me. I have remained focused on addressing these matters where you can be certain the truth is actually verified in a court of law. After the April 2 hearing, today's filing, and the submission of declaration and exhibits that expose what was really happening behind the scenes, it is important that I speak plainly to our community. The hearing on April 2nd made one thing unmistakably clear. When the defendant's conduct is dragged out of the shadows and placed under judicial scrutiny, it does not hold up. Okay, so I feel like I need to make an actual fact check clarification here. I don't know what he's referring to here in terms of the conduct being dragged out of the shadows and stuff like that. It was factual that the judge found the Article 9 foreclosure on Intrepid and the movement of assets from Intrepid to TFE problematic. But they reversed the Article 9 foreclosure, put it all back in Intrepid, and Sharif lost the request for a preliminary injunction, which dissolved the temporary restraining order in favor of his opponents. He also got his motion to dismiss the legal counsel of his opponent dismissed. So he kind of lost on 3 counts there. I'm not exactly sure if he's saying, okay, that the Article 9 foreclosure being problematic is still an issue here because it's reversed. Yes, that was problematic, but that's all gone now, right? So I just want to make that clarification. I'm not sure if he's trying to skirt the facts here where he lost in the April 2nd hearing, unfortunately for him. As alleged in our federal complaint and further supported by the sworn declarations and documentary evidence now filed with the court, the board defendants, led by Chairman Rob Dawson, engineered a plan to seize control of Intrepid's assets for their own benefit through threats, coercion, deception, and unlawful self-dealing with zero regard for the company they destroyed and the human lives damaged by their illegal conduct. That plan involved starving a viable company of cash to manufacture a default, using fear and leverage to force signatures and concessions, terminating more than 200 people while stripping them of wages, benefits, and accrued obligations, leaving vendors and creditors high and dry, and then using the crisis they created to justify a foreclosure designed to transfer Intrepid's assets and intellectual property into an entity controlled by Robert Dawson. I think the biggest claim here is definitely not just the coercion and the potential the legalities of trying to take over Intrepid, but also I'm not sure, assuming that the general ledger that was provided is what we have so far, based on the numbers alone there, I don't think Intrepid Studios was ever a viable company of cash without the cash injections from lenders, investors, and other creditors. So that's going to be interesting to see in court if they filed an exhibit for that. And yes, the evidence now before the court goes even further. Great, that's perfect. The recently filed exhibits show what appears to be a premeditated attempt to defraud Commerce West Bank by failing to notify them as a senior secured lender of the foreclosure, while simultaneously maneuvering to redirect valuable Steam receivables out of Intrepid and into defendant's newly created entity. That is not my rhetoric. That is what the texts, emails, witness testimony, and internal communications show as exhibited in today's filing. So I mentioned earlier the Article 9 foreclosure was seen as problematic, and I think the judge also found the fact that they didn't notify Commerce West Bank being problematic as well. So I think that's what he's alluding to here. The court has already addressed the foreclosure conduct directly. The defendants argued that the Article 9 sale was proper, but I am not convinced. This is from the March hearing. I find that it violated, or I believe that it violated, the California Commercial Code in a few ways, including the failure at the core of the scheme. Notice was not given to the Commerce West Bank senior secured lender. What happened next tells you everything. Okay. Just days before the court was expected to grant injunctive relief, the defendants abruptly reversed course and attempted to undo their own foreclosure. They did not stop because they discovered morality. Okay. They stopped because they knew they were about to be judicially stopped. They tried to put the assets back after the theft was exposed. They didn't try, they did it. The court also recognized the damage already done to Intrepid. Intrepid has already suffered harm to its business and reputation from the likely unlawful Article 9 foreclosure and sale of its assets to TFE. I think this is still the March hearing. Where's the mention of the April 2nd hearing? That kind of concluded this matter. I'm not seeing it. I just kind of skimmed it below. Maybe it'll appear in the later parts of this statement. That harm is real. It is not theoretical. It was inflicted on developers, vendors, creditors, investors, and every member of this community who has spent years believing in Ash's creation. What many of you have also been subjected to over the last several months was an orchestrated public defamation campaign pre-planned by my opponents to poison public perception, isolate me, and depress the value of and strategic partner interest in Intrepid so that the assets would wind up with one person, Rob Dawson. So I'm going to address this from my personal standing here with the whole orchestration. Again, as insinuated by some people, including Steven, I'm not being paid or coerced or whatever to cover the information that's given to me by sources. In fact, apparently me releasing the ledger actually pissed off some of those sources. So there's no orchestration there if somehow I'm like throwing a wrench into all these orchestrated plans to defame Steven or defame Intrepid Studios. All I'm doing is just publishing information once we verify it and all that to the best of our ability. Okay, so they believed if they controlled the narrative, they could control the outcome. They were wrong because I have the receipts, I have the texts, I have the emails, I have the internal documents, and the people who were present and aware of exactly what these individuals were doing while they lied publicly about it just spoke up in today's filings. Yes, this may become one of the craziest stories gaming has ever seen. I agree. I think it's already an insane story, guys. I'm just saying that right now. It may certainly be one of the most disturbing stories in MMO development. Yeah, I think there's no one that doesn't agree. But it is not fiction. It is documented. For nearly 2 years, I tried to keep the peace. I did so for the sake of my team and their families. I did so for the millions of players waiting for Ashes. I did so at the expense of my own health, my own safety, and my own peace of mind. I attempted to comply where I could, compromise where I could, and hold things together where I could. But there is a line, and that line was crossed when their conduct showed complete disregard for the human beings under my leadership. When hundreds of loyal developers became collateral damage, when wages and benefits were weaponized, when fear replaced stewardship, when greed replaced purpose, when they decided they could destroy what others built and simply inherit the remains. They unconscionably threw 200 plus families' lives into chaos, shattered years of work, damaged the value of the company and project, and believed no one would have the will or resources to challenge them. I'm going to make my own statement at this point. I think as far as the employees needing to be compensated and paid for, I find both sides on this legal case to be at fault. I'm trying to understand this from my point of view. Okay. I'm seeing Steven Sharif, a purported millionaire or billionaire gamer, not giving money to the employees that he considers as his family. I'm also seeing the board and their investors, or whatever, also putting massive cash injections into the company, and they can clearly afford to pay the employees or compensate the employees. Why aren't either side doing that? Personally, I think for me, what I would like to see as a consumer or former Ashes of Creation player is first and foremost the employees to be paid and compensated, and then everything else after that, everything else can come after that, in my opinion. That's gonna be my statement here at this point, because it's like, okay, you're talking about your 200 plus family of workers and employees that you've known for years and years, but like, what? No one's taking care of them. No one's taking care of them, whether it's the billionaire, millionaire gamer called Steven Sharif, or the board with tens of millions of dollars to spare in terms of investments, as far as we could see from the general ledger. No one's taking care of the employees. So I find that this in itself,
no, I didn't forget. Nefas,
is kind of like using the employees. I think 2 of them, according to a source, are like needing critical medical treatment. Why are you using the employees as a shield here in this argument? I think in that regard, I think both sides need to like actually take care of the employees. I think they're both in the wrong for not having compensated employees thus far. Okay. That was a serious miscalculation on their part. In today's filing, linked below, you'll see texts, emails, and testimony from people who witnessed and experienced the board's illegal conduct firsthand. You'll see evidence that this was not a misunderstanding, not mismanagement, and not a business disagreement. It was a coordinated abuse of power. The court also rejected the defendant's attempts to evade accountability by attacking standing. Defendants argue that Mr. Sharif cannot pursue any derivative claims. Again, I am not persuaded. I think that's I think that's straightforward, right? Even though he resigned as CEO, he has what, 4 to 5% of equity in the company, so he could still pursue a derivative lawsuit. And I think this was acknowledged by other people in the past like 3 weeks, right? And again, he's still only citing the March hearing. What about the April 2nd hearing, where he lost, right? Like, it's interesting. And the court recognized the seriousness of the board's exposure. Mr. Sharif's particularized allegations, including the violating the California Commercial Code with the unlawful Article 9 sale, creates a reasonable doubt as to whether a majority of the Intrepid board faces a substantial likelihood of liability for failing to act in the face of a known duty to act. Okay, that matters. Because this fight is no longer happening behind closed doors. It is now happening in a forum where evidence matters, lies are tested, and accountability can be imposed. As founder of Intrepid and the original creator of Ashes of Creation, I also personally want to say that I am sorry. Okay. All right, sure. I took on people who represented that they wanted to help build Ashes and support its future. I did not know they would ultimately try to destroy it and seize it for themselves. But hear me clearly, I will not let that be the ending of this story. We are going to continue putting facts on the record. We're going to continue exposing every lie. We're going to pursue full accountability for the damages done to the Intrepid, its employees, its creditors, its shareholders, and its community, which are vast. And we're going to fight like hell to ensure Ashes of Creation reaches the hands of the people who waited for it for so long, from the hands of those who built it, believe in it, and intend to deliver on its promise, not from those who tried to steal it. To everyone who has reached out to me and to the members of the team during these last months, thank you. Your support has mattered more than you know. Truly it has. In diligence and hope, Stephen Sharif. I'm going to take a quick break here. And kind of read the chat. There's a lot to unwrap. There's a lot I would like to say about this last part where he's like, some are chasing headlines. I mean, just name me. You already kind of came out, you know what I mean? Some are chasing headlines and clicks, not accuracy. Again, the video link is pinned in the chats, so you can see what I have to say about these statements that he keeps issuing about me. So feel free to look at that video while we kind of decompress and kind of here. Let me just pop the chat open while we take a quick break from reading. Excuse me. Okay, so what are your guys' opinions so far on this statement? I think there's like a Q&A section or something. The majority stake owner of the company wants to tank the value of the company as a majority stake in Big Brain Play. TFE was not illegal or it was not illegal or corrupt. It was created to save the company by raising new capital. Okay, sure. It's hilarious because you could be talking about something doing to control the narrative, to control the outcome. We have them too, Stephen. Nefas, what you don't understand is that Stephen for years told us that since 2017 he funded and will deliver Ashes of Creation to its completion, and he didn't. Therefore, he's a fraud. Period. He lied. Well, he apologized here. Guys, do you see that apology? No, I'm being serious. I'm not being facetious. He said, what did he say? Where is it? Okay. As founder of Intrepid and the original creator of Ashes of Creation, I also personally want to say that I am sorry. What's he sorry for? I think grabbing these investors. Or maybe just he's sorry, maybe he's sorry for the whole situation. Who knows, dude? Bro is acting like he didn't cause this on himself. You can't gaslight people for covering information produced by your actions. He sold to the board himself. Yes, I don't know. The text messages between him and Jason clearly show a willingness to sell equity to Jason for the loans of $2 million, $500,000, whatever, right? That's gonna be interesting to see how he tackles that in court, right? Especially, I think Jason's not involved, I believe, in this lawsuit. Jason has his own lawsuit that he just served to Stephen and John Moore. This gamer has absolutely nothing concrete. He's just commenting. Spending tons of narrative without a single legal point. Well, we'll get to the legal documents here pretty soon. That's a great question. The devs should be paid what they're owed. That's what I'm saying. Like, I get that we're like, I get that these are very interesting developments and stuff like that. But like, I'm just taking a step back as a third-party observer, like objectively, right? Let's say you're just coming across this news for the first time in your life, and you're seeing what seems to be millionaires or billionaires duking it out while they could maybe pay the employees like 2 times over. Does that make sense? Like, I think that will definitely rub off the wrong way for a lot of people, because both sides allegedly have money, right? So it's interesting that he brought up the employees, but they're not being taken care of. It doesn't matter if he brings up the employees. They're not being taken care of. As far as I know, as far as we know, I'm still in touch with a few of them. They haven't been paid yet. There were a lot of weird, seemingly shady or weird decisions made from the beginning. Not sure if the board was the cause of that. Guess we'll see what the receipts that have been shown so far. If true, don't make Steven look like some hero. Okay. Did I miss anything else? I think there's like a shit ton more that, let's see. I think the last part targets me, you, Nefas, Kira, and Theory Forge, not just you specifically, in my opinion. Well, I assume it's me. I think it's a reasonable assumption because he made a direct statement towards our coverage through the Kotaku article that other news outlets picked up on, by the way. So I'm just like, this is very similar language to what he used in addressing us and our work. So I'm going to assume that it's probably like about me. So that's my reasonable assumption there. Steven resigning is what caused all the damage and development to cease. Here's what gets me. Would we even know about the board if this hadn't gone down? Steven was keeping the players he claims to care about in the dark and had no intention for years to be honest about the state of the company. I think I've been seeing a lot of comments about that, especially in the YouTube comments. Like, okay, my internet died somehow. Okay, our internet just kind of dropped for a second. I'm sorry. I think I've been seeing a lot of comments about that. Like, if Ashes was successful, no one would ever found out. I don't know about if that's true, because eventually I feel like someone would have leaked. Does that make sense? I don't think I missed anything else above this line. Who was steering the ship, Steven? Who made decisions that brought the situation? Pre-planned, homie just provided receipts. I am the company. You asked ChatGPT to summarize? He's cooked. Nah, I don't know about using AI right now. That's what. Alright. So where were we? Yeah, what's up? Good morning, Whooper. How are you? Your Honor, this is a Wendy's, not a courtroom. Amidst all this fluff, he hasn't proven his own money into the game. Well, what we only have at this point is the general ledger we got from sources, right? So it's like, I mean, I think, you know, based on what the accountants told me and everything, we can definitely guess or assume very easily there's at least another 2 accounts out there somewhere floating around that wasn't included in the ledger. Read Discord. That's so funny, Dusky.
No, I didn't forget. Nefas, yo bitch ass, you're next.
Even if you resign the CEO, 99% of the failure of fiscal responsibility happened before that. So it's like, if I run Enron, right, and I resign right before it crashes, I still fucking defrauded billions. Sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's, yeah. Entropic AI should take care of this all. Okay. Dude, I have a law degree, but not even I have the patience to read all that. Okay. Skip. Apocalypse. Stick to Alpha 1. Make it. Don't RTO. Ship it in 2023. All of this could have been voided. Maybe. My bad, guys. I took your money, but those glizzies and DoorDash were out of this world. Don't worry, though. Ashes will rise from the phoenix or something like that. Steve-O S. Sharif. Okay, Riot. Oh my god. I just want to know how much was... How was the multi-million-dollar mansion help... Sorry, I'm trying to read it. How did the multi-million-dollar mansion help Ashes as a game? I think it helped in marketing. So, like, if you're hearing about this MMO that has no board of directors, that's being fueled by the dreams and hopes of MMO gamers since, you know, like all over the world, it'll finally have the dream features every MMO player has. Your next question is kind of like, well, how are you going to make that possible? And the answer was, there was a billionaire gamer guy who made his money from real estate or MLM schemes that people glossed over just because, you know, they wanted the MMO, right? And he's streaming from his mansion. How could you not believe that? Right? Like, I'm trying to look at it from my perspective too during the time, because it's like, yeah, okay, this guy says he has money. I'm kind of doubtful because usually a lot of the at the time I was thinking to myself, like, he's probably borrowing against his assets and shit for tens of millions. Not sure if he's a billionaire, never heard of him. But also, like, I think what convinced me was, oh, he's actually hiring people and paying them, as far as I know, as a consumer. He's got over 100 developers now. Oh, he brought in this developer I know. Oh, I know that developer. They used to work at this AAA company. That was it for me. I was like, okay, he has the money to obviously pay these people, so there must be a product. That was me, right? But I think the mansion for a lot of people that he streamed from definitely sealed the deal in terms of the marketing. You know what I mean? He was renting at first too. Real estate mogul. Apparently even owned his house. Space Citizen has acquired Intrepid Studios. Steven Sharif to become VP. Myself and others in my guild were going, yeah, he's in massive debt. Sure, that's a fair perspective to see. Let's be honest, most of us were high on hopium and wanted this really bad since we needed an MMO. Not just an MMO, but like the MMO, right? For a lot of people. I mean, because like so many people came from other MMOs because they're not satisfied with their MMOs. They're not satisfied with the way they're not satisfied with the pay to win. They're not satisfied with the pay for convenience and all that shit. You know what I mean? Or they're not satisfied with really a lot of things from their MMOs. But yeah, I mean, I think that's it for the comments thus far up until this point about this statement. Nefas is launching soon. Soon? What is soon?
Brian soon?
The what soon?
The Brian soon.
Brian soon? Yeah, Brian. When is it? All right, you guys ready to move on to the Q&A section? Okay. Ready? Oh, hello, dog. Sorry, I had to take a drink. He can shove that apology up his ass, respectfully. You just put respectfully at the end of that. Okay. So you don't accept the apology. Okay. That's fair. Sure. Morning, Nefas Dagu. Can you hear him next to me? He's lying down. Yeah, I'll show you guys where he is. He's right there. Look, I'm pointing at him. That's not the carpet. That's him. It's him. That's the dog. Grr. Up. Look at that. He's dog. A Goldie Floofer? No, he's a Great Pyrenees. All right. Anyway, let's move on to the Q&A. Nefas, stop reaching for that remote. Oh my god. Oh, there's so much to cover today. That's not an apology. It's not? It has the word sorry in it, though. You know what I mean? Like, hold up. Do you guys know anything about the YouTuber apologies? I think someone made a tier list like years ago. But it's like, there are apologies where it's like, it's super genuine. And then there are apologies where it's like, they did say sorry, but it's like not. I don't even know how to describe those apologies. I don't even know. Oh man. Hey, what's up, Jeremy? Why don't you just make an LLC for your channel and operate under it? All YouTubers should make an LLC and pay yourself from it, protect your assets. So we actually had formed an LLC for it. Thanks for the advice, though. But that's good advice. His apology basically amounts to, sorry, I got caught, guys. Ask Claude if that's an apology. Oh my god. Why are we asking AI about everything? Use your feelings. Use your emotions. Use your humanity. An apology is a public statement. Sorry, but no remorse. He is sorry the cash dried up. It's like, sorry I got caught. Remember, he had millions of followers. Sure. Steven is sorry that I got caught in 4K and is going to do his best to spin the narrative. Okay. It's an F tier apology. Grok, is this true? Oh my god. Grok, should I use my emotions to judge if this is an apology or not? Okay, okay. Alright. Your Honor, I thought it was an apology. Okay. So let's move on. Because we have so much to cover today. It's insane how much there is to cover today. It's crazy. I don't even know if I can make this into like a compressed video for YouTube. Just a heads up. All right. As I followed discussions across public forums, I've seen a significant amount of misinformation circulating, orchestrated by Jason Karamanis and his mouthpiece. Just say my name. What's wrong with saying my name? I'm gonna make a statement here because I'm just like, we all know who you're talking about. We all saw the statement you issued through COURTHOUSE, Steven. And again, watch the video where I address his statement with my own public statement and showing the fact that I did reach out to him multiple times. I even share a text message, a part of a text message I sent him back in March, early March. I don't know. I don't know what else to do. Like, I don't even publish a lot of things from Jason anymore. There's a lot of things I published without Jason. So why am I... This is my question to everybody. Why am I not the mouthpiece of the former employees? They've said both good and bad things about Steven. Is it only when there's bad things coming about Steven that I'm a mouthpiece? Why am I not the mouthpiece of the former volunteer moderators for Ashes of Creation that also came out to me? You know what I mean? Like, what's going on? And why am I the mouthpiece? Why am I not the mouthpiece of Steven when I published that PowerPoint presentation that did not make the board look good at all? So Mike, this is interesting to me because it's like I'm trying my best in getting everybody's stories. and again, I'm going to reiterate this here. One of the few stories we don't have, actually the only story, in my opinion, that we don't have to complete this entire picture is Stephen's story, or John Moore's story, because now that the ledger is out, there's more questions that arose. Every time we, release something or publish something or unearth something, it's like, there's like 20 more questions that pop up, man. It's like, it's never ending. It's never ending. So again, it's like, just say my name. At least say my name. Or it's not like I'm going to sue you for defamation or anything. I want to take a moment to directly address some of the most common questions and narratives so people can better understand the facts. Say... Moped, say my name. Your name? Yeah, say my name. Heisenberg, you're goddamn right. Oh my god. Dude, I love Breaking Bad. I fucking love Breaking Bad. Do you guys know one of our good friends was in Breaking Bad? We actually like met for the first time during TwitchCon. His name is Daniel Moncada. He streams on Twitch too, by the way. He's one of the Salamanca twins. He's a cool guy, man. He's a cool guy. We hung out a lot during TwitchCon. I should really catch up with him. We've tracked and confirmed enough of the entries in the ledger to consider factual, at least in part. Sure. Okay, let's continue. Sorry, I got sidetracked here because he's obviously referring to me and his mouthpiece. Just say my name. It's fine. Like, I have, like, here's the thing. Steven banned me himself from the Discord server and the subreddit. I don't hold a grudge against that. It's whatever. Shit happens. Whatever. I'm still willing to talk to him. But at least say my name, you know what I mean? I don't know. Plan on hitting any Soul Mask or Windrose soon? I did see Windrose. I kind of want to check out when we do free up some time. Project Gorgon, maybe in the MM, like on the MM category. What's up, Sacred? Heard you're getting sued? Yeah, bro. Your Honor, I did not know I could not make a YouTube video about this. All right, let's continue. Question 1. For the last 10 years, you claimed there was no board to answer to. When did that change? Was there always a board? Were you lying? No, I did not lie. What? I'm sorry. That just like bursted out of me involuntarily. Hold on. Let me read the question one more time. Maybe I misread. For the last 10 years, you claimed there was no board to answer to. When did that change? Was there always a board? Were you lying? No, I did not lie. Okay. From 2015 through approximately July of 2024. Really? Okay. The board consisted of 100% of the company's shareholders and myself, John and Tom. John Moore being his husband, Tom being Tom Alkazan, Stephen's friend. That structure was founder-led, stable, and consistent for nearly a decade. I'm so confused. Okay. What changed in 2024 was not a normal governance evolution. It was a forced shift in control, as shown in our court filings in the Sharif versus Dawson et al. Complaint. That shift occurred through a combination of pressure, coercion, and actions that we believe were unlawful. When I spoke publicly over the years, I described Intrepid as founder-led. That was accurate. Sure, you can say that. There was no external controlling board directing the company's decisions. The founders maintained control over the company's direction, strategy, and execution. That situation changed in 2024, and after that, it was fundamentally different from anything that existed prior. It was not something that we voluntarily accepted. Even after the 2024 takeover, it was clear that Dawson and his associates were mainly focused on consolidating control for their benefit, and a shareholders agreement was executed that preserved creative control over Ashes to myself, and preserved the hiring and firing of team members to myself as well. Later, however, in 2025, Rob and the new board would trample on that contract and exercise their coercive conduct to dictate both creative decisions over the project, including the early access Steam launch, as well as trying to change the price of the game to $100 box price and $20 subscription, despite repeated and sustained protests and debate. So the $20 subscription comes from that the PowerPoint presentation we published. The $100, just the mention of box price also comes from that PowerPoint presentation. So Steven may be telling the truth here in terms of the monetization of the game that the board wanted. Despite the shareholders' agreement, he exercised control over the unlawful firing of the team without pay or benefits legally owed to them. With these final acts, I had no remaining purpose for attempting to keep the peace, and instead was forced to pursue legal remedies as shown in the exhibits of our court filings. Follow-up question: why didn't you inform the community when that change happened? Because at the time, doing so would have triggered immediate consequences from Robert and company that I was trying to avoid. By that point, we were knee-deep in Rob's loan-to-own scheme. It had become clear that pressure was being applied in ways that directly tied my compliant behavior to the stability of the company and the well-being of the team and project. If I did not answer a text message or a phone call within a moment's notice, Rob and the new board would threaten to shut the company down and leave 200 plus families without pay or benefits, as shown in the recent exhibits and text messages. There was a pattern established since 2023. If I did not cooperate, their response was to escalate through financial, operational, or other forms of physical threats and coercion. Going public would have been an act that, based on prior behavior, I believed would accelerate harm to the company and to the employees. They demanded anonymity, as shown through recently filed exhibits, demanding to remain hidden in the background, understandably now reflecting on the gross and illegal misconduct they were orchestrating. Trying to fight them was an effort in futility and ultimately landed me in the hospital with organ failure due to an extreme and sustained hypertensive emergency literally the month following their 2024 takeover, which was the height of their physical threats to me and my loved ones, as well as their sustained, regular coercive acts to destroy the lives of the developers who I considered my family. So we're seeing a repetition of the prior filings that Steven filed with through his lawyers. Initially in federal Californian court. He talked about the harm to his health. He talked about the stress. He talked about all that, that I think Rob Dawson was physically intimidating him, that Rob Dawson had, like, I guess, stood over him or something and forced him to sign like 35, 40 papers that he didn't know what he was signing. So these are very serious allegations here, and it's true, should be, you know, given some thought here, right? Absolutely. And I'm hoping that these claims are backed up by these exhibits that we will be also going over in this stream. I made the decision under impossible circumstances to try to contain the situation and protect the team for as long as possible, rather than trigger an immediate collapse like we saw the board execute in February.
No, I didn't forget. Nefas, yo bitch ass, you're next.
Thanks for the follow, Huckers. How are you? Okay, let's keep reading. Follow-up question again. Why didn't you go to the authorities regarding threats and extortion? This was not something I ignored. I actively discussed my fears for my life and safety with attorneys, family, and trusted advisors, as will be shown in court documents. Okay. And now we have recently discovered we're not the only ones with similar fact patterns and behaviors from Rob and company after having spoken with other parties in lawsuits with Rob. This is his style. What for me was a waking nightmare, for him was wash, rinse, repeat. We understood that going to law enforcement could potentially bring accountability, but we also had to weigh that against the very real risk that doing so would escalate the situation in ways that could result in immediate and severe consequences, either to the company itself or to the individuals involved. So Steven here is saying, the reason why I didn't go to the authorities is because one, I definitely feared for my life, and maybe that could have escalated severely. And he was also worried about the company going under or being severely affected if he went to the authorities. That's his reasoning, basically, right here. And he's also accusing Rob Dawson of doing this with other companies and other parties in the past. That created a situation with no clean outcome, act immediately, and risk triggering the collapse of the company and harm to employees. Or attempt to go along with their demands, try to manage the situation, buy time, and protect the team as long as possible. I chose the latter. That decision came with extreme personal cost. But at the time, I believed it was the path that gave the team and the project the best chance of survival. The evidence shown in my most recent filings, both through witness testimony and contemporaneous texts and emails, is not even a fraction of their unlawful conduct and the threats, the discussions around them, and the constraints we were operating under. The board, through their agent, Jason Karamanis, claims you didn't finance the project. Who's asking these questions? So I guess he made these questions in anticipating these would be the questions I or others would ask. Actually, yeah, I would probably have asked these follow-up questions if he had said all this, but I would have also asked a bunch of other questions, for sure. I don't know if that's going to be covered in this statement, by the way. The board through their agent, Jason Karamanis, claims you didn't finance the project and misappropriated funds. Can you address that? That claim is completely false, and it is contradicted by the record. Over the life of the project, we invested millions of dollars of our own capital, personally guaranteed the loans financing Intrepid, used our equity in Intrepid to obtain additional convertible debt, extended millions in personal credit to support ongoing operating expenses over nearly a decade. This was not passive involvement, it was continuous financial support and personal risk. We put everything we had on the line to bring this project to life, and we took care of our team as if they were our own family.
Nefas, yo bitch ass, you're next.
And in many ways, they were. And not in some corpo speak bullshit. We love the studio and community we built together. The timing of their claims is also telling. Let's think about this critically. Okay, let's think critically, for sure. When I resigned on January 19th, the board immediately asked me to return and made offers that included doubling my equity incentives. See conditions, emails, and texts on January 23rd. Would this explain why he was still posting on the subreddit? With Teresa exhibits in today's filing. Those offers were contingent on my ongoing cooperation to proceed with their unlawful activity. It became apparent to me that during those negotiations to return, the board was engaged in buying time and attempting to complete their unlawful theft of the Steam funds to TFE. And even despite my resignation, I tried my best to protect the people I cared about, my team. I told the board to contact the bank and inform them to preserve health insurance and 401k obligations and not to terminate employees without pay. I worked behind the scenes with the leaders that remained to try and blunt the board's impact to the team with their illegal pursuits. When I refused, specifically because I would not support their plan to terminate employees without pay and proceed with the actions I believe were unlawful, the narrative changed. Only then did they begin asserting that I had mismanaged or misappropriated funds, despite having conducted an audit months earlier without those representations. There are emails, text messages, and witness accounts in our recent filings today showing their actions as plain as day. They conspired to paint me publicly in a false and misleading light as the reason for the collapse of Intrepid, which is directly contradicted by the evidence now submitted in federal court, while simultaneously filing false statements of information with the Secretary of State to conceal their identities. It does not logically make sense that I was both responsible for the company's financial collapse and simultaneously someone they urgently wanted back to lead the company just days before they shut it down. Those two positions cannot both be true. Some critical thinking here is required. It is also important to note, as evidence in today's court filings, this is their modus operandi, as shown in concurrent litigation by completely separate parties alleging near identical patterns of behaviors by the same parties, the most recent having been filed last month in Florida State Court. Very interesting. I think maybe they won in the back because he was the face of the company, but also they may have found things while he was gone, or were finding things while they were there. I don't know. I think in that sense it could be true, but that's like conjecture. That's like speculation, right? Okay, more questions. More questions for the Q&A for Steven. Why couldn't an agreement be reached? Why was the company shut down? Because the underlying issue was not a business disagreement. It was a fundamental disagreement over their efforts to conduct an illegal foreclosure and abscond with the valuable trade secrets of Intrepid for their own benefit, while leaving 200 plus families and other creditors and investors in the dust. The board was intent on proceeding with actions that I believed violated California wage laws, violated Warren Act requirements, involved concealing material actions from the senior secured lender Commerce West, while attempting to take control of company assets, including funds held through Steam. These were actions that carried real, legal, and ethical consequences that, despite my best possible efforts, I was unable to dissuade the board from pursuing. As CEO and a board member, I had fiduciary duties to the company, to its employees, to its creditors, and to its shareholders. I could not participate in actions that I believed breached those duties. When the situation escalated from internal financial disputes to actions that would directly harm employees by terminating them without wages, benefits, 401k contributions, or healthcare, and commit bank fraud with a federally backed loan, at that point an agreement was no longer possible. Let me take some water break. I feel like I've been reading for like the past 20 minutes. I think I have been reading for the past 20 minutes. Holy shit. Okay, so let's throw up in chat. What are you guys' thoughts on this? I think like some of the things that he's saying, I'm like, this could be true given the timeline that many different sources have like put out. That's the weird thing about the Ashes of Creation situation. Like everybody, for the most part, has 99% the same fucking timeline. What's disagreed on is what happened in the details of that timeline, right? Like it's really interesting to me. So let me read up here. A lot of people thinking he's lying. Okay. The first line, no, I did not lie, and it confirms his lying about board existing. I was very surprised when he said that he didn't lie about a board existing, because I don't think that's true. There were obviously people with equity that were not Tom, Steven, or John, right? Just based on the promissory notes and everything we have so far. I did not have sex with that. Your Honor, I did not have sex with that woman. I just got the Hummer. We need more Your Honor jokes. Come on, chat. Loan to own scheme that he willingly signed. Right. I mean, I think there's like this question of how much responsibility can you take on for signing an agreement, a financial agreement, right? Like, since when the heck did Steven ever say it was founder-led? He always said it's my money he's paying for when clearly it wasn't his money. I think there were probably multiple instances of him saying, yeah, I put 55 million into it. Oh, the game is not out of money, blah, blah, blah. I put my own money into it. He's probably said it was founder-led. Maybe. I don't know. There's so many people in my Discord server trying to dig through the past for some of the stuff he's saying. I don't know. Who knows? But if he did ever say that, sure, that's accurate. But there's also many other times he said other things that aren't accurate, right? Alberto says, I mean, it's so easy to show video after video with Steven lying about all the things. Okay. See, he's pretending the loans are personal and he was going to pay them all back when the game was worth billions. No, at all. He involved Rob Dawson, so he was full of shit. So the story we got from Jason was Jason introduced Rob to Steven, hoping that maybe Rob could help Steven or something, right? As an investor. But even at that point, I'd be like, I would like if I were in Steven's shoes, I would have probably looked into Rob Dawson's background if he's this like villain, right? See, like check out his background as an investor, check out his background as a person, maybe like see if he's involved in any foreclosures or litigation. I mean, that's like some basic stuff I feel like you would do when you're scoping out and looking out, you know, reaching out for investors. You know what I mean? So it's like at that point, why not just look into it? You know what I mean? Because he's saying Rob Dawson has this history. This is his MO. Why didn't you look into it? Or was it just like you needed the money that bad that you were okay with going with, let's say, you know, metaphorically, the devil's contract, right? You signed the deal with the devil. But that's still you signing the deal with the devil, right? I mean, that's... My company had funding. I had to ensure people got paid. My job as in the boss, not the investors. If I pissed their money away, it's still my job to play employees. Not hard to grasp. It'll be interesting to see the exhibits here soon, I'm hoping. You smell burning pants? Sounds legit. Okay. We have a couple people saying Steven's story might be the truth, or at least have some truth. Yeah, that's what he's claiming. It was never self-funded. Finance professor here. Imagine if all the funds who claim self-funding and yet took money from investors. Well, I think his logic is he self-funded by loaning money against his personal assets or whatever. What's up? Okay, see you soon. Well, I'm sure there are kernels of truth here that he's clinging to under the circumstances. And you know, I'd be interested in seeing the kernels of truth, because I feel like you could still sense a picture or story, you know what I mean, and see what's going on there, you know what I mean? Did Jason ever show you any contracts or documents saying that he was lending his money in exchange for equity? He did, right? Yes. Yeah, we published those as well in, I think, 2 videos. We also published the text messages of them talking about him giving money for shares. So that's why I was like, that's why I was very surprised by his question and follow-up answer to that question of, was there ever a board and why do you lie about it? Why do you lie about it? And I never lied. So pretty interesting stuff. I don't know, man. I still think, I'm just thinking to myself still like, okay, this is cool, but let's take care of the employees. Kasara says, I'm leaning towards Steven for most truth. The board is shady. People blame Steven for not paying staff. But how do you do that if Steven is telling the truth and he was locked out of accounts? I think as far as like access and such go, I think there was a mention of it in the Nevada lawsuit that they don't have access to the accounts and stuff like that. And that's from the board, right? After that, maybe it could be a he says, she says thing. Who knows? And the board is shady. I think, you know, a lot of people's sentiment is everybody involved is shady or just didn't do their research. That seems to be a pretty fair sentiment. It's not fair. It's a common sentiment among a lot of people. Like, they're not on anyone's side, but they're just like, the fuck is going on? And why did Steven lie about all this? Or not lie, but like just never bothered to mention it. I'm coming at this as someone with no skin in the game, never having put a penny into Ashes, either Kickstarter or Steam Early Access, but I'm vested on behalf of the people that have and the employees. Okay. Nefas, do you think the game could still be completed and released? I don't know. Who knows? Like most things, the truth is probably somewhere in the middle, but also Steven exhibits are the best evidence he has and shows them in the best light. We haven't heard any pushback on them yet or evidence he wants us to see. I'm actually really excited to see these exhibits, guys. I really am. And, you know, I think some of what Steven's saying, I'm just thinking to myself in the back of my mind, well, is that why he was still posting as somebody working on the game? Because they called him back, you know what I mean? So there's some things here I'm like, yeah, that could be true. And there goes Gur barking off again. When is Ash's development continuing after all this settles down? I don't know, Your Honor. I don't know. We need more Your Honor's messages in chat. Your Honor, I have no idea when the Ashes development is going to continue after the court case. Would you rather Steven win and look like an angel, Nefas, and game is finished, or the board win and make a game from this and is actually good? I don't care for either side to win. Like, I'm just looking at this as a third-party observer. Like, whoever wins, whatever. That's up to the court to decide, not my whims or desires. But, like, if I could choose, I would just be like, I don't know, like, first, get the employees paid, compensated. If there is going to be a game, try to stick to the concepts or ideas that attracted a lot of these people in the first place. You know what I mean? When does Ashes creation get passed on to Nexon? Nexon, no. All right, buddy. Calm down. This needs a Netflix docu-series. Your Honor, my doggo hates MMOs, hence my videos. He makes the creative decisions. True. Your Honor, I will buy a Kickstarter pack for Ashes too. Your Honor, I did not say any defamatory statements. In fact, I would definitely buy into a second Kickstarter for Ashes of Creation 2. Your Honor, I float like a butterfly. Okay, buddy. Oh my god. Alright. Your Honor, I was just reading a subreddit post. Alright, anyway. Let's continue with this insane bomb of a document drop. Alright. Steven, why did you resign? Because it was the only meaningful leverage I had left. By that stage, I had already pushed back for months on multiple issues, both financial and strategic. Those efforts did nothing to change the direction the board was taking. They had already succeeded in taking over. Their scheme had worked and I found myself powerless. What was the scheme, though? Just buying up equity and becoming the majority shareholder? I'm just trying to understand this. When it became clear that they intended to proceed regardless, I had two options. Remain in place and be associated with those decisions, or remove myself and refuse to legitimize them. Okay, fair, sure. I chose to resign, and since then I've decided to pour my heart, soul, and what remaining capital I can what remaining capital I could muster to the pursuit of justice, not just for myself, but for my developers and the community who spent the last 10 years in pursuit of bringing Ashes to life. Well, I'm included in that community, by the way, so why did I get banned? Sorry, I just had to sneak that in there. I also understood that the project depended heavily on the existing leadership team. Several senior leaders and I stepping away would materially impact their ability to continue executing the plan they had in place. My hope was that with this final die cast, they would have had no other choice than to back down from their unlawful actions. But I underestimated how far they would go. It was not a decision I took lightly, but given the circumstances, it was the only course of action that aligned with my responsibilities and my values. Okay. Why did you approve the Steam Early Access launch, and why did you say this company wasn't out of money? Sure, that's a valid question, actually. Because based on the information I was given at the time, the company was not out of money. Oh, okay. After control shifted, my visibility to the company's finances was kept on a need-to-know basis. Company banking was directed and routed to Rob's personally owned bank, Pathway, in Nebraska. That's, oh hey, that's kind of an affirmation, by the way. That's confirmation of the general ledger being legitimate in some ways, right? I think we had a bank account there towards the end that was called Pathway, receiving deposits, presumably, from PayPal and the Ashes website or whatever, and then that Pathway account depositing into the general, like, just basically making a record on the general ledger, right? So this is, again, a key detail that Steven's putting in here that essentially confirms what we are seeing in the general ledger that we published as accurate. So why is the publication of the general ledger being labeled as defamatory or not real? This is interesting, you know? I think this is very interesting. Key financial decisions and communications were centralized, and much of the information came through Rob and his goon, Ryan Ogden. Okay. All right, Ryan. While there were ongoing discussions about cash flow constraints, those were consistently followed by direct assurances, often communicated verbally and direct contradiction of the preceding text exchange just moments earlier, that funding through completion had been secured to the tune of more than $12 million in operating funds, not including expected Steam revenues. As late as January, it was represented to me and multiple team leads at approximately $12 million in cash. Hey, again, kind of confirming that, yet again, the PowerPoint presentation is real, or is legitimate, would be available as of February 1st, as shown in our recent filings today. Creditors were told on a January 14th call that the company had sufficient funding to reach a September 2026 MVP launch, as cited from 3 separate witness declarations by other creditors and investors in today's filing. Based on those representations, there was no indication that the company was facing an immediate shutdown. The decision to close the company came after I and other senior leaders refused to participate in their plan and resigned, as shown in the text exchange exhibited in today's court filings on January 23rd, stating that unless I agreed to return and participate in their unlawful activity, they would put the company on ice. The explanation that the shutdown was caused by Steam funds being frozen does not align with internal communications and timelines, which are now available exhibits in our federal court filings. That's going to be really interesting to see. They did not expect that I would challenge their actions as aggressively and successfully as I have. They were wrong. I hope this post and the documents below help to provide some answers for those interested in knowing and seeing the truth. So here we have the complete 400 pages of the filing that Steven did, but it looks like he's broken it up into 3 different Google Drive links: the witness sworn declarations, the exhibits, and the motion for receiver. I think, wait, how many pages is that one? Yeah, 30. That's 30 pages on the motion for receiver. So we had the full 400 pages, and we actually also posted the file for download for anyone to view in the Discord server, and so on. All right. Let me take another break, because that was a lot. All right. What is everyone's thoughts so far? Again, let me look. Your Honor, Your Honor, I can testify as an expert witness in your mother. Your Honor, I am not the personal chef. I was just looking in the fridge for some leftovers. That's so good, Hamza. Your Honor, I didn't know about the chef. I don't know. He trapped himself in the corner. He could never repay everybody and take back the company. Leverage? Walking out is leverage? Yeah, I mean, it's like, it's a leverage. Like, he threatened to resign. Hey, I don't agree with what you're doing. Don't do it, or I will resign. And he is the public face of the company. He's like the founder. He's like the idea man, right? That as far as everybody knew back then, right? So it's like, yeah, that's leverage. He can threaten to resign. He blames the board for buying his shares, and then when it gets to a point where he has gone from majority shareholder to 5% shareholder, they realize this might be a lost cause. If Steven is lying, it's 100% chance of charges and massive fines. Billionaire gamer vibes for sure. I've heard he now wants to undo his resignation. Okay. I don't know about that, but...
No, I didn't forget.
He made the company insolvent, but it's a shareholder's fault that they didn't want to keep pumping money for him to waste. Makes sense. Hey, thanks for the follow, Cordog. And thanks for the super chat, open mic. Who do you want to cast as Nefas in the miniseries? Liam Hemsworth. Chris Hemsworth. Hey guys, did Jeff Beard dodge a bullet or what? Who's Jeff Beard? Have we talked enough about how bad the trailer was that they paid $280,000 for it? It has no direction. It's like Steven said people said they want the trailer. Some other people's waiting to go make it. Okay. I don't think the trailer was that bad, was it? All I've been hearing is a CEO or president not taking responsibility of running his company. The guy's a piece of shit. I feel bad for anyone who believed in this douchebag and the employees. Oh my fucking god, how many TFE fans are here? I don't know if anyone here is actually a fan of the board. It feels like a lot of people are just angry at Steven for misleading them and saying the game was fully funded. There's no board. Things like that. Need to know basis. No one needs to know I'm spending investment funds in DoorDash and my personal chef. Neither CFO knew how to do a QuickBooks entry. The books, according to one of the accountants I brought in to look at, not the books, the general ledger, the sheet, one of them had nothing good to say about it. So I'll concur there based on professional opinion. Yo, what's up, some black? I deserve what? What do I deserve? What do I deserve? Do I deserve bread? Your Honor, I did not say... Your Honor, I did not say for 10 years that the game was completely funded by me. Meanwhile, I was begging my friends for money to buy Nazi memorabilia at DoorDash. Steven has a believable story, in my opinion. Sure. Just got here. Can you repeat what? The whole passage? The whole statement? Your Honor, I tried to keep finances and need to know... Okay, yeah, we saw that. Jeffrey... Oh, Jeffrey Bard. I was like, who's Jeffrey Beard? Lied about everything from start, a personal chef. No, you're good. Someone is a fan of the board. It's not their fault they supplied money. Okay, interesting. I think there was a comment a while back. COURTHOUSE put it in chat. Where we were talking about the QuickBooks and how like people were saying it's fake, and I'm just like, but look, guys, Steven kind of just confirmed it. I don't see it. I think I caught a glimpse of it from my peripheral vision while we were talking about it. I don't know. I would love to hear from Jeffrey Barton's take on all this and confirm why he actually left. They're gonna pivot to a courtroom simulator game. That's good. My issue is that Steven isn't coming clean on this. He knew the company was close to insolvency. He should have been taking the last money to cover liabilities, including for employees. I said the ledger is real. The only reason Steven and his fans are saying it's not is because it makes Steven look bad. I don't know what else to say about that ledger, guys. People are saying the trailer is bad. The trailer that, what was it, $280,000, right? Is it the Steam Early Access trailer? The Steam launch? I thought it was okay. Maybe I'm remembering a different trailer. Where the hell was it? This is the early access guide. Does anyone have a link to it? Your Honor, I am using investment money to study. I think there was a mention of that. Actually, we're going to cover here soon. Does anyone have a link to the trailer? I was pissed off about the fully funded me by me part, but thinking about it, if it turns out he's a very loving, caring person that fair intention that Creative Vision was selling. Okay. He was living like a superstar when he had the slush fund they were using. Oh, thanks. Thank you so much, Aussie Jap. Appreciate you. And thanks for the follow, Christopher Cordog. BJZ. So this is it, right? Okay, this is 5 months ago. So this is apparently the trailer, presumably that God, what was the name of the company? Dude, that so much information. Started with a B. They're actually, I think, pretty prominent because they did the trailer for Riot Games as well. But anyway, yeah, they paid $280,000 for this trailer, presumably based on the dates we have from the general ledger. So let's look at it. Because I don't think it's that bad, but people keep saying it's bad. I'm pretty sure this is it. Vera
was once a world of abundance.
Alright.
Great empires flourished and spread across endless seas.
Okay.
Its people, your people, carved kingdoms from wilderness, daring any perils that lay between. For at the heart of this world lays the essence, magic itself. But
what's the logo there?
One
Wait a minute. What? Does the logo have any like significant lore significance? Or is this like a random logo placement?
Magic itself. But this wondrous age of discovery and purpose left few prepared for the horrors to come. For the ancients showed no mercy.
Okay.
Survivors were advised to flee to the divine gates. An age passed before the gates reawakened.
Okay.
But now, you and your people have returned to reclaim your ancestral home. Your destiny awaits.
Okay, so this is a 280,000 sub trailer. I mean, no, it's not AI slop. There's no way they paid them. I don't think it's that bad. I don't think it's that bad. Maybe that's just me. It's like very general. I don't think it's like terrible. That was the logo they paid. Again, presumably, according to the dates, potentially, you know. You missed the sun god. What? Which sun god? Alright, so we read the statement. Now where do we go? Because it's like, oh my god, there's so much to cover, right? They could have shown much better things than this RP story thing we never really got. The game had so much potential and some really fun stuff as scuffed as it was. You can tell they try to get WoW fans with the color scheme and almost WoW-like graphics. Interesting. Alright. Chat. Hold on. So I actually have a few things to share. I kind of mentioned this earlier. So as mentioned earlier in the, the stream, some more, I guess, like screenshots and pictures have surfaced after we published the general ledger. And it's purportedly from the Ashes Creation official Discord server. And it's just pictures that might corroborate some of the expenses that we see maybe in the general ledger that we kind of just reviewed. And it's like pictures of food, Thanksgiving food, and I think that's definitely a chef plate, just from the way it's like plated. I'm like, most people don't plate their food like that. I'm pretty sure a chef did it, or someone who has culinary experience, they plated that. Looks okay. I mean, it looks okay. Look at that. Look at that plating. Look at that shrimp. The size of that shrimp. Alright, so anyway, there's more. It's just pictures of food. And it could have been made by a personal chef. There's a video of somebody cutting into it. Someone with an apron. Is that the private chef? Who knows? And then there's like a screenshot of, so a lot of people are like, well, the DoorDash was for workers or business expenses or something like that. And I guess someone dug up a picture or screenshot of Steven saying, okay, help me decide for DoorDash. Without some more of the context of this conversation, I mean, you could assume he was ordering for himself. You DM me the ledger entry for that DoorDash meal. This one? You found the ledger entry for this DoorDash? No way. Hold on. Wait, this is May 26, 2021. Oh, hey. Oh, that's May 27 though. Or is that just like charged after? $140.96. Help me decide. Kebab grill. I can't believe somebody traced the ledger transaction to the food. Well, okay. I guess it's another kind of confirmation of the ledger being accurate or being legitimate. I don't know. It's insane that people are finding things that our team couldn't find. Anyway, we got like, damn, they closed. What the fuck? Is that New Year's Eve? Don't order Wendy's on New Year's Eve. Come on. And this is, I guess, pictures of the trying to link to the alleged payments or transactions made towards Game Empire or Alan Pyle for, Warhammer miniatures. I think it's Age of Sigmar or Warhammer Fantasy. Not 40k. I prefer 40k for miniatures. Looks cool. Look at that. That's really well done. Holy moly. But yeah, that's some of the pictures that have surfaced after we published the ledger from other people. Oh, there's a few more pictures actually. There's another miniature. Oh, look at that. That is really well done, guys. Actually, if you've ever tried to paint miniatures, that's actually pretty well done. And then there's like a picture of him with a strawberry shake driving a Rolls Royce. It seems like, based on the logo on the steering wheel. Oh yeah, I think this is the golden spoon set of General William Tecumseh Sherman, purportedly, that a couple sources have told me about. So that's cool. And some historical memorabilia. I don't see anything like, yeah, that's nice. and some other things here. Like a map of axes. Unlock me. I think the stream is having issues. Yeah, I think Twitch died. I guess Twitch is having issues today. Or something. Okay, I mean, there we go. Twitch is back. That's yeah. I guess Twitch is having maybe there's a problem with an ingest server. Sorry about that to the people viewing us on Twitch. OBS sucks. I mean, it's pretty solid. I think it's just the ingest server acting up. That's pretty funny though. You linked the DoorDash order to the ledger. Yeah. God. Now what do we cover? I think we can cover the Riot thing. Yeah. Let's see. Oh my god, there's a table of contents. That's the funny part. Riot. Okay. So I'm gonna talk about the Riot. Wait, you linked the shake order too? What the fuck? That's crazy. One General Sherman spoon. All right, so the next thing before we really dive into the this massive 400-page filing is a mention of Riot Games. So previously, a couple of sources, including Jason Caramandes, had mentioned that Riot Games was allegedly going to buy Ashes of Creation or Intrepid Studios at one point, maybe. Who knows? And in the filing here by Steven, it says on December 20th, 2022, Riot Games' chief financial officer sent an initial proposal for Riot to potentially acquire Intrepid, contemplating a total Riot investment of approximately $250 to $500 million. A true and correct copy of which is attached here to as Exhibit 3. Mr. Rob Dawson advised me against accepting the offer by Riot Games. And there's a transcription of a voicemail from Rob Dawson to Steven. Interesting. And then beginning shortly after Riot offered in early 2023, Mr. Dawson began extending a series of additional loans to the company through convertible promissory notes. And this is where Rob Dawson was trying, I guess, not outright, trying to subtly take over the company. We actually have a comment from Trindamir of Riot Games saying, regarding the Ashes of Creation Riot rumors, shout out to subreddit MMORPG, we looked at making an investment or even acquiring Intrepid a few years ago, but Riot decided not to move forward with discussions. The team there shared our goal of making the next great MMO, something we're more committed to than ever, but combining efforts ultimately didn't make sense for us. So I don't know if they were So I'm kind of curious at what stage they were in the business deal. Were they just like saying, "Hey, let's talk about it. Can we take a look at the books? Can we take a look at what you're doing to justify this $250 to $500 million, cost?" It's kind of curious. I'm really curious about the exhibit. I really want to look at it. I think we also have a couple of statements from Stephen Sharif, actually, that we can share here on the stream in regards to the Riot Games matter. So the first statement is, Stephen says, in reply to somebody called Q in the official Ashes server, saying, "You should have taken the Riot offer, Stephen." Stephen replied, "Reading the filings and exhibits, I wanted to. I was convinced otherwise. Then literally 2 months later, the threats and coercion began." And then another statement by Stephen. Thoughts on Dawson potentially torpedoing the Riot deal by pushing for unfavorable terms in the talks that forced him to walk away? Correct, Stephen says. I have the utmost respect and admiration for Mark and the team at Riot and have faith they will create something great with their MMO. At the time these discussions happened, I was advised by Rob not to accept their offer and instead to counter with a ridiculous ask. After doing so, the discussions did not move forward. Texts and emails will be brought to light with further court filings as the case proceeds. In retrospect, it is clear that Rob and his associates saw the value of Intrepid and proceeded to use threats and coercion to force a takeover of Intrepid for their own personal gain. I'm sorry that Riot was dragged into this public spectacle and wish your team nothing but success and hope for an awesome game that continues to service the players they so obviously care about. So the story, I guess, Steven's putting out, which could be true or not, is that Riot approached them potentially to acquire Intrepid and to maybe merge their MMO development teams together. Trindamir says it went as far as, not moving forward with discussions and saying that combining efforts ultimately didn't make sense for us. Very polite speak. Just not sure at what point or what stage the business deal was at. So that would be interesting. And Steven is saying once that Riot potential happened, the potential deal was surfacing, the investors got greedy and decided to sabotage the deal so they could get that 250 or 500 million plus in value for themselves. In some ways that kind of makes some sense because it's if you sell to Riot, they give up what they have, I don't know how they would be compensated in that kind of deal, right? Assuming Rob Dawson put 80 million, 70 million, whatever down already in Intrepid. How will we get that money back? How will the deal be structured? That's my question. So that I think is a really noteworthy statement from Riot. We're lawyers for this part. The only thing potentially worth that much is the server mesh tech that wasn't even finished yet. Huh. I think it's pretty interesting stuff, honestly. The email that Steven redacted had the details and conditions, so without those details, we don't really know what the deal didn't go forward. But the fact Steven redacted information is what makes me not believe innocent people don't suppress evidence. Yeah. Or maybe... I wonder if he just is afraid of Riot making a fuss if he revealed the contents of their emails too much as well. I don't know, we'll see. This is pretty interesting stuff though, in my opinion. So what do you guys think about the Riot thing? Zybeck responded. Wait, what do you mean responded? Did he make a video? On the Riot post? Oh, yeah, yeah. I thought you meant like the you mean the response video or something. I was like, what? There's a video. So what do you guys think? Any opinions about Riot potentially buying Ashes? I honestly, I could live in a reality or timeline where Riot bought out Ashes and Intrepid with 10-cent money, and they actually put out an MMO. You mean any video though? How long is it? I don't think I've ever watched the video from him. Okay. I don't know. I actually don't mind a timeline where Riot is like, Steven is so cooked. Steven said multiple times he would never sell, like Ashes or Intrepid, like publicly. He made public statements. Is there like a video or anything of that? Yeah, link videos. Feel free to link anything in the chat, guys. Do whatever. Oh yeah, I gotta cover this too. Sorry, hold on. Now, if you couldn't think things could get worse somehow in this legal mess, apparently the law firm representing Dawson notified the opposing law firm, sorry about Gerd barking, that the money that Steven is using to pay his lawyers might be money that belongs to Intrepid. So we might have a potential fight here between the law firms over the money being paid to the law firm, like to Steven's representations. It's like, I was like, you know, there's no way this could get worse, but it did. Again. So let me read this, and it's included in one of the declarations. Dear Miss Garman, Garman being one of the lawyers that's representing Steven from Withers, as you know, this firm represents Rob Dawson, as well as TFE Games Holdings LLC, in the Sharif litigation. We write today regarding the likelihood that Withers is currently being paid or has received payments, either in the form of any retainers or otherwise, for its services in the Sharif litigation with funds stolen or converted from Intrepid Studios Incorporated, which funds are subject to liens of Mr. Dawson and TFE. We therefore demand that Withers immediately provide documentation showing the accounts from which it has been paid for its services in the Sharif litigation, including proof of account ownership and/or signing authority. Withers is also hereby notified that Dawson and TFE will be seeking to disgorge any money found to have been wrongfully paid to Withers by Sharif or by his husband, John Moore. And they list, you know, their evidence, like saying, hey, you know, on or about March 23rd, 2022, Dawson agreed to give $8 million, blah, blah, blah. There was an agreement. There was a potential conversion of funds by Withers. Sharif has not been a director officer of Intrepid at any time during this whole litigation process. He's not authorized by Intrepid to use company assets to fund the litigation. We have reason to believe that Sharif has nonetheless utilized Intrepid accounts to pay Withers to prosecute the Sharif litigation. If this is correct, it would establish a claim for conversion against not only Sharif, but also Withers. Now they're threatening action against the law firm at this point. Pretty interesting stuff. Withers was no doubt aware and had actual notice of the claims of Dawson, TFE, and others regarding Sharif's alleged role in devising, orchestrating, receiving, authorizing, and otherwise implementing a series of fraudulent transfers involving the collateral. We trust that Withers will promptly address this serious concern and provide documentation as to the funds it has received from Mr. Sharif immediately. If the requested documents are not received by Friday, April 10th, 2026, which is now long past, Dawson and TFE will be forced to seek redress from the court and reserve the right to pursue any and all remedies available to them. Against Withers. Against the law firm, by the way. Not against Steven, but against the law firm Withers, including for conversion, fraud, and or aiding and abetting conversion or fraud. We look forward to receipt of requested documents. Who knows what happened to this? It's past April 10th. So now the law firms are fighting each other. It's crazy, dude. I think it's crazy. This kind of base sue them with their own money. Dude, isn't this crazy, chat? Like, it just keeps getting worse. But this is, again, an allegation, right? So it's like, I wonder what happened after April 10th. They probably, like, served the law firm with papers or some shit. You guys honestly think his law firm, his represented law firm, is going to sue him? Your Honor, my lawyer fees are self-funded by Intrepid. Please be the keys, that'll be hilarious. Yeah, Steven submitted this as an exhibit in his filing. Can I link Steven's new Herbalife venture? What was that? He's acting like corporate takeovers aren't legal. Legal paradox. It's crazy. I think it's crazy that this is happening, dude. That this was even talked about between the law firms. So I wonder why it was submitted by Steven. Maybe it's like further proof of like this financial coercion or threatening. Because if Steven loses his lawyers right now, he needs to seek free legal services or set up some sort of like deal with his current representation or other lawyers potentially for like a different kind of payment plan, maybe. Because this is not a criminal case. This is a civil case, so you're not given a defending attorney or something like that for a civil case. It's for criminal cases that you're given a right to an attorney provided by the state. So it's gonna be interesting if this is even gonna fall through or not. Kickstarter lawyers, will we see a GoFundMe soon? That would be interesting. Do you guys think you would donate to Steven's GoFundMe? This is all coming out as of last night, guys. And there's more things coming out right now. Every hour. So it's like... Yeah, public defender, whatever. But this is not a criminal case. As far as I'm aware, at least in my state, they don't... For civil cases, you gotta find your own... You gotta find your own lawyer somehow for a civil case. Because this is a civil case. This is not a criminal case. Yo, Splash, thanks for that game over sticker and the £2 dono. Appreciate you, man. Well, yeah, let me. So that's what we covered the Riot games. We covered all that. We covered the public statement. Now we're about to get into the fun stuff, the exhibits, the proof in the pudding, as one could say. We've confirmed that there's definitely legitimacy in, as far as what I can tell, from people linking transactions from the ledger to actual events that happen of the ledger thus far. That could be disproven at any point, of course. So is that essentially a cease and desist to Steven's lawyers saying that don't give him legal advice until it's figured out in terms of how he's paying them? I don't think it's framed as a cease and desist. I think it's framed as like a request. Hey, can you share at least like the financial records of how you're being, what accounts is he using to pay you guys, so we can like either drop this allegation or not, and just continue with normal litigation. Is the pudding made by a personal chef? I've never. I'm trying to think of if I ever had pudding in my life. I think I had banana pudding once, but not like actual chocolate pudding. So that's something I might have to rectify. Oh God. Okay, so let me take another drink of water. So all this is shared on Steven's subreddit post, but also just in case, we had track me. We had Leshrak from our Discord community compile this just in case. Big shout out to Leshrak. And you can see the Google Drive yourself from our Discord server, and I'll probably put it in a YouTube video description in the future, in the very near future. And we also have the full 400 pages of the filing. That also includes the exhibit. So I think I will stick with the exhibit for the viewing here pretty soon. I don't know how much you guys want me to read of all this. I think I'll definitely skip some of the generic sections like, hey, we declare all this to be true to the best of my knowledge. Do you guys want to look at... Well, actually, I'm kind of curious. Hold on, let me look at the table of content. Background. Consistent. Uses personally owned bank to engage. Maybe we could look at the exhibits and then just kind of go back to see what the exhibits are being referenced for. All 400 pages, including footnotes. Including footnotes, please. Yeah, you know what? I think we'll look at exhibits and just kind of like. Oh, actually, let's test it out. No, I mean, how many pages is that? I think we'll just look at the table of contents. Yeah, and refer back to, yeah, we will refer back to it. Every single word? No. All right. Yeah, Jessica, no. SPN 215149. Oh, God. All right. Let's go with the table of contents first. So we're gonna kind of look at the 400 pages in an interesting way. So we're gonna be looking at the exhibits, and if it need be, referencing what the exhibit is being used for in terms of the content. It feels like from a brief glance at the table of contents that a lot of it has already been kind of stated by Steven Sharif, but I'll definitely have to take a deeper dive during the stream. But yeah, let's get to the exhibits. Because I'm just really curious what is being shown in these exhibits.
Nefas
yeah, thanks for the sub.
is
3 months
a liar,
Methodus. Appreciate you.
a bully, and he's toxic.
Oh man. So let's scroll down to the exhibits. Oh God. Hold on.
Nefas
Yo, Sumlack.
is a liar,
Thanks for gifting
a
20
bully,
subs on Twitch.
and
Appreciate
he's
it.
toxic.
Make sure you thank Sumlack if you guys got a gifted sub from Sumlack. Truly poggers. Hold on, I'll be right back real quick. All right, we are back. Sumlack pretty much got every Twitch viewer sub. Hell yeah. What a beast. 7, spend more time with lawyer trying to get company back somehow than actually make the game. I don't know about that. I don't know, like 10 years. How long do you guys think it'll take for all this litigation to get processed? I think, like, depending on the money and stuff, maybe like at 3 to 5 years at most. Because there's like different lawsuits too, right? Oh, okay. You guys ready? I'm ready. I think I'm ready. I'm out of water. Let me get water. But exhibit 1.
Nefas is a liar, a bully, and he's toxic.
Yo, big shout out to CNex or Anonnex for gifting 5 Twitch subs to the chat. Make sure you thank Anonnex, guys, if you got a sub from him. All right. So, I'm back. We got water. We're good to go to finally dive into the exhibits. To be clear, sub for chair, not for you. Yeah. Your Honor, I am not responsible for the chair's behavior. Your Honor, I only knew this man for... Man, how long have we known each other? 6 years? 5 years? I am not responsible for his actions. Oh, damn. COURTHOUSE, you are like an MVP right now, brother. Thank you. Let me... Yeah, I should be good. I'll share your stuff as we go. All right. Exhibit 1 of Stephen Sharif's filing here. From Stephen Sharif and Intrepid Studios in regards to Intrepid Studios. March 25th. Hey, that's my birthday. March 25th, 2022 at 11:05 a.m. To Christine V. Wire came... Hi, Christine. Wire came Drew. Thanks. Who's Christine? Christine V. wrote, "Good morning, Steve. Rob's bank processed a wire yesterday afternoon. Kindly confirm receipt when you get a chance." Oh, she's Rob Dawson's assistant.
You're next.
Okay. And just a heads up, somebody in chat, COURTHOUSE, is giving more confirmation that the legitimacy of the general ledger that we had published recently, saying that here's the wire talked about on March 25th. I'm assuming it's this one. Wait, how much was it? Let me read that again. Yeah, that's probably the March 25th wire, yeah? Yeah, so that's a $5 million. That's a $5 million creditor loan, from my understanding. And there's a $75,000 deposit on March 25th. And then we have like a bunch of Chase credit card payments on the same day for $12,440, $38,954, $8,016, an Amex card charge of $41,234, a Chase credit card payment of $50,205 right after that $75,000. Christine mentioned further that's the $5 million. Christine, what? Where are you seeing this? Christine mentioned for not down that exhibit 1 further down. Oh, I see. Okay, so this is further down. My bad. So here, let me just to clarify. It's the $5 million wire. Requested on March 23rd and it was given on March 24th. Oh, I see. Okay, so March 25th is when he confirmed that he received it on March 24th. Okay, so that... Okay, yeah, I guess that is a indication of the legitimacy of the ledger because we see the $5 million deposit or wire from Christine or / Robert Dawson to the Intrepid account. Right there, March 24th, 2022. Sent on March 23rd, 2022. Okay. So I'm gonna actually open another instance of this because I'm confused. Let's do this. So why is Exhibit 1 being shown? On March 23rd, 2022, Mr. Dawson executed a convertible promissory note to Intrepid in the amount of $8 million. This was Mr. Dawson's first investment in Intrepid. Even though the note was executed March 23rd, 2022, Dawson requested that the note be backdated to November 23rd, 2020. Okay, so email thread dated March 23rd to March 25th to kind of prove that the veracity of the transaction, I suppose. Attached here too as Exhibit 2 is a true and correct copy of the backdated note. Why is this, by the way, why is this like off center? Am I crazy? What? What is this off center? Okay, whatever. I guess we'll just roll with it. What the? Anyway, Exhibit 2, okay, backdated note. So Exhibit 1 is just showing the transaction. Exhibit 2 is the convertible line of credit promissory note. Okay. This is an entire agreement. Okay. Exhibit A. Sure. B. Schedule A. Alright, cool. What's Exhibit 3? Exhibit 3... Okay, so Exhibit 3... Let me just slice this. That's shady as hell, backdating so he's ahead of other creditors. I'm not sure why... Yeah, I'm not sure why they wanted this to be backdated. Exhibit 3 is in regards to the Riot Games CFO reaching out for approximately $250 to $500 million deal for Intrepid. So let's look at it. Initial thinking on deal terms from Mark Sottosanti. Okay, and this is sent to Stephen, John, also CC's Trindamir or Mark Marol, who just made the statement on Twitter, Jake Promangar, Abby Ramprasad, Nicolo Laurent. Hi, Stephen and John. Following up on our conversation last week, I'd like to share our initial thinking around the financial component of a potential acquisition of Intrepid by Riot. Okay. It's clear we share a goal of creating and evolving a genre-defining MMO that delights millions of players for decades. With that goal in mind, we would aim to align our incentives, de-risking your investment in AOC in the short term while giving you meaningful upside in the long term. But most importantly, making sure the game has sufficient resources to achieve the vision and outcomes that we're collectively aiming for. Here is our proposed outline. This has been redacted by Steven or Steven's lawyers. Again, not sure why it's redacted. Maybe they don't want Riot to throw a fuss about it. Without these details, though, we aren't sure what the prerequisites were for advancing through this deal, so maybe they just dropped the deal here, or maybe later on when they took a look at Ashes or Intrepid. This represents a total investment of $250 to $500 million by Riot. The Riot money, bro. The Tencent money. Which would further scale post-launch, so they'll even give more money, as we invest in additional Ashes to Creation content and features over time. They should have taken a deal if it was actually a deal, right? I look forward to discussing this on Thursday, and before that, we'll also send over initial answers to your operational questions. How project funding works, standard Riot benefits, what it means to be a writer. So they were gonna acquire Intrepid Studios and absorb them. Interesting. Again, I wish we could see what is being redacted here. That will give us more details on exactly what stage this was at. I think this feels like a very introductory email. This is like the follow-up email to the first meeting. So I'm not sure if the deal would have gone anywhere. And we have, excuse me, we have Exhibit 4, where it's a transcription of a voicemail from Mr. Dawson advising Steven not to buy, or sorry, not to sell to Riot Games. Okay. Hey Steve, give me a call back when you can. I want to talk to you about that offer today. I'm not excited and all about that when I do the math on it, but I want to hear your thoughts. How is that Rob Dawson advising Steven to not take the deal? This is just him being like, I'm not sure about the deal. I did the math, but I want to hear your thoughts on it. I don't get it. I don't think that actually shows Rob Dawson advising against the deal. Just having reservations, which is common. I mean, why can't you have reservations about a deal? And then that's where Steven should be like, yo, this is actually a really good deal. Let's take it. That's cool. Okay. Beginning shortly after Riot offered in early 2023, Mr. Dawson began extending a series of additional loans through convertible promissory notes. And exhibits 5, 6, and 7 show the promissory notes. He had a practice of backdating these notes because he wanted to justify the lower valuation at which he had issued debt by claiming he had provided earlier than he had. Okay, so I understand he wished to do this to improve his position relative to any other investors and lenders whose notes might be valued at the actual high 2023 valuation. Interesting. So this is like Steven saying, hey, this is him setting it up. COURTHOUSE in chat says, you typically backdate the promissory note to have it reflect the date you originally agreed to it, but often it's done to hide or fudge the figures. Yeah, that's shady, isn't it? That's kind of shady. And then here we have the actual promissory notes that are referenced in the filing. So we're going to stop at 7, I believe. This is not, yeah, it said 7. 6-7. 6-7. Isn't there like a game now, 6-7, the 6-7 game, where you like try to 6-7 as much as possible to break the world record? All right. Exhibit, maybe we should play that. I would win. What the fuck is this? This is so easy. All right, anyway, Exhibit 8. Okay, what is Exhibit 8? When Mr. Dawson committed funding to Intrepid, he assured me that he had no intention of taking control of the company. A true and correct copy of his July 31st, 2023 message assuring me of this is attached here too as Exhibit 8. Okay. What is this? I think I saw this in the Discord. This is the first text message dated, well, time stamped at 8:18 a.m. and the later text message is at 8:25. So let's read this in order. Me? Take control? You're on too many drugs, man. Do you really think I want to control it? No. I most want to vote my economy. Interest like any investor, and unless you think I'm an idiot, you know I'm voting with you. And after future rounds, the two outside investors dilute us, we would still vote together. Let me know what Riot says. This is going to end ugly, but if you think better to have Riot vote and control than me, then by all means go for it. See, I think that's funny. Rob's like, Steven, you're on too many drugs. Now, I don't know if that's like, I think that's probably a figure of speech. I don't think Steven's actually taking drugs or something. That basically Rob's like, you're crazy, bro. What do you really think I want to control Intrepid? But I'm just saying, I think this is why he's saying at the end. I think if Riot takes control, it could end ugly. But if you want to have Riot vote and control over me, then go for it. Okay. The later text message says, your idea of what me wanting to take it over is not sane, man. What? Steven wants Rob Dawson to take over Intrepid? Why? I don't understand. How is this Rob... First of all, how is this Rob advising Steven to not take the deal? He's like, go for it if you want. But also, second, why does Steven at this point want Rob to take over the company? Also, I feel like, again, we need a bit more, I feel like we need a little bit more context, just a little bit, like another text message from Steven over here or over here. Because it's like, this is just kind of like Rob texting him, but about, like, it's interesting. So, Steven proposed Rob wanting to taking over Intrepid. And Rob is telling Steven, I guess here, I bet on you as in Steven, and have zero desire to engage actively there as in Intrepid, and do anything. You be seeing how you run the business. You've done a great job. Rob is telling Steven in 2023 that Steven's doing a great job, and he doesn't want to take control of Intrepid. Right, so this is Steven demonstrating that Robert Dawson has no intention of taking over the company. You should not have changed or added terms to our deal of non-voting last night. That was never the deal. Good luck finding something else today. Remember, you can't sell the corporate assets without shareholder consent. So 2023, this is where I guess more shareholders got involved. Okay, so Exhibit 9 is Robert Dawson threatening to withhold payroll funding unless amended articles attached or were filed. Okay, so Exhibit 9 is Rob Dawson threatening Stephen. You need to get Riot in touch with Bill Hartog today so that we can get the amended articles file. I want that connection made before I wire any funding for payroll. Okay, so I think that is kind of a shitty thing to do, to like withhold payroll, but at the same time, we don't have the rest of the conversation. How long has this conversation been going on about getting Ryan Ogden, I'm assuming, in touch with Bill to get the amended articles filing done? I don't know, but also at the same time, I think people are saying things like, well, it's his money, so he can do whatever we want with it. So I don't know. Exhibit 10. A true and correct copy of a June 10, 2024 text message to me threatening to withhold funding until I sign certain documents. Okay, so things are getting more serious, allegedly, according to Stephen. Okay, so we are going to start at the top this time, because now the chat transcript, the message transcripts are going from top to bottom in chronological order. Okay, so this is Stephen's text message. We finally have some context added by something Stephen says. I may lose vision completely in my right eye. That's not good. I've been in eye hell the past 3 weeks. Not trying to trigger you, but there are periods I cannot see and also having intense migraines. I'm waiting for the doctor right now. I know there are competing priorities. I'm trying to juggle them while dealing with this. So this was sent at 9:45 a.m., maybe from the doctor's office. And 4 minutes later, Rob Dawson says, I understand your vision. You still can talk to me on the phone. I think I need to come there and get IV loved on the day-to-day. I'll get involved on the day-to-day managing the finances and this legal issue. I'm not funding any more money without the agreements being signed. You've had months to do it, and my patience is gone. Another a minute later, and so is, well, not a minute, but like 30 seconds, and so is the law firm unless you find other money to pay them. I'm not paying anything else till all the documents are signed by the 98%. So don't ask for money this week if this is not done. And when you are prioritizing, don't think starting a discussion on Thursday when you need to wire Friday is going to happen. Signatures. No more money without, and they should be very high in priority list as you can't pay employees. Is Joe going to fund? Okay, so this is actually what? About... That's July. This is a year after 2023, in which Rob Dawson's telling Stephen in 2023, you're doing a great job. I don't want to take the company over. Go for the Riot deal if you want. So a year later, now Rob wants to get involved in managing the finances and a legal issue. I wonder what the legal issue is referring to. Is it the... I don't think it's the SATA Systems LLC lawsuit yet. Maybe it's something else. I'm not sure if someone in chat can track it. But it sounds like Stephen was supposed to get some stuff done. Rob's getting tired of it, and he's threatening to withhold funds, which again, up for debate if that's a shitty thing to do or not, for those of you in chat or the comment section. So the Exhibit 11 will show that Jason Karamanis threatening Stephen. Sorry, Mr. Karamanis, Jason Karamanis, telling Stephen, threatening that if my husband did not exit the company, Mr. Dawson would push a nuclear war button. That definitely sounds like Jason. And Mr. Karamanis would start suing Stephen and start aggressively attacking Stephen and the company, and simultaneously put the company into involuntary bankruptcy And then also file a temporary restraining order removing Stephen and John Moore from the company, during which time Mr. Dawson would cease all funding, thereby obliterating payroll. So Exhibit 11 will show what's going on here. Okay, so Jason Karamanlis, this is the only text message. Jason Karamanlis is alleging on April 26, 2024. At that point, John is out of the company and he can be your spouse. If that's not the case, then you need to understand nuclear war is a button pushed by Rob. Nuclear war is a button pushed by Rob, and this is where we're at. I have to start suing you and start aggressively attacking you and the company and simultaneously put you into involuntary bankruptcy, and then also file a TRO removing you and John from the company. And during this process, Rob ceases all funding. You don't have a job and payroll is obliterated. First, I'm going to say the attacking you is very poorly worded. I would have worded something else. I would have been like, I'm going to start suing you and start going after you in the company. I don't know, like, this sounds very physical to some people probably. But anyway, this is interesting. Exhibit 12. We have a true and correct copy of a text message from Mr. Dawson in 2024 threatening to file a complaint with the California Attorney General for securities fraud if John Moore and I didn't exercise and issue warrants for his stock. What? Okay, so this is going to be going from top to bottom again. Okay, Rob Dawson says, I am not threatening, but I'm withdrawing from the... From the what? The board? What is this? Like, I don't... Why is this redacted? Not issuing the stock and not conjugating for 2 weeks, not going to work with me. I gave both you and John notice to exercise and issue stock for the warrants. If that is more completed, I'm going to file a complaint with the California... If that is not completed or more completed, if that is more completed, there's a lot of like spelling grammar like mistakes or something going on. Like, I'm going to file a complaint with the California AG for an investigation into securities fraud. They'll decide there is fraud with the projections, money raises, and failure to convert my warrants. Since you are not communicating with me, I am forced by you, I'm assuming, to protect my $60 million. So he had invested $60 million from 2023 to 2024 at this point. If you don't call me to talk this out now, I am going the other direction. I won't sit back any longer. You've had ample time and opportunity to do what you agreed to, and you don't. You can push your issues off to Joe and Tom, but those are your issues. I am done with the stall tactics. There's a chance that if you call me now, we can resolve it. If not, then we at least each know the direction we have to go. Call me. Do you understand what that does to you with dilution? Again, I'm kind of curious what he wanted Stephen to do. So if they didn't exercise and issue warrants for his stock. Okay. Interesting. Exhibit 13. Because my husband and me... the accused parties caused me, my husband and me, financial ruin. I guess like threatening to cause financial ruin, homelessness, and physical harm. A string of threatening text messages from Mr. Karamanlis to me in which he called me a motherfucker, and stated, I am talking to you like you need to understand who you are fucking with. Push me more, asshole, and keep it up, bitch, is attached here to as Exhibit 13. Okay, let's read the actual text messages. Yeah, it was like that. All right, you're a motherfucker on April 29, 2023, which oddly... Wait, what? Why is this a year before this? This is 2023. You're a motherfucker. I'm talking to you like you need to understand who you're fucking with. Push me more, asshole. You have no idea. Keep it up, bitch. Okay. Exhibit 14. Text message to me from Mr. Dawson in his capacity as director and owner of Pathway Bank. Ah, that's his bank? Interesting. Threatening to evict my husband, John Moore, from his home unless he receives signatures on various items, furthering his takeover of Intrepid in Exhibit 14. Okay, so this is Rob. Okay, now, again, it's a little confusing. Now it's going from bottom to top, from 9:50 a.m. to 9:51 a.m. Did you look at your emails, Rob says. I don't want to talk anymore today. Sign and return with proof, and I'll send 1.395 mil, and I don't want to hear from anyone again until documents are signed. And know that I will come after John with a vengeance if he doesn't sign. He fucked my life, and I have severe animosity towards him. What the fuck happened here? What is this, dude? What happened between Rob Dawson and John Moore? Hello? I get that this is Steven saying, hey, I'm being threatened. But, like, what caused this outburst? What happened? Like, that's my question. I'm like, what exactly happened where Rob is now just saying, I have severe animosity towards your husband, and I'll come after him with a vengeance? He fucked my life? Huh? What happened? Dude, I feel like these text messages and everything are raising more questions for me in my mind as I go through this. Because, like, and I was a victim with pleasure today. A victim from the house, right, the mansion. I'm not sending wire till documents are signed and returned, so you better get on it ASAP. And now Steven is basically forced to reply to this in less than 19 seconds here on May 1st, 2024. Okay, I'm going now on it. And then Rob exclaims, and where's your wire to me? What, so he owes him money? Okay. Interesting. I'm just curious what this is all like. What that's about. You know what I mean? Exhibit 15. May 23rd, 2024 text message from Mr. Karamanis to me stating that my life is over, that he was not fucking around, that he would fuck my entire world up if I didn't sign the documents. What are these documents for, though? Like, I'm just trying to understand this. I'm genuinely curious. Okay, so this is the first text. It's going from bottom to top for reference. It says, Jason Karamanis says to Steven, look, Steven, your fucking attorney, Diana, sent me a message. You act like she is the boss. Get this shit fucking done tomorrow or your life is over. On Tuesday, when business opens, I am not fucking around with you asshole anymore. This is fucking retarded. You're lucky I have Rob's back, otherwise I would fuck your whole world up. Hope I am clear. You're a piece of shit. Jesus Christ, Jason. The language I mean, this is definitely Jason, because, like, you know, we've had him on a few times, and he's had very flowery language for sure. Moments later, well, not moments, sorry, about 17 minutes later, Jason says, we did everything you asked for me to do and include the what? What else are you gonna want to change again? It's all done now, and Rob and I both signed off on it. Get it done and send it out for DocuSign ASAP, so can all have a peace of mind. I am beyond boiling with you and don't value that this 2 lines of edits, that's what you wanted, is now done, and I'm waiting for this to be completed. What are they signing here? What do you guys think this could be about? What are these documents that they really want Steven to sign, or like anything? Like, it sounds like he was stalling or just wasn't signing, and they got tired of waiting, but I don't know. Well, like, the whole thing about Rob saying, John Moore fucked my life, I'm just like, John Moore fucked Rob Dawson's life? The Rob Dawson that's like, what, worth the $50-60 million or something? Or what was it? What did Jason's like, $300 million or something? Like, I'm just trying to figure out the math behind how this 100 millionaire is getting fucked over by John. Hundreds of millions. Yeah, sure. Looks like Steven was stalling the conversion of warrants into equity. Sorry, warrants into stock to give equity in the company. I see. We need context. These are cherry-picked messages with redactions. Where was the threat of physical violence? Well, I think we'll get to that here soon, right? In my unprofessional opinion, this corroborates TFE side more than anything. Well, thank you for being honest. All right, Exhibit 16. Oh, here it is. Physical violence. Text message from me to Mr. Dawson, contemporaneously memorializing a call in which Mr. Karamanis threatened to break my jaw, to which Mr. Dawson responded that he was done, directed me to send him stock certificates, and stated that he was preparing default notices. Okay. All right, let's see what happened here. So we're going to go from bottom to top again. I don't know why Rob Dawson's name here is redacted. It's kind of weird. Please send stock certificates. My default notices are being prepared as we speak. I'm done. Well, no, wait, dude. Is it going from... Oh, no, sorry. Excuse me. It's going from top to bottom. I'm so sorry. So this is going from top to bottom. I don't know why Rob Dawson's censored here or redacted here. Rob Dawson says, you can talk with Jason. Every blow-up I've had with you has been about getting agreements done. And you continuously stall and ignore or try to backdoor something that's not your personal agenda now. That wasn't ever part of our conversation. Okay, a minute later, Rob Dawson says, I'm done talking and done funding Ashes without signed agreements. Okay, so this... The whole thing about withholding payroll from employees unless Steven does something, I think that is definitely up for debate, and I think I have my own personal feelings about that. But when it's about just signing agreements and he's not threatening to specifically withhold payroll from employees, which it could be the case here anyway. I don't know. We don't have the context, that context here. Rob Dawson says, you need to sign these agreements or I'm done funding Ashes. Which I think, sure, as an investor or whatever, that's your right. Steven then replies, Rob, I send you an email with my thoughts. If you're open to chatting today about it, then perhaps we can come to some agreement to move forward. But I have to say, Jason just called me and threatened to break my jaw and destroy the company if I don't sign whatever you both want. That's crazy. If you don't want to talk to me, fine. But don't send it to Jason to intimidate me. I sent you my thoughts in that email, hoping to give some perspective into where I'm coming from and hope for us to communicate, not use Jason as a go-between. Rob Dawson says, nope, I already responded. I'm done. Please send stock certificates. My default notices are being prepared as we speak. It really feels like there was a huge breakdown in... Not communication, because I feel like there's too much communication in some ways. But it just feels like there was a breakdown in, like, doing tasks or agreeing on doing those tasks. Again, not sure. Just, it's over stock certificates. Okay. Exhibit 17. What's Exhibit 17? Okay, so some context for Exhibit 17. Mr. Dawson is agent. Mr. Karamanis made those threats to pressure and compel me to execute documents that grant them ever-increasing leverage and control over Intrepid and to ensure complete compliance and submission to their control and efforts to take control of Intrepid. Under this coercive pressure and for fear of harm to Intrepid's employees and the other creditors and investors, I approved extraordinary, one-sided concessions to Mr. Dawson, including, among other things, a warrant providing Mr. Dawson 10% of the company for $10? What? And non-dilutable zero-cost equity options embedded in the notes? 10% of the company for $10? I'm so shocked. No. This gotta be mistyped. This gotta be a typo. What the hell's going on? $10? 10%? Can I get this deal with Nvidia or something, brother? Like, can I get this deal with... You know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, dude, can I get this deal somewhere else? You know what I mean? That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, $10 for 10% of the company. Holy shit, dude. Okay, so, that's interesting. That is crazy. That's super crazy. $10 for 10%. But why? And is it just because he was so fearful or pressured? What is this? Exhibit 7. I'm hoping Exhibit 17 shows the $10. Because there's no way, dude. Exhibit 17. This is Exhibit 17. Okay. The warrant certifies. So I gotta put my Omega glasses on. Issue date January 1st, 2020. Is this backdated? Because Robert Dawson wasn't And until what 2023, right? This warrant certifies that for good and valuable consideration, Robert D. Dawson is entitled to purchase from Intrepid Studios up to a 10% economic and non-voting membership interest in the company on a fully diluted basis in exchange for the warrant price set forth in the section 1.1 below. What? The exercise price for the interest issuable under this warrant shall be $10 for 10% of non-voting interest purchase. Oh my god. Why? Well, at least it's non-voting interest, you know what I mean? Like, that is really interesting. That is to just adjust the numbers, like me selling something to a family member for $1. It's due to Steven not properly doing it in the loans and options account. Interesting. Okay, it's about taxes. Yeah, I'm just like, because he didn't even say here that was a non, what was it? Not membership. What was it? Well, why is my brain blanking out? That it was not even like a non. Yeah, it's like non-voting. I was gonna say membership. I was like, no, it wasn't just membership. It was like non-voting. I was like 10%. I thought it was 10% of you know what I mean. Like, I think that's crazy. I don't know. I was like, there's no way he sold 10% equity, and so I misunderstood that. Yeah, I just misunderstood. I was like, I thought he was giving 10% equity for $10. I don't know. So that's my misunderstanding, but still, I think that's kind of funny. Oh my god. Alright, so Exhibit 18. What's Exhibit 18, chat? What is this? In May 2024, I entered into a deal? Agreement? Transaction? Meeting? Despite being an adverse party to the transaction, I'm assuming transaction, Mr. Dawson directed Intrepid's counsel regarding what? And even signed an engagement letter as Intrepid's purported agent without Intrepid's authority for Exhibit 18. Oh, McDermott, Will, and Emery. Yeah, this law firm pops up quite a bit in the ledger, by the way. To provide legal services to Intrepid in connection with corporate, organizational, and capitalization-related issues. So McDermott was hired. McDermott, Will, and Emery LLP was hired by Rob Dawson for Intrepid. And this is just them saying, hey, here's how our fee and payments and all that services work. And Robert Dawson signed the additional terms. This is their like legal agreement between the company and the law firm. Interesting. Exhibit 19. But the allegation is that Robert Dawson did it without Stevens, or not Stevens, but Intrepid's approval, I'm assuming. Mr. Dawson converted all outstanding debt to equity, expressly canceling $49.5 million in notes and terminating all debt obligations underlying the very UCC one he had just filed on May 13, 2024. True and correct copies of those conversion agreements are attached as exhibits 19 and 20. Okay, so he converted all the outstanding debt to equity, canceling almost $50 million in notes. And then what that resulted in was him, Rob Dawson, becoming Intrepid's majority shareholder, holding approximately 58% of the shares. Mr. Dawson promptly used his position to appoint himself and his close associate, Ryan Ogden, to the board on or around July 2024. Even after Mr. Dawson obtained this control, he continued to threaten me and the company. A true and correct copy of a March 24th... Man, already a lot of stuff that happens around my birthday for some reason in this case. Text message from Mr. Dawson to me in which he threatened to withhold funding because I did not respond to a prior text message. Okay, that's going to be interesting to look at. So 19 and 20 is just Rob Dawson basically melting the debt so he could get more equity. And he got, what, 58%? So he became majority shareholder. Interesting. Okay, here's Exhibit 21, the text messages. Oh my god, why is it so small? And this is gonna go from top to bottom. Rob Dawson says, call me. For those of you who can't see it, I'm gonna read it out loud. Rob Dawson says, call me. Then later, about 2 hours later, forget it, but don't call when you need money either. It's been 2 hours, and I needed your help with Jason, but fuck it. And then, about a minute after that, last text message from Rob Dawson, Steven says, hey, sorry, I did not see the text. And then Rob Dawson replies, not tonight. So this is taking place in 2025, by the way, 2 years after Rob Dawson invested. At this point, he seems pretty tired of Steven. And Steven may have been busy at the studio or something, who knows, right? Steven said, I just tried to call. Rob Dawson said, whatever. I guess he declined the call. I saw. I no longer want or need to talk. Okay. And Steven says, a minute later after that, I'm sorry it wasn't intentional. We have the March launch on Thursday. I was or am completely buried. Was not ignoring you. Sorry. Sad face. We had build failures all weekend and did our PTR testing today with some server crashing. So I was full tilt into that triage. And for some reason, the call me notification I must have missed. Emojis, moon face and facepalm. A minute after that, or almost a minute after that, Rob Dawson says, well, don't lie to me and say you don't see it as I know you watch your phone. I needed 2 minutes, but getting 2 million from Jason isn't a priority until you want to make payroll. I'm not a guy that wastes your time on the phone, and that's not cool with me. And you fucked up me getting Jason's consent. Thanks. You better call Brian and find 1.5 million for next week. I'm done worrying about finding for next week, as I assume you have it covered since you ignored me when I almost had it. Steven says, Rob, I did not ignore you. I missed a text. Man, Rob definitely seems a little pissy at this point and tired of Steven. But at this point, this is where I guess Rob's trying to convince Jason to put in another $2 million in 2025. So Jason did not just, I'm assuming did not just put money in from what was it, 2017 to 2022-ish, 2021-ish. He also put money in, assumingly, I'm thinking 2025 as well. And then Steven also needed another 1.5 million for next week. What? Like, I'm assuming for payroll. I think that's payroll, 1.5 million. Rob the Kingpin. Let's take a break because my throat's getting a little tired right now. So sorry about that. What do you guys think so far about the exhibits and the allegations? Just to recap, we've covered Steven's public statement. We've covered the pictures that have surfaced that allegedly corroborate the ledger. We covered the Riot Games thing and the comment from Trindamir. What else did we cover? I think that was really it. No, I think there's one more. But we covered a lot of stuff up until this point. Now we're just in exhibits. Oh my god. I hate that some of the text read top to bottom and some read bottom to top. Yeah, that's... Sorry, I'm like trying to figure that. But I think we're doing okay. Needs a Netflix adaptation. You're reading Steven's side? Yeah, of course I am. I'm going to make at least 1 or 2 videos for sure on Steven's story here because guess what? I cover everybody's stories. Contrary to Steven's statements in regards to our coverage and our work and me being a mouthpiece. But yeah, I mean, this is very interesting stuff in my opinion. I feel like thus far, this is my personal opinion, I get the sense that Steven no longer gives a fuck. And he's just submitting this stuff to not only like share his truth or his story, but also I feel like he's just kind of the mindset like, hey, if I'm going down, You guys are going down with me. I think that's the vibe I'm kind of getting right now. As for the allegations of, you know, being physically threatened and all that, again, and the whole payroll being withheld, that for sure is up for debate, because I think a lot of people will be divided over that. It's still beyond me how these investors can figure out they need to invest under $100 million at least to get it done. Well, they're not familiar. I'm assuming what they're being told about game development is whatever they research on their own, which doesn't seem to be much, by the way, or what they're being told by whoever. So it doesn't really surprise me. If we didn't know this law, I gave up reading them because I was confused over the direction. Really? I think the direction is pretty straightforward. Steven right now is trying to set up this story. His story of, okay, this is what's happening at the start. It's all innocent, it's all fine and straightforward. And then as months and years go by, escalation, like the escalation starts happening where, you know, Robert Dawson's threatening to withhold funding. It's mentioned quite a lot. He's sharing these text messages and everything, and then Rob Dawson suddenly liquidated the debt owed in pay note convertibles to equity. So he got majority shareholder. Now he starts exercising his powers to be a tyrant, basically. So that's this right now we're at that stage where it's like, okay, the stage is set as of Exhibit 2021. You tried to watch Kira's video, but I got irritated and stopped 30 minutes in. Why? What happened? Hello, Mr. Nefas. Are you going through all of them? Yeah. Yeah, you know our YouTube channel has been mentioned in this recent court filing chat. Your Honor, I blame chat. I was not aware that I could not do this. I would like to submit for evidence the Twitch and YouTube chat transcript where I was encouraged to commit this crime. Oh my god. Pretty weak evidence. No coercion about selling to Riot. Yeah, that's the weird thing. I'm like, Rob Dawson telling you, go ahead. It's like, where's him advising against the sale to Riot? That's kind of weird. But whatever. I don't know what may have happened. Maybe it'll be covered in another exhibit. Who knows? Steven found the $2 million. It shows up the next week in the ledger. Oh, is that what you sent me? Yeah. So in regards to that $2 million that I guess Rob Dawson was trying to find for Steven, looks like, again, according to the ledger, that's totally fake, apparently. We found COURTHOUSE found another link between that and the text messages we're seeing from Steven and Sharif's own filings of a $2 million deposit the following week where they were talking about it. So, again, kind of lending more credibility to the ledger we released. Thank you for that, COURTHOUSE. Because he is a lying asshole. Okay. Let me keep scrolling through chat. If we didn't know these are Steven's exhibits, they could easily consider as Rob's exhibits since they seem to help his side a lot more. I think some people will be thrown off by the whole, like, I'm gonna break your jaw thing, you know what I mean? Like, I don't understand exhibit 1 and 2. The wire's 5 million, but the note is 8. Yeah. Cherry-picked messages without context. If I give you $80 million and it becomes clear you can't deliver, I'm going to take control. This is a rational and valid take. No way, that's crazy. I'll show you later after we're done the exhibits, if you want. I think it's pretty funny. It's like, you know, as found in this YouTube video titled Steven's worst nightmare comes true at timestamp blah blah blah. I'm like, oh, hello. The few times there's at least indication, it's always with the sense of Steve brought this on. It feels like grasping for a narrative. Your Honor, I've never farted while on stream. I resent the implication. What the fuck? Threat of violence claim in the email he wrote himself with no actual proof. Has Steven shown any evidence of him putting his own money in? Well, the only numbers we have that seem to be solid and legitimate are the ledger, and we didn't see any. Have you guys looked at the ledger? Like, I hope you guys didn't just watch my video on the ledger and was like, oh, okay, that's it. There's a lot in the ledger you can look through, but my team and I couldn't find like $55 million being deposited by Steven Sharif. And granted, it's a significant part of the picture, as I keep saying, but we don't have all of the picture according to that ledger, because there's definitely a lot of things missing. There's definitely at least 2 accounts according to an account that I brought in that might be missing. So who knows? You know what I mean? Are you okay with Ronnie Chang playing you in the Netflix movie? Yeah, sure. Why not? You're putting together an investor PowerPoint for the Netflix movie? Okay, buddy. Yeah, Jalon has a great breakdown in the ledger too. He did like what, a 52-hour audit on it. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I read a few pages and I was like, I totally get this. Your Honor, I'm just a YouTuber. Guys, if I do get called to court, you think they would let me live stream it? You know what I mean? You think they would let me live stream it? Just be like, all right, I got my streaming backpack. You know, just strap it in. Have the camera here. Sit at the witness stand. They would let me. Oh shit, that'd be fucking hilarious though. I'm just gonna say that right now. Just have a backpack strap, camera on the shoulder. Yes, Your Honor, I did say this in that video. No, Your Honor, I did not mean that. Your Honor, we need to recess and charge my backpack. Oh my god. Shit, someone remembers. Yeah, what's up, Nixon? Courtrooms have such bad connection. Do they though? Let's see all the conversation. Yeah. Dude, I'm trying to piece all this together. You know? I'm just thinking, what the hell happened with John and Rob, for example? Your Honor, I present you the chat that influenced me. That's true. Okay, let me drink more water and then we'll resume the exhibits. Oh, God. Oh. Well, let me... by the way, Jason called me earlier, but I couldn't pick it up because we were doing our thing. Do you guys want to hear from Jason today? I haven't pushed too much on it as I have with a few other sources, but like I kind of want to bring someone from the board, but you know, there's a whole legal case going on. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I think we were originally supposed to have a scheduled thing on Friday. Yeah, we're Friday. But I honestly also want to bring... I mean, it would be great. I don't know if Steven's watching this or not. It would be great if we could have Steven on, finally, because he said his piece in court. All he could do is maybe repeat or reaffirm or re-clarify the stuff he said in court. But considering he's banned me and all that, he doesn't seem very predisposed to talking to me. So I don't know. Anyway. You think... I don't know. We'll see. So what were you saying? Exhibit 22? Alright. Exhibit 22. This is a amendment to a convertible note. Okay, so in furtherance of his loan-to-own scheme, Mr. Dawson executed amendments to the conversion agreements. Purporting to unwind the equity conversion and reinstate his prior purportedly secured debt on the original terms of the notes. This purported unwinding included the original language in the notes that stated all of his debt was unsecured and subordinated. Notably, under the terms of the July 15, 2025 amendment, buy-in between Mr. Dawson and Tripp and Yaya Legacy Trust, Mr. Dawson did not actually return all of the equity he had received under the conversion agreements. That amendment reflects the return of only 975.68 Class B shares, while Dawson retained more than 3,200 Class A shares. Okay, so that's Exhibit 22 and 23. Interesting. Lots of shuffling going on, it seems, with some of the shares here. Exhibit 24. Okay, it's an email. We need some context here. Neither I nor any other disinterested director or shareholder approved this transaction of the shares in regards to the Class B and Class A shares. On May 21st, 2025, when I asked Mr. Dawson if the board should approve these amendments, Mr. Dawson responded, "The board is not a party to the amendments." A true and correct copy of the correspondence is attached as Exhibit 24. Interesting. Does it start? It starts from here, right? Because it's, yeah. So that's May 21st, 2025 at 6:25 a.m. And this is, yeah, so we'll start at the bottom. All right. Steven says, "Can we chat tomorrow morning? I am going back home tonight and can chat at 8 a.m. my time if you are available. I have some questions about the documents sent on May 20th, 2025 at 10:02 p.m. That works for me," Ryan Ogden says, at 9:20 a.m. Robert Dawson says, "No, I have an appointment from 10:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Okay. KK, how about 10:30 or 1:30 p.m. Eastern or 12? I guess they're in different time zones. Or 12:30 Pacific, 3:30 p.m. Eastern. Okay. And then from Robert Dawson to Stephen Sharif, and then Stephen Sharif wrote, "Topics for our 10:30 meeting. The documents have sections that state all this. Each party represents warrants that it has full power and authority to enter the amendment." And this is Rob Dawson's reply, I'm assuming. "Should we have a board meeting to approve the amendments?" Rob Dawson says, "The board is not a party to the amendments. The company does not currently have legal counsel, or at least no legal counsel that have access to correspondence with regarding line B and C. Should we have that before signing this? We cannot cure no G legal, what the hell is this, counsel and have no dollar to pay for outside counsel. T would be great to get someone pro bono, which won't happen. It would be great, sorry, but we can't even pay the daily operating costs." In the amendment, it states that the parties now desire to amend the conversion agreement to restore the original note and payment obligations of the company. Does that mean Jason's conversion agreements, security, and pledge agreements will be put back into effect on the company? Is that correct? Rob Dawson replies, "Jason's security UCC 1 was never released and is still related to all remaining debt owed to him. You've been in breach since day one with the Main Street lending, and you're in breach on multiple ways. The only way to fix that is either raise a lot of money to pay it off, or be successful and make a lot of money to pay it off." I mean, what else can you say about paying off a loan? How do you pay off a loan? You make money to pay it off, or something. Oh my god. Okay. Jason has always been the senior secured creditor, and he did not release that, and he is still converting the 7.7%. And Ryan, correct me if I'm wrong, but the other note was never co-vetted. He just got stock issued as consideration for making the loan. And then Steven says, "I see the amendments to restore the original notes for Rob, Jason, and friends, but I do not see this approach with regards to my conversions. Why?" Okay, so Steven is concerned about his conversions. And then Rob says, "I'm happy to add that as in Steven's conversions. We need to see where you put the 4 million in, as that has never been confirmed." Oh, this is them asking Steven, when did you put the $4 million in that you said you did? How was it funded? You get the 4% consumable, and yet we did not have any evidence you ever put the $4 million in. Give details in finding that, and we will add your conversions. Interesting. So this is Exhibit 24, but the only allegation here is that Robert Dawson was being irresponsible by not letting the board be a party to these proposed amendments. But it feels like, okay, will restoring Jason's notes cause us to be in default with the bank's UCC1 lien on the company and assets? Jason never released it as he was still owed money. Okay, some of the notes. Okay, that's the message. And that's it, Exhibit 24. This is the biggest part to Steven, apparently, that the board, that Robert Dawson is being irresponsible by saying the board's not a party to even, like, amending these amendments or even knowing about these amendments. So that's interesting. I see a lot of people in the chat asking why Steven's submitting these exhibits. I think it's just to, again, he's setting the stage. He's saying, okay, so this is what's happening. And I'm assuming there's going to be a climax here at one point. Around maybe Exhibit 30? I'm going to guess 30. 30 is a good number. All right. So Exhibit 25, lodged under seal. What? Oh, it's sealed? Why is it sealed? After the supposed equity unwinding, a capitalization table dated April 30th, 2025, after the time Mr. Dawson had entrenched his control, shows Mr. Dawson's holdings inexplicably increased from... Why is this redacted? From X shares to X shares out of something, or 70% out of however many whatever numerical value that is. So 70% of shares total. A true and correct copy of the capitalization table is attached here to as Exhibit 25. Okay, so I don't know why this is not. Okay. Sure. Exhibit 26. Before we get to that, we have Steven's, again, narrative here. I was involved in Intrepid's 2025 search for a strategic partner through the investment bank Ariman Company, and he's actually submitted an exhibit in regards to that in an earlier filing, separate from this, by the way. The parties who were interested in access to diligence data room ultimately declined to move forward due to, among other factors, Intrepid's high level of outstanding debt. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that. Like, if someone checks you out and there's like some things that wasn't seen, that were not seen on the first pass, and they see it, they can back out. That's okay. So this is interesting. So why is this here? Is it just saying, hey, I was being responsible? Okay. So it's just a tie-off to the story. Okay. I'm aware that Mr. Dawson personally owns Pathway Bank, a Nebraska bank-based financial institution. After Mr. Dawson secured majority control of Intrepid and installed a board that was aligned with his interests, Mr. Dawson directed Intrepid's then CFO and board member, Mr. Ogden, to open an Intrepid account at Pathway Bank. Again, aligning with the ledger. A true and correct copy of a text message thread in March 2025 between Dawson and Ogden, on which I was CC'd, showing Dawson directing Ogden to open the Pathway account for Intrepid and to ensure Intrepid deposits are directed to those accounts, is attached as Exhibit 26. To my knowledge, Mr. Dawson did not seek and did not receive approval from any other disinterested director or shareholder for this financial activity involving this bank. So, interesting, again, kind of accusing Rob Dawson of being irresponsible by not letting the board know, but Steven knew. Why didn't Steven let the board know about this account opening? And does it really matter if we're seeing, according to the ledger, deposits going from Pathway into the Intrepid account? It seemed like they just... an accountant told me that it seemed like they just had opened a new account potentially to have a more organized flow of deposits, but I don't know. I'm not an accountant or anything. Okay, so here's the figure. I'll wait for him to subside. All right. Here are the text messages that Steven's sharing in regards to the bank account opening of the bank account and the pathway. This goes from top to bottom. Rob Dawson says, I'm gonna get all deposits from Stripe and PayPal going to pathway only this week. Who is doing that? 30 minutes later, did we get all deposits directed to pathway? And then, what is this? 3 days later, please confirm that the PayPal fund deposits are now directed to Pathway Bank. Maybe they had a phone call here or something. I don't know. Ryan Ogden then says, PayPal is now linked to the Pathway account. Steven, send me any auto debits or anything else that needs to be paid so that I can get them set up on Pathway. This is the account we're going to be using to pay expenses going forward. I recommend you just have things come to me directly so you don't have to be the middleman. You're too busy. Sounds like they were trying to be responsible, but the only issue might be they didn't share this with the rest of the board, is what the allegation is. So Exhibit 27 is what? Intrepid launched early access in or around December 2025 to gamers to play Ashes of Creation through a platform called Steam, owned by Valve Corporation. This partnership resulted in a receivable after a revenue share to Intrepid of approximately $4 million. Attached here to as Exhibit 27 is a true and correct screenshot of the Steam revenue dashboard, showing a total revenue of approximately $8.2 million. So they sold 199,493 Steam early access versions of Ashes of Creation. Lifetime units. And then there's the lifetime revenue. Okay. Yeah, the creative director shouldn't be handling the accounting. Makes sense. The violence part? What about the violence part? I did have to get up for a minute and miss some, but from what I saw or heard, it was still just Steven saying it happened. Well, I mean, I think we should still take allegations of such threats seriously, but he has to be able to prove it too, right? But also, I think after these exhibits, we have like the declarations and everything. All right, Exhibit 28 is in regards to Intrepid and Mr. Ogden throughout 2025 making assurances to Commerce West Bank that the Steam funds owed to Intrepid would be used to satisfy Commerce West Bank's loan to Intrepid. Okay, Aaron Schweizer at Commerce West Bank copying me and others in, which Mr. Ogden told Commerce West Bank we should receive the early access revenue by the first part of December. Okay, so this is them trying to pay off the Commerce West Bank loan with Steam maybe. And then we'll be in a great position to pay all accrued interest and principal payments. Of course, Commerce West Bank is in the most senior position on that list of notes, so it'll be paid before any of the other notes are paid off. Okay. From Ryan to Aaron Schweizer. Hi Aaron, the notes payable have not been converted. Of course, your bank will be in the senior position. And before this email, Aaron just saying, thanks, Ryan. Hi, Ryan. Thanks again for sending May. I guess May referring to the month of payments, transactions. Okay, and this was in July. So they were behind, maybe, on payments? Because this is from July 22nd. From Ryan. Aaron. Ryan says, I've been traveling. I can send you the May financials by tomorrow. So it's not payments, it's just financials. And I should be able to follow pretty shortly after that with the June numbers. Okay. So it's just a typical exchange between you and the bank. The loaner. Or sorry, the lender. Ryan just kind of introducing Ashes of Creation. The game is being played in the test environment by tens of thousands of people every week. We're currently debugging and polishing phase as we prepare for our early access launch in November. Early access when the floodgates will be open and the game will be made available to the general public. This timeline has not yet been publicly announced, so your confidentiality on that information will be very appreciated. Our investment bankers have very conservatively estimated our revenue from the early access release to be $40 million. Oh man. Interesting. Conservative early access. Release? $40 million? That's not a conservative estimate. Anyway, up until the early access release, our resources are honestly very scarce. We believe that we have things arranged to continue to make payroll and finish development, but things are very tight. Okay, catching up the accrued interest will be very difficult, but as a show of good faith, we would like to commit to figure out a way to at least resume the monthly interest payments. It would only be for a few more months. We should receive the early access revenue. This is telling the bank, hey, just give us some more time. Cool. The repayment structure over the loan. Hello, welcome back.
Thank you. I'm gonna make dinner.
Okay. Thank you. But yeah, so the loan repayment. So they were just trying to restructure it. Interesting. And they were assuring the bank that, hey, we'll be fine. I'm going to say in the narrator voice. And it turned out things were not fine. Oh my god. I thought Steven said that Rob Dawson restrained him when he went to his house and let him leave until he signed the papers. I get that right. I don't know. We haven't gotten there yet. Alright, we're done with Exhibit 28. Holy moly. Exhibit 29 basically says, hey, Commerce West Bank understood that Steam funds would be used to pay down its loan. We got a letter from the Executive Vice President of the bank. Okay, and this is Exhibit 29. This is sent to Valve. You are hereby notified that Intrepid Studios Incorporated, a California corporation assigned to a Commerce West Bank, its account receivable due from Valve Corporation, specifically due on the Valve Corporation Steam Distribution Agreement online version between Valve Corporation and Intrepid Studios Incorporated. Payments due or to become due on such account receivable should be made to the undersigned. Payment instructions are enclosed. Here's the wire instructions. Exhibit 30. What is this? A text message from Robert Dawson evidencing his intent to collect the Steam funds for TFE in furtherance of the foreclosure on which I was CC'd is attached as Exhibit 30. Okay. And then for Exhibit 31, it's going to be a true and correct copy of a email on January 8th, 2026 from Ogden to Mr. Moore, my husband, and myself, copying Mr. Dawson, requesting assistance to figure out how to transfer the ownership of the Steam account to the new entity, and noting that it was urgent. Steam ultimately flagged the request as suspicious and froze the funds. So Steam froze the funds because they were trying to switch the deposit account? Interesting. Alright, here it is. Rob Dawson says... It goes from bottom to top this time. Steven, get John to answer Ryan today about the Steam account. He's not responding. 50 minutes... Almost... About 50 minutes later. No time yet. I want to wait till after foreclosure and Steam money is collected. Sorry. Oh my god. It's so hard to see. Sorry, this is from top to bottom. Excuse me. So from top to bottom, we have Rob Dawson saying, no, not time yet. I want to wait until after foreclosure and the Steam money is collected. Steven, get John to answer Ryan today about the Steam account. He's not responding. From Ryan Ogden, about the Steam transfer to John Moore, Steven CC'd on Robert Dawson. Hi John, we need to get together on the phone with Steam and figure out how to transfer the ownership of the account to the new entity that we have created and also update the financial information. When will you have time to do this? It is urgent. Thank you, Ryan. Okay. Exhibit 32. In 2024... so this is what shows in the public property records that we were served a privacy complaint for, among other things, apparently. In 2024, Mr. John Moore sought to refinance the mortgage for a primary residence held by the existing owners under a rent-to-own structure, which was coming due pursuant to its terms. So they were renting to own it. They didn't even buy it. What? This property served as a collateral for Commerce West Bank's loan to Intrepid. Mr. Dawson offered to assist with the refinancing through Pathway Bank to ensure the refinance would not adversely affect Commerce West Bank's loan. Okay. Days before the final balloon payment on the pre-existing mortgage came due, Dawson changed the promised pathway mortgage terms by raising the mortgage rate from 6% to 10%. Mr. Dawson knew he had no realistic other options to obtain a mortgage on such short notice, and so he coerced Mr. Moore to execute a forbearance agreement containing strict foreclosure provisions, stripping us of rights and protections usually afforded to California mortgage holders. Dawson frequently used his position as our mortgage holder to exert additional pressure on me and threaten my husband and me with eviction to obtain increasing control of Intrepid. This is something that could be true, right? I mean, the raising of the mortgage rate as the mortgage holder from 6 to 10%. But what is interesting to me about this allegation, this very serious allegation, by the way, there's no exhibit. Where's the exhibit? This to me, okay, so this to me, very serious allegation, can be seen as very scummy, might I say so myself. But where's the proof? Where's the exhibit? We have like exhibits for like minor things, it seems like, but we don't have an exhibit for this. Why not? I don't know. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't know. Chat. I feel like if I made this allegation, I would be very sure to have a documentation showing, yeah, our mortgage rate went from 6 to 10%. Yeah, this guy sent like multiple text messages or calls threatening to evict us. So it's like, where is the exhibit for that? Maybe there'll be more exhibits in the near future. Who knows? See example 12? Exhibit 12? Yeah, it does say see exhibit 12. So I guess we'll go back to exhibit 12. Oh God. So this is 2024 again. I'm trying to understand where that mortgage rate increase is. Where is the threat to a victim? Am I blind? Am I dumb? Please tell me if I'm being dumb. Like I'm just I'm trying to understand this. Exhibit 12. And it's about raising the mortgage rate, stripping them of rights and protections as mortgage holders, eviction threats. I don't see anything of it. Does anyone see anything? Huh. Okay. Let's go to the next exhibit, which was 32. All right. Okay, so Exhibit 32 is a text message from Robert Dawson on the thread on which Stephen is a participant stating it's official, the foreclosure is complete. On January 16, 2026, TFE Holdings owns all of the assets. It's official, the foreclosure is complete. TFE Holdings owns all of the assets. Teresa Fett, I think she's an investor. Yeah, she's an investor. Reacted with double exclamation point emoji on January 16, 1:06:08 p.m. Okay. And then what happened after this? Days prior to his foreclosure, Mr. Dawson and the board had represented to intrepid shareholders and creditors on an investor meeting call in which I was a participant that he had committed approximately $9 million more to TFE to complete the game. Similarly, approximately an hour after the foreclosure, Ms. Fett confirmed that the board had $12 million to get to the end of the game, attached here too as Exhibit 33. Okay. And when was this exactly? This was still January 16th. This reads from top to bottom, by the way. Steven says, just being open and honest here, what spooked her most was the prospects of not paying PTO, or paid time off, from the email on Wednesday she got. Teresa Fett replies, if we are saving money, a $120,000 per year HR person doesn't make sense. Steven says, Teresa, it may not make sense from a dollar's perspective, but I'm increasingly perturbed at how myopic the board is being with these types of assessments. I understand that my level of resistance and pushback is not making me any friends. To be honest, I am more concerned about the $150+ million put into 10 years going up in flames, not because of us not finding the money to make it to December, but because of the chefs in the kitchen are literally throwing cooking oil on the walls and floor. Not trying to be confrontational or hyperbolic, but honest and direct. Teresa then replies, I do understand your concerns and they aren't invalid. However, we have $12 million to get to the end. We have to be stewards of this money and the roadmap to annual revenue. So this is, in my opinion, very bad and questionable because it's like, you don't want to pay out PTO. I'm pretty sure you're supposed to, especially in California. Especially if they use the PTO, right? Like, and who is this person from the email on Wednesday she got? Who is the she? And is the she linked to this $120K per year HR person? Assumingly. What is PTO? PTO is paid time off. So it's companies give you PTO, or let's say 40 hours or 80 hours of PTO per year. You have the legal right to take paid time off, meaning you can be paid while you take 40 hours of vacation or whatever. You are legally, like, safe. You should be legally protected to be given that PTO. So when you come back after your vacation of 40 hours, the company is supposed to give you 40 hours of pay for PTO. And I think if you, let's say, spend 30 hours of PTO right before you got fired, like let's say the day you came back you got fired, they still have to pay you the 30 hours used, from my understanding. So them referencing, both Steven and this Teresa person referencing that they may not pay out PTO to employees is a little disconcerting here for sure. Even unused PTO or sick time has to be paid when you get fired. Sure. I'm just like, what is this? Why is the 120K HR person being mentioned? Is it the same person, the same woman that got emailed on the 16th? Well, when was the 16th? This is 2026, by the way. So this is Friday, and Wednesday is when somebody got notified of not potentially not being paid PTO. Huh. You think this is most likely somebody who quit because she did not want to be the one to fire people she was asked to fire and tell them they don't get PTO? Interesting. Yeah, yeah, maybe. Interesting theory. But yeah, I think the whole PTO thing depends on the state and also country, of course. So just a heads up. So Exhibit 34. So just kind of expansion after Exhibit 33 in January, we kind of time warped back to December 29, 2025, saying Stephen had been invited to a phone call between Dawson and TFE's counsel, Samuel Schwartz, who, by the way, represented Robert Dawson in federal court. And this was, Stephen had an issue with Samuel Schwartz representing Robert Dawson because I guess they had talked to each other in 2024 or something about a potential bankruptcy or something, filing. I don't know exactly what kind of issues you may have, but that could be seen as a potential conflict of interest. So this is the lawyer that Stephen tried to get dismissed in federal court, but that was denied by the judge. Even though I had no rule with TFE and Intrepid, of which I was CEO, were in direct conflict with TFE's interests. So Stephen is saying, I got invited to a phone call between my opponent and his lawyer, despite the fact that I'm not part of TFE or TFE had conflict of interest with Intrepid. On that phone call, Mr. Schwartz expressly advised Mr. Dawson he would need to notify Commerce West Bank of the foreclosure as senior secured lender, and that by intentionally not doing so would potentially expose Mr. Dawson to claims of fraudulent conveyance against the banking institution. Okay. Following this exchange, Mr. Schwartz informed Mr. Dawson that he would do what he was asking, but that he would need to send him an email advising against this course of action. Mr. Schwartz also advised Mr. Dawson that best practice would be to advertise a sale. Mr. Dawson said that he did not want to and would not do so. This, I think, is probably the truth, based on what we know from the court filings. The judge did see the foreclosure as being problematic. They reversed it, and that was it. And I think there were some legal arguments being made that because they didn't notify Commerce West Bank and they also didn't go public and went private sale instead, that was also problematic. Those are problematic factors. So I think this is the truth. Robert Dawson probably went against his lawyer's advice in this case, based on what we have seen from the court transcripts and based on what we have seen from the judge's ruling. So this is interesting. During this time, Mr. Dawson's and the board's coercive behavior towards me continued in an effort to convince me and other senior management at Intrepid to go along with the foreclosure plan. Attached to this is Exhibit 34, an email forwarded to me by Director of Production Jacob Buechler on March 28, 2026, forwarding Mr. Buechler's January 31st, 2026 resignation email to the board, citing concerns that board's requests to him caused him ethical and professional concerns, and noting that the board used threats to not pay Intrepid employees in an effort to make Mr. Buechler play ball. This is January 31st. Which... Wait. But we knew about it. We knew about their implosion on January 30th. So it was like a day after. Okay, faced with these conditions, which I felt to be untenable, in addition to the board's plan with respect to firing employees without paying them worked wages or PTO, Stephen resigned the protest on January 19, 2026. Okay, Aaron Bartels, who is a defendant against Stephen, had an email on January 8, 2026 regarding defendant's plans not to pay employee severance or accrue PTO as attached in Exhibit 35. A true and correct copy of my January 19 resignation letter to the board is attached in Exhibit 36. So we got the juicy stuff here. This is the climax I was talking about. So here, if the allegations are true and the exhibits show it, that's scummy. Like, you need to be paying what the employees are owed. I also am interested to see what Stephen's resignation letter looks like here. My final act as Intrepid CEO was to advise Commerce West Bank about the planned foreclosure on January 15, 2026, which had not been notified to them, and which involved a plan to take the Steam funds that had been promised to them in satisfaction of their senior lien in an effort to prevent what I felt would be bank fraud. A true and correct copy of an email evidencing my call with Commerce West Bank on January 15 is attached here too as Exhibit 37. Okay, so why don't we catch up here from 34 to 37, chat. 34. Jacob Buechler. Members of the board of directors, I am writing to formally tender my resignation from my position as director of production, effective immediately for cause. This is not a decision I make lightly. I joined this company because I believed in its mission, its people, and the integrity of its leadership. Unfortunately, recent actions and directives by the board have placed me in an untenable position, one that I cannot reconcile with my ethical obligations and professional responsibilities to the company and its employees. Okay. Specifically, I was directed by the members of the board to assist in facilitating and administering the termination of employees under circumstances in which earned wages and other legally owed compensation were not intended to be paid. During these discussions, I and others were subjected to coercive pressure, suggesting that payment of such wages would be contingent upon my willingness to play ball and assist in implementing the board's directives, and that refusal to do so would result in those wages not being paid. Yeah, I mean, if this allegation is true, the board, not great. Does not look good. Potential legal ramifications. Someone says Steam Fund was set for the employee payroll. Yeah, I think that's the claim made from Jason and maybe some of the board. But I'm just thinking to myself, well, okay. Threatening to withhold wages being paid if this guy didn't play ball is not a good look. Trying to avoid paying PTO and stuff, not a good look. So we'll keep continuing to see the exhibits. Oh god. Okay. We have Aaron Bartels to Ryan Ogden, CC'd Stephen Robert Teresa Fett. Okay. Aaron Bartels on January 8th, 2026. I do not believe we should pay severance nor PTO. These are bottom performers who have already been paid more than they deserve. We don't owe them more. Actually, I mean, regardless of what you think about their performance and stuff, you need to still pay them what they're owed. If they want to make noise in market, they will anyway as we're fired. What? As we're fired? As they're fired? Who listens to a poor performer who gets whacked? Oh my god. What? Brother, what is this? Any suit against us will be against the old entity that will have no value in a week. So unless Sam thinks we have an obligation or exposure, let's not pay either. I see what's going on. Aaron Bartels is part of the board, I'm assuming. He's saying, I don't think we should pay severance or PTO to these bottom performers. I'm assuming these are the 10 employees referenced by the PowerPoint presentation. Because they had like a gun emoji symbol or something and saying we need to fire or lay off people. First, it's like 10 of the worst performers and then 100 more after that. We don't owe them more. Who listens to a poor performer who gets whacked?
Yo, bitch ass, you're next.
Okay. And then he's saying it's fine because any lawsuit will be against Intrepid, which they are abandoning ship. They're transferring the assets and everything from Intrepid to TFE. So if you want to go after them, they have to. Any employee has to sue or anything like that against TFE. So they're abandoning this ship. It's an empty ship. There's no value in a week, is what he's saying. So unless Sam thinks we have an obligation or exposure, let's not pay either. There is no value in using good cash to pay this. If we can find $90,000, let's spend it on marketing. Marketing? Yo, what the hell? First of all, hold on. I have so many things to say right now. First, $90,000, is that what you owe to the 10 employees? Like, that's like a drop in the bucket compared to the $12 million that you're planning to put in. Do you know what I mean? Like, I'm just like, $90,000 for so you don't want to pay out $90,000 to employees, and you want to spend it on marketing for what? For Ashes? $90,000. I feel like I'd rather, as a consumer, but also as someone who has business experience, I feel like I'd rather just pay out the employees, but also like 90,000 for marketing. Like, what are you gonna do? It just looks to me like they don't. This person doesn't know, like, the gaming market. I don't know. When we turn on hold on. We will generate $180,000 or 6,000 new players. So what's the problem? And again, I think this is like, is it 60,000? 60,000, I think, from the PowerPoint presentation. I don't know. When we turn on subscriptions, it'll be worth $120K a month. Conservative valuation multiple of 10 times says this could make us $1.2 million. Our fiduciary duty as a board says we owe our investors this better allocation of capital. If we got 80,000 laying around, thanks. I mean, I think this is the point at which, like, one, they want their money back, and want to make an ROI. Thank you so much. And third, I feel like they're just kind of going about this the wrong way. To, like, at least to me. Oh god, Exhibit 36. Is this, up until 37. Okay, sorry. Also keep in mind, hold on. Also keep in mind Steven was part of this email chain. Yeah, but like, you could still be part of an email chain and not approve of something. One of the huge draw cards for Ashes was there was supposed to be no board. And yet Steven got in bed with them anyway. Yeah. This is the only thing in this entire thing that at least hint of the idea of misconduct. It's also just one opinion. No one agrees, no follow-up exists. I mean, first, I think being part of an email chain doesn't mean you inherently, like, approve of this plan or opinion. And yes, I will say there's nothing else provided, like a follow-up. Did anybody else agree? Did anybody object? Did anyone agree? You know what I mean? Like, so yeah, I would like to see more, but this is not a good look anyway. You know what I mean? At least as far as the person who wrote all that goes. Okay, so Exhibit 36. Stephen Sharif to Robert Dawson, CC, Aaron, Ryan, Teresa. This is his resignation letter. Members of the board, I am writing to formally tender my resignation from my role as Chief Executive Officer of the company, effective immediately, subject to any reasonable transitional considerations the board may require, and from my board and from my position as a member of the board. This is not a decision I take lightly. I've dedicated years of my life to building this company, its culture, and its product, and I remain deeply proud of what the team has accomplished. However, under current circumstances, I can no longer continue in my role in the manner that I believe is responsible, sustainable, or consistent with my fiduciary and ethical obligations. This was sent, by the way, on January 19th, which matches all the timelines thus far. First, I fundamentally disagree with the board's repeated attempts to terminate employees without paying wages and compensation legally owed to them, including accrued PTO. In December, the board insisted on the termination of approximately 50 employees without PTO or severance. After I refused and sustained objections over a 2-week period, the board again pressed to proceed with terminations on January 5th, which I think there was a public post about. Ultimately, the board agreed to reduce the number of terminations to 10 and honor PTO obligations only after I personally committed to covering the cost of that PTO myself. If this is true, cool. Nice guy. Nice guy Steven appearing. Had the board proceeded at any of those decision points, it is my firm belief, based on risk I outlined repeatedly in prior communications, and which were corroborated by other senior members of the team, that the company and product would have faced a substantial risk of failure. The manner in which these decisions were discussed and pursued reflected a cavalier and at times insensitive posture toward both legal exposure and human impact. Short. This process directly contributed to the loss of a critical member of our operational leadership, Midori. That's the woman, I'm assuming that was the HR lady, the $120,000 per year HR lady, who got shooketh by the notion that they wouldn't pay out PTO. Midori, who was responsible for our HR function. As a result, the company is now operating without dedicated HR support and without independent legal counsel during a period when both are essential, particularly as further cost containment measures have been contemplated. So they're cutting costs. They're trying to lay off people. Second, I do not agree with the private foreclosure strategy currently being pursued. In my judgment, this approach raises serious concerns regarding fiduciary duties owed to shareholders, creditors, employees in the company itself, and may expose all involved parties to significant legal and ethical risk. In particular, aspects of the strategy appear to rely on assumptions regarding the company's rights and control of core assets that, in my view, warrant careful legal scrutiny and should not be treated as settled or unconditional. Third, after reviewing the board's proposed waterfall structure for employee retention and incentive participation, I am not confident that the structure as drafted will retain the key employees required to execute on a meaningful chance for success. Nor am I confident that the board will meaningfully consider the adjustments I would recommend to improve alignment, scalability, and retention. At this stage of the company, an incentive framework that only rewards high success outcomes materially increases execution and attrition risk rather than mitigating it. Fourth, I have been subjected to repeated threats, coercion, and ultimatums to execute documents and actions that have openly and consistently protested. I cannot in good conscience participate in actions that I believe place the board, the company, the product of my family in material, financial, and legal jeopardy. Okay? Compounding this, the board has taken steps that have effectively removed access to independent legal counsel for the executive team. This has left me in an uninformed and untenable position and has created personal risk for me as an officer and director, as well as undue risk for the company. I cannot responsibly serve as a CEO without the ability to obtain appropriate independent legal guidance in circumstances of this magnitude. More broadly, I do not believe my experience, feedback, or direction is being weighed in with the seriousness these circumstances require. This includes situations where timelines and forecasts were provided with the explicit understanding that success depended on additional funding, appropriate outsourcing, sufficient headcount, and most critically, adequate marketing investment. Those inputs were not provided. Despite these constraints, the project has performed materially above industry norms. Our December early access launch achieved KPIs and revenue benchmarks that many comparable projects fail to reach even after full commercial launch. That performance reflects the strength of the vision, the team, and the foundation we built together. I do not underestimate the pressure the board and particularly Rob has been under. I have a considerable amount of empathy for all parties involved, from the investment team to the development team pulling together to try and deliver on the vision and opportunity. I have sacrificed years of my life and my health in execution of that vision and opportunity. However, delivering on this opportunity requires a nuanced understanding of this genre, this market, and this development model. In my view, critical decisions are being made from an insufficiently informed perspective, resulting in micromanagement and reactive course corrections that materially undermine the project's probability of success. The correct operating model has always been straightforward: budget, talent, and vision drive results. Management's role is to present a plan with associated funding and time requirements that we believe will deliver projected outcomes, not to substitute that process with persistent tactical intervention by this board. Since beginning medical leave in October, I've continued to assist the board and the team in an advisory capacity without compensation to the extent my health has allowed. I prepared communications regarding the company's acquisition and my stepping away due to ongoing health considerations, and I'm prepared to deliver these communications to the team today and to the broader community tomorrow morning. If the board wishes to reconsider its approach and meaningfully address the issues outlined above, I am open to discussion. However, under the current conditions, being overextended, not being heard, and being asked to assume unacceptable personal and professional risk, I cannot continue in my role. I sincerely hope the company ultimately succeeds, and I remain deeply proud of what this team has built. Respectfully, Stephen Sharif. Wow, that was a lot. And we got one more before we take a quick break again. We have Exhibit 37. We have an email from David Vogel at Hexelberg. Okay, and this is just a recap. The call with Commerce West Bank that Stephen made on January 15. Stephen, I understand you spoke with David Quizon this afternoon and that you and your legal counsel can speak with us at 3 p.m. this afternoon. I'm sending a calendar invite with a Teams link. You can join through the Teams app or call in by phone. I do not have your legal counsel's email address, so please forward the calendar invitation to him or her. Wow, okay. Let's take a quick break while I recover my voice. And also eat. So what? There's so much. There's so much. Chat. What do you guys think? You can be part of an email chain not agreement. Can say the same thing about Rob. We haven't seen Rob say anything to prove of this either. Yeah, sure. Remember, Jason said that the board told Steven how he was going to get paid out, the plan. It was Steven's greedy arse thinking he was owed more for what? He didn't put any money. I mean, there's nothing here that would allow Judge to put back ownership to Steven. Ugh. Go on. Alright, let's keep going. Midori and Cameron were approximately the whole HR team. I mean, yeah, you'll need a whole department in our army for 100, 200 employees, right? There's also the possibility that Steven massively overhired. Sure, I think that was a common thing to bring up even before anyone knew about this. Suplee says, chronologically, there's absolutely nothing substantial to counter the accusations against them. You've been waiting for the big reveal, and there's been absolutely nothing for the past 2 hours. It's getting exhausting. It's getting exhausting for you? What do you mean I'm reading? Steven, please just give up and apologize. You save everyone time to go easier on you. Okay. He did apologize on the Reddit post. But nobody accepted his apology. Chat. So I think one person did. 10 years and $150 million. Paying yourself 50k a week and still thinking you're able to pay out for scamming people. Sorry, a month. 50k a week would be crazy. So yeah, we're just taking a quick 5-10 minute break. So feel free to chat. Feel free to ask questions. All of this is missing context intentionally. What kind of context would you want? Like more of the email chain? More of the text messages? Bro has been doing this for so long, he's doing a mid-lunch break. Of course I have to eat. Gotta eat. Gotta drink water. I'm not eating Chick-fil-A. Becca made this. It's homemade. What is this, Becca? Eggs and chicken?
Chicken salad.
Chicken salad. Do we know if Jason's coming on stream tonight? I mean, he texted me, I think. And I think we all agreed that we would ask chat by the end of this if you guys want to hear from Jason or not. So we'll do a poll. Why didn't you DoorDash? What? I like Becca's cooking. That's why. Also, I feel like DoorDash is so limited. I feel like for the price of DoorDash, I would rather just go out and eat with more options. You know what I mean? Thanks for all the news, Nefas. No problem, me too. I just want to cover everything. I'm going to make at least 1 or 2 videos about it. Because, you know, I cover everybody's stories. Your Honor, Jason broke my jaw. What the? You've never DoorDashed in your life? That's good.
Don't do it.
Mario says, oh, I see. You have a private chef.
No.
Plot twist, I'm the private chef.
Yeah.
I hope you're using company funds for the chef and the meal. Totally.
Refer to the chef one more time. I'm gonna stab somebody.
My brother and grew up learning how to cook. Same. You're making spaghetti dinner from scratch at 10 years old. Chopped veggies included. Damn, from scratch. The noodles too? Is Steven talking on the Ashes subreddit? That I'm also banned from. What is this? intermission, but we have Steven kind of reposting what he said in the Discord on the Ashes subreddit. Kind of saying the same thing about, you know, how he didn't want to pull Riot Games into this public spectacle. And then in response to somebody who said, too bad you sold away all your equity for temporary funding loans. Otherwise, if you retained controlling stake, then you could have made the decision on your own, wouldn't be in the situation. Steven then says, as my statement says in the exhibit show, it was not voluntary. Okay. Someone else said, you say it was not voluntary, and you're trying to get a judge to believe that statement, but we're also free to believe you're full of shit. Oh my god. Steven then says, don't believe me. My filing in federal court yesterday includes just a fraction of the text, emails, and documents and voicemails. I know it's easier to rage than it is to verify, but if you care enough to post, then you care enough to read and be informed when making opinions. And then, in response to more statements by commenters on the subreddit, Steven says, I addressed all this in my statements yesterday with a Q&A section. And then someone said, so you respond to most comments, but the one stating you mentioning that you funded this personally was a lie, you deviated. Steven then says again, it's addressed in, oh my god, just keeps going, dude. It's addressed in both my April and March statements. What is? What happened? He locked the wall of text post. What? Interesting. Steven is fuming. No one forced him to give up his equity. His own exhibits show that he ran out of money, repeatedly made the decision to take more loans for investors. Repeatedly. Rob, do as you... There's more. There's always more. This whole thing, like the fucking 400-page nuclear bomb dropping last night, dude. It's a lot. There's a lot. There's a lot to process. There's a lot to think about. Steven crashing out over there hard. Rob says, do as you please. Steven, OMG, is forcing me. Pepe Chill just said, I was just banned. I guess it's the low balls. Steven answers. Steven, how about the fact you lied to the very people that were going to play the game? Get wrecked. Honestly, hilarious. He's arguing with people on Reddit about this. He said he funded the loan, but the dude called him out for dodging. Someone saying, hey, you lied. And then Steven saying, I addressed it in April statements. He's basically forwarding everybody to the court filing. I personally don't think it takes much effort to type out what you said in the filing. So I feel like there's like a barrier there. You know, hey, go through 400 pages instead of me summarizing it for you. You know what I mean? Like, I would probably, like, if I filed 400 pages of legal documents and filings, and someone asked me, yo, what the fuck are you talking about here? Like, give me the TLDR. I'll give you the TLDR. You know what I mean? I don't think it takes much point. I don't think it takes much time. Sorry, excuse me. I don't think so. Listen, if I ever file 400 pages of goddamn legal documents, I damn for sure am gonna make like a 5 to 10 minute summary or something video, or at least type it out in a few paragraphs instead of just saying, just read the fucking 400 pages. You don't have a job, do you? You know what I mean? Like, that's what I'm saying. It's a barrier, and I think that's a valid criticism, because when you want people to understand where you're coming from and what you're doing, what you're saying, you should make that information accessible. Don't obfuscate it. Don't, be esoteric about it. Just fucking summarize it for them. Or point them to a timestamp. You know what I mean? Like, if it's an hour-long video, make timestamps if you can. That's my only gripe. The questions were summarized on the statement though, just repost it. Or just paste the link. You know, like, it doesn't take much effort. That's all I'm saying. Like, okay, let me role play as Steven. All right. Someone responds to me and asks me a question. Okay, I'm gonna go back. Click on this. Copy. Make sure the content's there. Oh, there's a Q&A. All right, I'm gonna go back to that thread. All right, I'm gonna reply to you. Paste. Type. Check this out. I inserted here. Scroll to the bottom of this post. Done. Like, it doesn't take much effort. That's all I'm saying. You know? I don't know. All right. Are we ready? Are we ready to? Are you guys ready? Are we ready to? Resume. My dog is staring at me. Have a good one, Addie. Hey, what's up? Like, good to see you. How have you been? Yes, I'm ready for my bedtime story. Me too. Let me finish the 2 onion rings I have. Alright. Good. Been seeing you everywhere lately. Thought I'd swing by to see what's up. Define everywhere. Yeah, it's been... Our coverage has been popping off. Both fortunately and unfortunately. I cringe every time I see my face. Or hear my voice in someone else's video. Alright. So, I don't know how many more exhibits there are, chat. Oh my god. We're on page 217. And referencing this, we're on page 45. Brother. Brother! Alright. I don't know how long this goes. I feel like I'm in a marathon. For sure. Alright. You guys ready? Let's go. Exhibit 38 and Stephen Sharif's filing. After a quick break here, Stephen alleges that he was not the only person to resign due to these conditions. The senior HR generalist, Midori Rokes, resigned, explaining that she could not participate in or facilitate actions she believed violated the law. Okay, so we get to see her resignation. Terminating, I advise a member of the board and senior leadership that terminating employees without paying accrued and unused PTO, without having final wages available at the time of termination, would violate California Labor Code requirements. The team and I continue to experience pressure to proceed with immediate terminations without adequate planning or safeguards for legal compliance. That this issue was only resolved after the former CEO offered to personally fund the required payments further underscores the seriousness of the situation. This is not an isolated concern. Over the past several months, I've repeatedly raised additional compliance and ethical risks, including the lack of funding for an employment-based immigration, or PERM, process the company previously committed to sponsoring, unpaid vendor obligations, and the growing risk of employees losing benefits coverage due to non-payment and the lack of annual renewal proceedings. These issues were escalated in good faith with the expectations that would be addressed. Instead, they remained unresolved, creating ongoing exposure for the company and personal risk for those asked to implement these decisions. Okay, so the board, it seems, were slacking on a lot of things, according to this HR lady. That was the subject of a prior text message between Stephen Sharif and Teresa Fett. Exhibit 39 is the board requested that I return as CEO after my resignation. They would offer me additional equity if I would go along with the foreclosure. Ms. Teresa Fett threatened that employee health benefits would be cut off, or that the company would be shut down without paying employees unless I agreed to return to work as CEO, and an assistant diverting the steam funds to Mr. Dawson's entity. Okay, I made clear I would only return under conditions designed to protect the company and stakeholders. Jesus. Including the reinstatement of independent corporate counsel rather than the conflict-tainted advice from the TFE-aligned counsel, Mr. Schwartz, the lawful treatment of employees, and the end of coercive practices within the company. Okay, so we have Exhibit 39 to 40. And 41. And 42. Kind of going over all this, so let's go over it. Okay, so these text messages, oh my goodness, go from top to bottom. I'm assuming this is somebody called Doug. I mean, you redacted the guy's name, but okay, whatever. Thanks for heads up, Steven. We can't change what was prepared. I don't understand what the plan was for. It was if Midori didn't leave, she wasn't aware of new company, and we needed it. I'm working with 2 new brokers. The current one has not replied to my email. That's the only contact info I got. Running with it. Okay. Doug, the board has exercised full control over NewCo preparations and insurance decisions. I was neither involved nor consulted on those efforts. I was not asked to assist, and neither Midori nor I were responsible for any NewCo setup. At the board's direction, I worked directly with Cigna and Kaiser in October, November, and December to establish payment arrangements to prevent any lapse in employee health coverage. Any current risk of termination is a result of the board's failure to follow through with the carriers. Jessica is our broker and has been throughout. Okay. You should be calling both Jessica and the existing carriers immediately to attempt to preserve coverage. Attempts to shift responsibility to me or departed staff are inaccurate and inappropriate. The board has been operating independently, has kept the executive team at arm's length, and has had direct responsibility for NewCo execution. As Brian has stated to me, this issue was raised with you approximately 2 weeks ago in San Diego when you met with him. This was known, actionable, and left unaddressed. Confirm today what actions you are taking with Cigna, Kaiser, and Jessica to prevent termination of coverage on February 1st. So the employees are about to lose coverage anyway on February 1st. Interesting. At least according to this text message. Stephen, for transparency, no action will be taken unless we get to resolution with you. As you and I discussed, if we can't, unfortunately, no more funding company will be put on ice. Okay. If the board wishes to attempt to use employee benefits that they paid into as a leverage tactic with me, then you may do so at your own peril. I will not be coerced further. Not coercion, Teresa says. If we can't get to agreement, there is no reason to pay. Company will be shutting down. Exhibit 40 from Stephen to its draft on conditions. Michael to Teresa Fed. Okay. Follow my resignation. Blah, blah. So this is Stephen putting his foot down and saying, hey, these are my conditions for my return as CEO. I continue to serve as CEO. I retain final authority over product vision, creative direction for Ashes of Creation. The board's role is to approve budgets, capital strategy, and risk tolerance, not to manage day-to-day execution and substitute tactical decision-making. Guardrails are acceptable. Operational micromanagement is not. Day-to-day operations are owned by the executive team. Board members, the COO, the Chief Operating Officer, I propose Brian Langford to the board, and CFO must find candidates for the board. So the CFO position was empty at this point, maybe. Rules must be in-house operators and not board members to avoid conflicts of interest and ensure appropriate expertise. Board members do not issue directives to staff outside the executive chain of command. Okay. For HR staffing and ethical standards, the executive team controls hiring, firing, promotions, PTO policy, holidays and breaks, employee contracts and benefits. No employee termination may occur without payment of all legally owed wages and accrued PTO. Executive approval. Independent HR leadership must be restored. Independent outside corporate legal counsel must be restored and accessible to the executive team. No officer or employee may be pressured, threatened, or coerced into executing documents or actions they have objected to in writing. For the legal counsel, personal risk, and health considerations, I must have uninterrupted access to independent legal counsel when necessary. The company and board acknowledge the heightened personal and legal risk I've been placed under and agree not to expose officers to uncompensated or undisclosed liability. Any continuation of my role must reasonably accommodate ongoing health constraints and treatment. Financial framework and budget. The board sets annual or milestone-based budget ceilings, not line item operational control. Management is authorized to operate within those constraints. What is that? Toward a September launch, based on $50 million raised, $4.2 million currently available, $7 million expected additional revenue through September. Plans are adjusted transparently and prospectively if funding assumptions change. A lot of conditions here. Foreclosure and capital structure. First and second position senior creditors must be addressed transparently in good faith. Sure. No private foreclosure or restructuring strategy may create legal exposure for any board member or officer. Indemnification required. Investors such as Tom Alkazan, I'm assuming, Karen Borrego, I'm assuming, and Zach, I don't know who Zach is, must be addressed through negotiated solution. Carry debt, structure repayment post-launch, not unilateral removal. Incentives and retention. The board agrees to discuss and implement a meaningful incentive pool, equity-based. Allocation of that pool is determined by the executive team. Cash retention bonuses may be authorized by management when required to preserve execution continuity. Incentives must reward delivery and survival, not only extreme success outcomes. Outsourcing partners and tools, outsourcing contracts, partner agreements, and tool licensing decisions are determined by the executive team. The board retains visibility, not operational veto. 9. Disparagement, false statements of reputational harm. I've become aware of statements made by board members to employees as well as investors that are inaccurate and damaging. I'm assuming employees started knowing about this, including claims that I owe the company money. Those statements are materially false. The board must immediately correct the record with all parties to whom such statements were made, cease all disparaging or speculative commentary regarding my conduct, finances, or intentions. Any continuation of service will require mutual non-disparagement agreements, mutual releases relating to past actions and statements, appropriate NDAs governing future discussions. 10. Documentation and process. These conditions must be reflected in formal written agreements or governance amendments. Verbal assurances are insufficient. Until such documentation is in place, my resignation stands. If the board believes these conditions are workable, I am open to reviewing draft documentation and discussing next steps. If not, I believe it is in everyone's interest to proceed with an orderly transition. Oh, God. Okay. Lot of conditions. Exhibit 41. Immediate action required. Health insurance. From Stephen Sharif to Teresa, Aaron, Ryan, Robert. A second Ryan email. That's Jason Zimmerman, I believe. Buechler, Jacob Buechler, and Brian Langford. Board members, I've been informed that the company's health insurance coverage is currently scheduled to lapse on February 1st, which is now less than 10 days away. So this is January 23rd, and this email that he sent previously is January 21st, 2 days after he sent his conditions, essentially an ultimatum saying, hey, if you don't agree to all this, I'm not coming back. He's now emailing everybody that the health insurance is about to go under. If accurate, this represents a serious operational, legal, and ethical risk to the company and its employees. At the board's request, I personally work with Cigna and Kaiser, and he's kind of repeating what he said earlier. I understand there have been no subsequent communications or corrective actions taken by the board or its designated leadership with either insurer to address the outstanding issues or to finalize continuation. Given my resignation and the board's assumption of operational control responsibility for maintaining employee benefits now rests fully with the board and its appointed leadership. So wait, he's not back yet? So he never returned as CEO. Any lapse in coverage would have foreseeable consequences, including potential regulatory exposure, employee claims, and material harm to morale and retention. Strongly urge the board to immediately confirm whether coverage is in fact set to terminate on February 1st, what steps have been taken, who is accountable for execution and employee communication. This is not a discretionary matter. Failure to act promptly creates significant downstream liability for the company and its governing body. Please confirm status and resolution today. Okay. All right, and the last exhibit for this particular section of the allegations is a text message exchange between Teresa Fett and Stephen Sharif. It was from top to bottom, it seems. Teresa says, like I said, take a look at the offer and let me know if it's impossible to get there. If not, it's bigger than you just making a statement. There will be no reason for Rob to even fund payroll. It will all go bankruptcy and creditors. This road, everyone loses big times. Okay. Stephen then replies, about 4 hours later, you know how I know that might not be accurate? I was on a call with my litigator and attorney and both said that was not accurate. I also recall Sam saying on the one call I was on that he will be sending an email to Rob saying he does not advise not sending a notice to the bank. Sam being Sam Schwartz, I believe. Well, I've had 2 years to process how Rob operates. This is sent 4 days later after the first text message, interestingly. Well, I've had 2 years to process how Rob operates. He doesn't like to play fair. I think that is abundantly clear. Just look at the bank situation, the settlement and the original dilution issues, the threats to my life, the threats of eviction and coercion from my home, and now, finally, his unwillingness to agree with the provisions in the term sheet. I will pursue claims along with other investors for the damages the board and Rob has caused with this foreclosure and other unethical actions he has taken post July 2024 settlement. Obviously, this was not the outcome that was necessary, and it is truly shameful, but if Rob is intent on ensuring the destruction of the company and the loss of the investors' capital, I cannot stop him. I know you believe my position was reasonable, so as do other advisors I trust. As for transition, I'll confer with my attorneys tonight and get back to you. I just want to say, this is exactly why the board trying to sneak one past a bank was I think this is a text message that was filed in the previous filing. Was a terrible decision to make. Instead of this elaborate foreclosure strategy, someone should have done the normal and right thing and just reached out to the bank and asked for some grace and an extension. Now the situation is fucked. By the way, this message is sent another 3 days after the previous text message. Sorry, I'm not trying to be rude, but this is one of the many damaging missteps the board chose to take that puts us in this precarious situation. Teresa Fett responds, Stephen, my point is simply this, notifying the bank would naturally accelerate any seizure notice. That limited optionality. Perhaps there could have been room to negotiate, perhaps there still is, and we intend to explore that. By the way, the 30th, that's when news was breaking. I think this is like the morning right before the afternoon, the early afternoon, where people were being laid off, people were being notified that, hey, they're fired. That evening, I was at In and Out, as Becca can attest to. And I was like, "What the hell is going on in the Ashes Discord?" So these two text messages are on the day of when the implosion started occurring, at least publicly. All right. Oh my God, how many exhibits are there? Why is it the board's fault that Steven fucked everything up? His home. Yeah, we covered that earlier. The logo is shady. No one saying would agree to this? What, the conditions? What was John Moore's CFO expertise? Why wasn't Stephen concerned about qualifications then? He's framing the board. Yeah, I mean, it's like the board saying, okay, Stephen fucked up. Stephen saying the board fucked up. I mean, it's gonna, that's basically it. What is this? Okay, I see. Mr. Dawson and the board exposed Intrepid liabilities and publicly considered identities and roles in Intrepid. On February 6th, I received notice from the California Department of Industrial Relations that the agency had opened a regulatory inquiry into suspected wage theft based on the way in which the board had summarily terminated all Intrepid employees without pay, benefits, PTO. Okay. And Exhibit 43 shows a false statement of information that was filed just days prior to the unlawful foreclosure and mass layoffs. Mr. Ogden, at the direction of Dawson and the board, did this filing. Attached a true and correct copy. Okay, so 43, I think is what we've seen before. So this is one of the things I wanted to ask Stephen about, because there's a there's this 2020, what is it? 2025 December filing, and I think I mentioned this in the text message I revealed in the video today. That, yeah, there is a discrepancy here that I would love for Steven to explain. First, John Moore is listed as CFO in December 2025, but Ryan Ogden is CFO some other time, and I think it was April 2025. So what happened there? And there apparently seemed to be a vacancy on the CFO position around January 2026. I don't know what's going on. So that's one of the things I wanted to ask Steven about, but he never answered. Okay, so according to Exhibit 44, Mr. Dawson expressly directed that he remain hidden in the background as ownership, and not to be at the forefront. He threatened Steven on multiple occasions not to publicly disclose his involvement, reinforcing his intent to obscure his role. After discovering the false filing, I promptly notified defendants that the filing was inaccurate, unauthorized, and should be corrected. Yet defendants refused to amend it, leaving in place a public record that misidentified who governed the company during the period of defendant's control. Okay. 44 will show that. 45 will show correspondence. And Mr. John Moore likewise addressed and objected to this false filing in his resignation letter, which is attached in 46. So, let's... this is Rob Dawson in July 28, 2024 at 10:35 a.m. saying, I want you guys in the lead and me hidden in the background as ownership. Never would be in the forefront. I want to get the legal and finance buttoned up so we're good to go. I don't think this in itself is nefarious. I think if you don't want to be the face of a company, you don't have to be. So, cool. Exhibit 45. This is... Right, this is January 30, 2026. Resignation. Forwarded. Steven. Yeah, correct the statement. Yeah, this is him just telling the board, hey, correct the statement of information to accurately reflect that Ryan Ogden was the last duly appointed CFO, not John Moore. And Exhibit 46 shows John Moore's resignation on January 31st, 2026. So John Moore was not CFO. He was Director of Operations in the last, I guess, years of Intrepid, the last year of Intrepid. Not sure. That's not even clarified, by the way, when John Moore was switched out from the CFO position for Ryan Ogden. So this is John Moore's resignation letter. John Moore has been also a very public name, especially as far as the ledger that we recently published goes, because there's a lot of unexplained transactions involving his checking account. So this is what he said. I have serious concerns regarding the misrepresentations of officer roles in the company's statement of information filings. I did not consent to, authorize, or accept designation as an officer of the company, yet my name and title were represented in the official filings in a manner inconsistent with reality and without my approval. I've devoted years of my professional life to building the studio, its culture, and its operations with the expectation that its leadership would act with integrity, transparency, and fidelity to its legal and fiduciary obligations. Interestingly, this contradicts a lot of the employees' testimony about John Moore not really being present or just stocking snacks and such. But I guess, I mean, you could still contribute to culture in other ways besides work or being present at the office. I think it was Steven and John who were dressed up as Santa and Santa's elf, right? So I guess you could argue that. Second, I'm a personal guarantor on the company's Main Street lending program loan with Commerce West Bank, secured by my personal collateral. This is backed up by public property records that we looked at in the recent lecture video. I observed and objected to actions taken or proposed by the board involving an attempted private foreclosure under Article 9 that, in my judgment, risked impairing the senior secured position of Commerce West Bank. So this is them just kind of like fighting over this Commerce West Bank loan. And if the allegation is true, because that's something, again, I raised my eyebrows at, and that's part of why I reached out to Steven too. Why is there this weird discrepancy between who's CFO? That's one thing that really stuck out to me. So this is their story about, hey, I didn't consent to my name being used for the CFO position at this point in time. And John Moore continues to say, the cumulative effect of these events has caused significant stress and harm to my family. My spouse has experienced serious health challenges as a result of repeated harassment, coercive communications, and sustained pressure arising from board conduct related to these matters. Continuing my role under these conditions would place further unacceptable strain on my family and compromise my personal responsibilities to their well-being. I've lost confidence in the board's ability. I deeply regret the circumstances that led to this decision to resign, and so on. I am willing to cooperate reasonably on transitional matters to the extent appropriate and consistent with my legal, ethical, and personal obligations. Okay, so that is the last of the exhibits. And there's no exhibit for this last part where Steven is alleging Jason is the agent of Rob Dawson, trying to devalue Intrepid, trying to smear Steven, trying to issue defamatory statements, saying that there's a public defamation campaign that's being coordinated between Jason and the board, and also implicating me in that, by the way. 2 of our videos are actually mentioned in this legal filing, as mentioned earlier, like 5 hours ago. So, Your Honor, I am just a YouTuber. I rest my case. Mr. Nefas, that's you're not the lawyer. And this yeah, I don't know. Let's see. What was the exact allegation here? After defendant's unlawful foreclosure, Mr. Dawson's agent, Mr. Karamanis, has worked tirelessly to damage Intrepid's value in the marketplace through a sustained public defamation campaign spanning dozens of hours of live YouTube interviews and social media appearances, attacking Intrepid and me and disparaging the company. In those public statements, Mr. Karamanis has also repeatedly disclosed and misrepresented highly sensitive, internal, and confidential company documents, which he has represented he obtained from members of the board. My understanding, based on Mr. Karamanis' long-standing close connections to and actions at the direction of Mr. Dawson from 2020 to 2026, that Mr. Karamanis has been directed to undertake this defamatory publicity campaign on defendant's behalf. For example, in one YouTube video entitled Ash's Creation Investor Response to Stephen Sharif's Legal Victory, a lot of timestamp 2043, QuickBooks. All right, and that's the end of the explanation for the exhibits. Now, there's other things that we can cover, which includes the declarations by several individuals, including the people mentioned by Steven to be on this side. Brian Langford, for example, that I am the former executive producer and head of studio. If called as witness, I would and could testify competently to the facts stated here. And so Steven is finally bringing in witnesses. He's finally bringing in people who can maybe back up his story. So I'm going to cover what Brian's story is here. Witnesses? I mean, if they're willing to testify, yeah, they are witnesses. Your Honor, Jason took the value of Intrepid from 0 and reduced it to 0. Your Honor. Your Honor, I'm just a YouTuber. Your Honor, I just used the YouTube funds to give treats to my dog. What the fuck would... I don't know if I would go... Why would I go to court? That'd be so funny. But I think I would like... I was showing chat earlier the streaming backpack we have in the background. It's right there. Right there. Just imagine me with that backpack strapped on me. And just going to the witness stand. You know, just be like, yeah, alright. Camera on my shoulder. I don't know. I think it's a funny idea. But let's go over it. So Brian Langford is the former executive producer and head of studio at Intrepid Studios. Brought on, I guess, as a witness for Steven. And he just kind of corroborates Steven's claims about, Ashes of Creation had a great Alpha 2 launch. Steven Sharif mentioned in early September 2025 that he was getting pressure from the company's investors and started to include Jacob Buechler, former director of production and me in strategic decision-making to keep Intrepid financially viable. In October 2025, Steven Sharif wrote to me and an in-house HR representative that he had been advised by his doctors to take a step back from running Intrepid for the sake of his health. In this email, Steven Sharif requested to go on medical leave due to advice from his doctors who believed he was under too much stress. Mr. Sharif subsequently took a brief medical leave, returning a few weeks later on a remote basis. Over the last 2 years, I, Brian Langford, have observed Steven Sharif suffer from significant health issues. Approximately a year and a half ago, Mr. Sharif suffered a severe health emergency to the extent that I and others believed him to be on his deathbed. Jeez. At that time, his husband, John Moore, tearfully asked if Intrepid would finish Ashes of Creation in Mr. Sharif's honor in the event he passed away. Prior to these health issues, I observed Steven Sharif work closely with employees, taking calls from his desk in the Intrepid Design Studio and frequently hosting company barbecues and events to boost team morale. As a result of these health issues, he was forced to take a step back both professionally and socially. Employees started coming to me with questions they typically would have asked Mr. Sharif. I believe this was very challenging for Mr. Sharif, who is passionate about Ashes of Creation and wanted to go back in the trenches working with his team. On December 15, 2025, I witnessed unusual behavior by Robert Dawson toward Mr. Sharif. That day, Mr. Sharif and the board held an all-day in-person meeting at the Intrepid studio. I entered the conference room once the meeting ended and saw Mr. Sharif and Mr. Dawson alone in the room, huddled very close to each other, while Mr. Dawson pointed at documents. I found the close proximity of the two men to be unusual at the time, and I later understood from Mr. Sharif that it was an intense interaction he believed was meant to intimidate him. And I'm assuming that's like the intimidation to have Steven Sharif sign a bunch of papers that he doesn't know what he signed. So this is a pretty interesting thing from somebody who witnessed that instance, potentially. Around Thanksgiving 2025, the board suggested that they wanted to speak to Mr. Buechler and me directly without Mr. Sharif. This is when communications with the board became unreasonable, in my opinion. We communicated to the board that we need more time to develop the game, but they did not seem to care. Of course they don't care. They just want money. Alright. Instead, they claimed that they could not afford to spend more money on development and therefore wanted to monetize the game immediately. They started to look toward cutting costs and initially considered giving up Intrepid's physical studio space. Okay, I mean, sure. When they realized that this would only save about $1.5 million per year, I think that's still a lot, they decided to also start cutting employees. At that time, Intrepid was spending almost $4 million per month, $2.9 million of which went to employee salaries. I mean, this is pretty common in the gaming industry. This is common all around. You want to cut costs, you want to boost your profit margins as a company. What do you think the most expensive expense is? It's humans, it's human labor, it's the insurance, it's the payroll, everything. You cut the people. So that's straightforward. And I'm not surprised at all by this. Mr. Buechler and I suggested to the board that there were many indicators that the game was going very well aside from money. We suggested pushing back the launch from March 2026 to June, September, or even end of year 2026 with proposals to help offset the costs in the interim. Mr. Buechler told the board he would put together a corresponding roadmap to support our proposal. So this guy might have been the one. Yeah, okay. Which he said to the board in the PowerPoint presentation on December 23rd, 2025. So Buechler is the one who made the PowerPoint presentation that was leaked to a lot of people. And then we picked up on it and we verified it and we published it. Does not make the board look good, in my opinion. In the gaming industry, studios typically close around the holidays from December 23rd through January 2nd. Mr. Buechler and I, however, spent our holiday time pitching additional cost-cutting proposals to the board. The fact that it was somebody in Steven's camp that made that PowerPoint presentation is insane, considering that PowerPoint presentation had, like, very questionable things, and obviously it had to have been somebody with knowledge of the game, like putting the mention of the Tonar race into it, but also putting why did you put a gun icon next to laying off employees. Like that's kind of weird. You know what I mean? So first, I would just like to say that doesn't make this guy look good. The PowerPoint presentation. Everyone thought initially it was like people on the board, but we kind of reasonably concluded that it had to have been somebody else or somebody with the knowledge of the game, because it doesn't really feel like the game, like the board was aware of what the game even entailed. So that's really interesting. I think that PowerPoint shows that Steven was on board, pun intended, with a shady. Who knows? It seems like Buechler is saying, or not Buechler, but who is this? Yeah, Brian Langford is saying that him and Buechler worked on plans together, and Buechler put together himself a corresponding roadmap. Doesn't mention Steven. Yeah, what's up, Leshrack? Shout out to Leshrack, by the way, for putting together this exhibits document. But yeah, I mean, I think it's crazy. Brian continues to say on December 29th, 2025, he attended the call with the board where they directed me to fire 125 Intrepid employees by 5 p.m. on December 31st. That's crazy. Chat. What a crazy thing to see here. Brian Langford was directed to fire 125 employees by 5 p.m. on New Year's Eve? Happy New Year! Oh my god. Despite the entire staff being on vacation, I was expected to find a way to contact employees on their holiday break, get them on the phone, and tell them their jobs were over on New Year's Eve. The board also communicated on this phone call that Intrepid would not be paying PTO as severance, which, again, my god, my goodness. I also objected to the directive because it would be a WARN Act violation. Interestingly, no one on the board had mentioned the WARN Act until I brought it up. Once I did, the board members suddenly began to discuss the law and seemed to be knowledgeable about it. Teresa Fett seemed particularly informed on the WARN Act. This suggested to me that they knew about the law when they were silent about it, but hoped it would not be brought up. What? No way. Why would it ever be brought up? I concluded that they were trying to set me up and were attempting to put me in a position where if I followed their instructions, any liability would fall on me in management rather than on the board. I refused to comply, and I communicated my objections to the plan to Mr. Sharif by email with my Intrepid email account on December 29, 2025. In that email, I told Steve and Sharif that I would not comply because it was impractical, in that the board gave me only 2 days notice during holiday break, and 2, it was illegal not to pay employees PTO under California law, which is true, and that this directive from the board would be a WARN Act violation because the layoffs involved more than 50 employees, which is also true. I no longer have access to my Intrepid issued email account in order to attach those emails here. I understood that Mr. Sharif subsequently spoke with the board and convinced them to delay further discussion of the layoffs until everyone returned to the office around January 6, 2026. Dude, the employees are fucked either way, dude. That's the sad shit. That's the sad part, dude. Between January 1st and January 24, 2026, the board scheduled multiple meetings with me, Mr. Buechler, and others. There were at least 3 meetings during which I was told to fire substantial numbers of people and to stop making legal claims about why it was problematic. That's crazy. During 2 calls, board member Aaron Bartels used coercive language, what does that mean, and what I consider to be strong-armed pressure tactics to pressure me to act according to the board's will. These calls caused me severe distress. At one such meeting, Mr. Bartels told me to stop arguing about the WARN Act and legal issues because the board had the absolute best lawyers who told the board not to worry about their layoff plans. What? Mr. Bartels also told me to stop citing laws and to fire employees as instructed. I understood his comments to mean either that the board did not care about the legality of firing employees under the WARN Act, or that regardless of potential legal exposure, they believed their lawyers would take care of it. On another call in January 2026, which included Aaron Bartels, Doug Bartels, Mr. Buechler, and me, I'm assuming they're brothers, Doug and Aaron. Aaron Bartels again threatened to fire employees without paying out their PTO. He said that if I played good with the board, they would consider paying out employees' PTO in cash. However, Mr. Bartel said that if I continued protest, that he did not know what would happen to their PTO. That's crazy. I understood this to mean that the fate of employees earned PTO depended on whether I comply with the board's demands. There was a recent developer, Kaplan, right? He came out and said, he shared a similar story where he was like blamed. Or not blamed, but like some C-suite motherfucker was like, hey, the people getting fired is on you if this fails and shit like that. Yeah, Jeff Kaplan. So this kind of reminds me of this, except it's not jobs but PTO, because it seems like a foregone conclusion that they're gonna get fired anyway, and all the thing that was left was the discussion about the PTO and other compensation needed to be paid. So yeah, many employees had banked substantial PTO, enough to give them a month or more of a runway to find a new job. I felt as though if I did not cooperate, this runway for employees might disappear. I was emotionally crushed with about 200 people's lives on my conscience. That's a heavy thing, bro. That's a heavy thing. Jeff's new game is legit. Except Jeff has an amazing leader, proven track record, and reputation to withhold. Well, I'm not saying he isn't. I'm just saying this just reminds me of that. Kind of like the same vein, but it's about PTO rather than the job. Brian continues to say, after that call, I was in tears discussing it at home with my fiance. I wrote to Mr. Sharif and told him I could not continue with the company and that I wanted to quit. The board subsequently began introducing the idea of creating a second company, TFE Games Holdings LLC, or TFE. I understood their plan to be to enroll about 60 employees over to the new company and to fire 49 people from one company and 49 from the other in furtherance of what I believe to be a scheme to avoid triggering Warren Act obligations at either entity. Yeah, I mean, it's under 50. I understand that the board subsequently suggested to Mr. Sharif and Mr. Buechler that this was management's idea, including me, but my understanding is that that is false. At this time, the board had stopped paying bills, including those from external contractors who had already completed substantial work. Once the board formed its new company, TFE, and ceased paying Intrepid's bills, it appeared to me that the board was deliberately allowing obligations to accumulate at Intrepid, while shifting its most valuable assets and operations to TFE, leaving creditors and employees behind with a shell of a company. In my experience, this kind of behavior is very damaging in the gaming industry. If you do not pay your server providers, you do not have servers to run your game, and you ruin critical relationships that are necessary to run a live service game. The board did not seem to understand this or care. The board's plan to move certain employees over to the new company was also flawed. In my experience, talent turnover is common in gaming. When one key person leaves, others follow. However, when this occurs, you're often left with a few junior and mid-level employees trying to execute work that directors and highly experienced staff had been coordinating for years. The board seemed to have no real understanding of what would be required of these employees to make the game actually shippable, and failed to grasp the complexity of server stability, economy balancing, and high-level design. The board asked if I would serve as CEO to continue development, but I refused. I saw way too many problems with the way they were operating. At some point in January 2026, Mr. Sharif resigned. Even after his resignation, Mr. Sharif remained a key conduit between the board and senior Intrepid employees like me and Mr. Buechler. Following his resignation, Mr. Sharif continued to pressure the board to pay employees' health insurance, as evident by that prior exhibit that we saw in this filing. At one point after his resignation, Mr. Sharif offered to return as CEO so long as the board agreed to pay employee health insurance, reformed how employee shares in the company were structured, and ensured that certain employees receive work visas to remain in the country. Mr. Sharif documented these demands in the list, which he showed to me, Mr. Buechler, and Mr. Zimmerman. The board refused his offer outright. I believe this is because at this point the board was desperate and was not thinking their plan through. I also pressured the board to pay employee health insurance during this time. The board nonetheless failed to make required payments to the insurance companies in January 2026, causing all plans to terminate on February 1st, 2026. Employees who had accrued healthcare bills in January were thus forced to pay them without the benefit of their health insurance plans. After Mr. Sharif resigned, Mr. Buechler and I tried to create a reasonable legal plan for the first round of layoffs. We identified 9 people to lay off. However, when one key HR employee saw how the board intended to handle PTO and severance, she decided she could not participate. She resigned and added her own name to the list of layoffs. We therefore initially identified 10 people for the board to lay off. Immediately following the layoffs, there was a small uproar in the gaming community. Well, I think the Ashes community. The board had never seen this sort of reaction before. They appeared to me to be used to other types of business, such as real estate, agriculture, or other businesses unrelated to gaming where layoffs did not produce widespread online backlash. I warned the board that this reaction was only a small taste of what would happen if they proceeded with mass layoffs without considering the WARN Act, PTO, or severance, and without the support of the face of our company, Mr. Sharif. I told them it would be like dropping Mount Everest in the lake. I understood that the board's lawyers told them that the backlash would fall on Intrepid as a dead shell company. This seemed to encourage them to continue with their plan of moving assets to the new company and framing the narrative in a way that villainized Sharif and the Intrepid team. In my view, they wanted to pin the blame on Intrepid's management and wanted to cast themselves as heroes trying to save whatever they could. On January 28, 2026, I attended a meeting with Jason Zimmerman and Doug Bartels. Mr. Bartels had been trying for some time to get access to Perforce and all of Intrepid's codebase. He was not an Intrepid employee, was not even an investor. I believe he was acting as a representative for Mr. Dawson, claiming he needed access to all these systems to do his finance-related work. Mr. Zimmerman and I refused to give him access as he was not part of the company. Interesting. Very interesting clash here. In response, I understood the board appointed Mr. Bartels as interim CEO through emails sent to Mr. Zimmerman and I saying that the access to Intrepid's codebase was CEO approved. Mr. Zimmerman began onboarding Mr. Bartels, but the process was never completed. Why not? Why wasn't this completed? On January 30th, 2026 at approximately 1 p.m., I drove to Intrepid's offices to meet with the board in person. I attended this meeting with the intention of telling the board that I would stay and try to help because I believed it would be the right thing to do for the team. At this meeting, the board allowed an outside person who was apparently being considered as a potential new CEO to sit in on the meeting, which I believe to be a confidential internal company meeting. When the game launched on December 2025 on an early access basis on the online gaming retail platform Steam, it generated revenue from sales and microtransactions. Steam did not pay this money immediately. Instead, there was usually a 30-day delay after the end of the month, which meant it could take 45 to 60 days before the studio actually received the funds. By that time, approximately $4 million in Steam revenue was processed. Mr. Dawson and the board had already created TFE. I understood from Mr. Sharif at the time that Mr. Dawson pushed to have the $4 million from Steam deposited with TFE. Mr. Sharif told me that Commerce West Bank held a priority lien on the company, so if he complied and arranged for the money to go to TFE without their knowledge or consent, he believed he would be violating the bank's rights and accomplice to fraud. When I arrived at the meeting on January 30th, 2026, the board told me that Sharif had stolen $4 million from them that morning by contacting Commerce West Bank and blocking the money from being deposited with TFE. They told me they needed $4 million by 5 p.m. that day. Quick, I need a quick loan of $4 million. If they did not get it, they were going to shut down the whole studio in retaliation. The board claimed that they had been planning to use that $4 million to pay employee salaries and outstanding bills. I did not believe them. Okay, so we do have confirmation that at least they claimed that they wanted to pay off the employees and such. But Brian here said, I did not believe them and consider their statements to be a convenient excuse for not paying employees. I also had no idea how to get them $4 million by that deadline. Okay. The board also demanded that Intrepid send WARN Act notices the next day, on January 31st, 2025, which is a violation, I'm pretty sure, and then fire everyone by February 2nd, 2025. They demanded that I execute this plan. The draft WARN notice sent to me by email was signed by Intrepid management. I asked the board whether this referred to Doug Bartels as interim CEO. They told me that any reference to Mr. Bartels as interim CEO had been a mistake. Oh. That was never meant to have full CEO powers, despite their previous representation to me and Mr. Zimmerman that he had been appointed interim CEO in order to gain access to Intrepid's codebase on January 28, 2026. In my view, this was the final confirmation that the board was trying to shift blame and legal exposure onto others while keeping themselves clean. Executing these layoffs was deeply personal to me. The board, whom I understood held very large sums of money, were willing to sacrifice the livelihoods of around 200 people and create a and kill a creative project that meant so much to thousands in the gaming industry, creating tens of millions of dollars like just another speculative position. Following these layoffs, I understood from the board that they intended to outsource development of Ashes of Creation to a Philippines-based development company called Amber. Someone search it up in chat. Amber, Philippines. They later decided to outsource development to Companion Group, a vendor Intrepid had previously worked with, which again lends credibility to the ledger we published, because Companion Group comes up a lot, to outsource limited engineering work. In order to do so, Companion Group required Intrepid's code base. When requested, I understood from Mr. Zimmerman that he was not comfortable handing over Intrepid's assets to the board. In view of my observations of defendant's conduct with respect to Intrepid, I support the appointment of a receiver to safeguard Intrepid's assets and act in the best interest of Intrepid. So this is all for the receiver. Interesting. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. Executed on April 13, 2026 at Oceanside, California. Woo! The saga continues. Oh my god. It seems like such a shit show, guys. Hardware says, dude, go stream from the court. It's open to the phone. Please, I'll donate. Donate now. And we'll save some funds for it.
No, I didn't forget. Nefas,
we'll totally not use our DoorDash. But you know how much it is to live stream from that backpack I showed you guys? That's how much is it? I forget. It's like $300 to activate the internet, and like $99 for like the fucking IRL streams OBS setup, if I recall correctly. I think the prices probably went up, but it takes a lot actually to stream from the backpack. It's gotta spend at least $300 for a month. I'm sorry Steven had health problems, but it's not someone else's fault. I got stressed from failing on his job. That's hearsay. 2 hearsays. Oh yeah. The Rob and Steven cuddling, or sorry, not cuddling, huddling together in the conference room. Yeah, sure. Layoffs all day. Yeah. I mean, some of the shit that this person is saying, it's kind of crazy. It feels like to me like a total shit show. Just feels like 2 worlds collided and neither world knew how to handle the other. So Amber does exist, amberstudio.com. Okay, yeah. I mean, Philippines outsourcing. Oh my god, they worked on the Courtroom Chaos starring Snoop Dogg? No way! What the? Yeah, that's crazy. This Philippines outsourced developer worked on Snoop Dogg, the Snoop Dogg game, bro. This is the game that killed New World. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, we're shutting down New World. Next day, Amazon Game Studio says, we got Courtroom Chaos coming out, starring Snoop Dogg, Snoop Double G Doggy Dog. That's so funny. That's so good. You can't make this shit up. I'm sorry, guys. Like this is hilarious. I have to say, this part, it's hilarious. Maybe I have a twisted sense of humor, but like, come on. That's hilarious. Oh my god. Snoop Double G Dog. Snoop. Oh my god. This is killing me, guys. This is absolutely killing me. Mexican ninja. Sad New World died for that. No, I don't think it's sad. I think it's fucking hilarious. What the fuck is going on? That's nice. Are they based in the Philippines though? There, yeah. There's a Manila location. Sure. God. This is where game goes to die and rich men can wash money. Snoop Dogg. Snoop. Okay, so what do you guys think about Brian Langford's testimony? Or I guess written statement. Oh, here's Buechler. Here's Buechler's story. Jacob, and then whose story is after this? Jason Zimmerman. Why is the J's bugging out? So we have Jacob Buechler, Jason Zimmerman. Oh, Karen Borrego is on Steven's side here. That's surprising. Interesting. Woo! I feel like I'm seeing a lineup of the Avengers, but Intrepid Studios version. Tom Alkazan. Right. God, we have so much to read. This is fucking crazy. Zach Schuster, a creditor. Oh, that's the Zach that they mentioned that we didn't know about. So another investor. I feel like just gonna. Oh no, this is the lawyer's statement saying that Howard Grobstein should serve as a receiver. And these are the exhibits for... Why are these exhibits? Oh, so this is attached, right? I'm just trying to skim through and see what's going on. Yeah, this is the thing that we saw earlier about how the law firms are not going at each other. Schwartz is accusing Withers Bergman of using funds that might be compromised or were stolen from Intrepid, and they want their money back. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. This is another exhibit. What is this? This is from the prior filings. What? What is this? Oh, this is... Okay, I understand what's going on. So this is exhibits... So these are exhibits showing, like, other parties that had legal history or cases against Rob Dawson. Rob Dawson is named as one of the, I guess, defendants. Collectively, the Kingpin defendants? What? You can't make this up. That's crazy. The Kingpin defendants. Is this an MLM related? Yeah. Jeunesse. This is a Jeunesse related lawsuit or something. Interesting. The Kingpin defendants recruited and conspired with key Jeunesse employees. Oh, there's so much here. I don't know. It's very overwhelming to sift through this information even with you guys. It's crazy. So this is them just kind of demonstrating, hey, there is a string of legal history, legal cases with Robert Dawson. And he could be a bad actor. He could be somebody that the courts should not trust, potentially. Exhibit. Oh my god. So pretty much everything here is related to, I guess, previous MLM related cases. Huh. So what is this? Wendy Lewis seeking $100,000 from each of the defendants. Who are the defendants in Exhibit 5? I'm assuming one of them is Robert Dawson. Yeah, Robert Dawson. So Steven's basically like sharing previous cases where Robert Dawson was sued, trying to demonstrate that there is a link between Robert Dawson's, I guess, like legal cases from back then to how he handled Intrepid Studios. Because he alleged that Robert Dawson has his modus operandi, his MO of taking over companies from within. So I don't know if these exhibits demonstrate that. We also have, interestingly, Seda Systems LLC suing Intrepid Studios. Right, yeah. We covered this in multiple videos. You know, they're missing like $850,000 of billing owed to them. So they canceled services back in what, April 2025? And then they sued Intrepid. And then Steven posted something about it saying like, hey, this kind of stuff is common, don't worry about it. And like a few months later, or a couple months later, Intrepid's gone. So yeah, I mean, I think what we'll do here is just cover the... Because I'm getting tired. Whew. I think this is the longest Ashes related stream we've done, apart from playing the fucking game. I think what we'll do here is cover the, I guess, written statements of the other people brought in by Steven and share their stories on the stream. Well, that's the allegation, right? Okay. Alright, I think Jacob Buechler, yeah, here we go. I'm really confused on that, how investors' money handled. It seemed like Jason was structured like a loan, not equity. How's Robert's investment handled? It's fine as long as they give him money, even though he can play those MLM bros and he'd be on top of the pyramid. Okay, let's not play. I'll show us the video. Oh yeah, I'm making the video probably. Okay. Here we have Jacob Buechler saying, I am the former director of production of Intrepid Studios Incorporated. I have over 20 years of experience developing video games. I was initially recruited to work for Intrepid by the company's former HR director. At the time, I was living in the Republic of Cyprus. Really interesting. Cyprus, and working for another video game company. I'd been looking for an opportunity to move back to the United States when I was connected with Intrepid. I then interviewed with Intrepid, met with Steve and Sharif, accepted an offer, and relocated to San Diego in 2021. I worked at Intrepid for about 4.5 years as director of production. When I joined Intrepid, the studio had already completed a phase called Alpha 1 and was preparing for what can be described as Project Reboot. The plan was to go back into pre-production in order to build a version of the game we would put on the market. My role focused on implementing new technology and new roadmaps in the game systems and getting the game ready for market. Ashes of Creation was an ambitious idea that presented unique challenges, but nothing outside the norm for a large-scale gaming project. Nothing outside the norm? Really? According to my professional experience, nothing I observed in the development of Ashes of Creation was unusual. Game development is a difficult process and often takes longer and frequently costs more than initially anticipated. Sure. In fact, I've had similar experiences to my experience at Intrepid at least 4 or 5 different times throughout my career as a video game developer. In 2025, the beta version of the Ashes of Creation was released to the market on a platform called Steam and performed better than we had anticipated with a large amount of players signing up to play. Though it was still an early version of the game, our metrics were positive and I felt as though the game was positioned to do well in the future. In November 2025, there were internal conversations about how to move forward with the game in light of the company's financials. The board asked Brian Langford, lead producer, and me to come up with a plan to move forward, including what parts of the game could be trimmed and what staff reductions might be survivable should they become necessary. We provide several different scenarios to the board. offering suggestions for what we could cut out of the game, what staff we could afford to lose and when, all in an effort to explain what realistic paths forward looked like in order to salvage his company in light of a reported cash crunch. On or around December 23rd, 2025, I provided the board with a detailed PowerPoint presentation outlining these proposals. All of my suggestions were recommended with the assumption that treating the employees properly, ensuring they received their PTO or paid for their time, and received adequate notice of any layoffs in compliance with the WARN Act would be a priority for the company. In response, the board rejected every scenario we suggested, and in January 2026, board members Robert Dawson and Teresa Fett told me that they had instead sought external advice about game development and what to do with the company. In my view, advice from external advisors was not worthwhile, given that any outside individuals would not have had sufficient information about Intrepid and Ashes of Creation and its current situation with which to advise. On or around December 29th, 2025, I received a call from Mr. Sharif in which he communicated to me that the board planned to fire about 100 Intrepid employees while they were on holiday without paying wages owed or accrued PTO. I immediately followed up with Mr. Sharif by email to document my concerns. In that email, I told him that he could not do this because it is unethical and likely illegal and would ruin his reputation as a developer. On or around December 31st, this is New Year's Eve 2025, the board demanded on a phone call with certain Intrepid employees that approximately 46 or 47 employees be terminated that day, a number I understand to have been manipulated to circumvent WARN Act obligations. It was clear to me by the comments made on the phone call that the board wanted to fire employees immediately. Following this call, I again documented my concerns in the email to Sharif. The employees the board sought to terminate were extremely hardworking and had just worked 70-hour weeks for 10 weeks straight to help get Ashes of Creation to early access and subsequently prepared for market. Crunch, crazy. That's 30 plus extra hours of crunch for two and a half months straight. Yeah, I mean, some employees knew about the board. I think one of the employees I had interviewed was suspicious of the directors. Because I think one of the employees confirmed that, yeah, there were some senior directors or staff that resigned. And this guy I was interviewing didn't know about the board or the existence of the board or the financial troubles. So he expressed to me that he felt suspicious of the people that resigned. I think it's in the video. Okay, immediately after this phone call with the board, I spoke with Mr. Sharif and Mr. Langford, also by phone, to discuss whether there was any other way to trim the scale of Intrepid's operations while staying within the bounds of the law, as per our previous suggestions communicated to the board a few weeks prior. At that time, I understood there was a roughly $5 million lien against the company held by Commerce West Bank. Revenue from the game's recent launch on Steam was supposed to flow into the company's accounts. In January 2026, the board discussed transferring the funds to a new entity, TFE Games Holdings LLC, instead of honoring the bank's position, purportedly so the funds could be used to pay Intrepid employees. I understood from Mr. Sharif that the board was instead trying to sneak the Steam revenue past the bank, leaving Intrepid employees unpaid. He said he thought this was illegal and that he planned to alert the bank as to what the board was planning to do in an effort to ensure Intrepid employees are compensated. After Sharif resigned in mid-January 2026, I remained employed alongside Mr. Langford. During that period, the board repeatedly tried to persuade us to join a new entity the board sought to create in order to continue development of the game. They communicated to us that they plan to transfer Intrepid's assets to this new entity and then rehire some portion of the Intrepid team. We refused to do so without Mr. Sharif because Ashes of Creation is entirely Mr. Sharif's vision, and Mr. Sharif was the leader of Intrepid and the reason I joined the company. What's here to say? On January 30th, 2026, I attended the meeting with the board where we were informed that Steam had refused to release the funds to new entity in light of the bank's lien. In response to this news, I recall Teresa Fett saying nearly verbatim, "We were trying to pull a fast one and we got caught." Okay. The conversation that turned to damage control. The board discussed cratering the company, i.e. ways to get out as fast as they could with all of Intrepid's assets. In particular, the board discussed shuttering the entire company and making it appear as though the Steam issue had caused a collapse. They then planned to send out a warn notice, lay off the entire workforce, and consolidate control over Intrepid's assets, causing Intrepid to default on obligations such as rent, health insurance, and employee wages. The board talked openly at this meeting about not paying the rent or the health insurance for the employees. Shit show, dude. During this same meeting with the board, Aaron Bartels received a text, evidently from one of his lawyers. After reading the text, I recall Bartels saying, "Oh, great, we can do anything we want. There's so many options. We can cancel this company in so many different ways. That's fantastic." He seemed to have no regard for the 200 employees he sought to terminate. Also at this meeting, the board discussed resurrecting game development through an offshore development company and presenting themselves to the gaming community as White Knights. Huh? They use that term? Really? What? What the? Isn't this a term used in the previous filing by Steven? They really use that term? It's crazy. All while framing Mr. Sharif as the villain. A substantial portion of this meeting was spent discussing their plan to blame Mr. Sharif. They planned to tell employees that their final checks would not be paid because Mr. Sharif decided to tip off the bank and trigger the collapse of the company. It was clear to me during this conversation that the board wanted to ensure intrepid employees wrongly believed the company's collapse was Mr. Sharif's fault. At the end of this January 30th meeting, after deciding to lay everyone off, Dawson mentioned that he needed to leave because he and his friends were heading out on a private jet to Cabo for the weekend. In my opinion, this demonstrates poor character on Dawson's part. After this meeting, the board sent me a draft email containing the proposed war notice to send to employees, which included a line indicating it was endorsed by Intrepid management. In response to this email, in light of what I observed at the January 30th meeting, I objected to sending the notice and tendered my resignation. Following my resignation, I cut off all contact with the board and have not been in contact with them since. This back and forth with the board gave me the impression that I had no real understanding of how to build a video game, had no regard for the humans involved, and had the sole objective to take control of Intrepid's assets. For them, it was just a numbers game. In view of my observations of defendant's conduct with respect to Intrepid, I support the appointment of a receiver to safeguard Intrepid's assets and act in the best interest of Intrepid. Declared under perjury. Oh man. White Knight is a real term for something negative and different. Yeah, that's. I'm like, White Knight. You think these boomer MLMs know what White Knights mean? I don't know. Yes, there's a reason all these pros, Steven, witnesses are saying the same phrase. They're coached. You don't get the same exact details like that with legit witness statements. It's the big strokes that line up. When it's things like wording vocab, it's a sign of coaching the witness. Well, we got a couple more, right? So this is I think the head of IT or something. I don't know. Yeah, head of IT. Okay, this is Jason Zimmerman, the former head of IT of Intrepid. He joined Intrepid as a systems admin in January 2019. He rose to the position of Director of IT and Operations Leader in 2021 and remained in that role until departure from the company in January 2026. I am one of the former employees who did not receive final wages, accrued PTO, or severance upon termination. I have joined a warrant action filed by former Intrepid employees arising from those same terminations. I made this declaration notwithstanding that interest because the facts stated here are true and within my personal knowledge, and because I believe the appointment of a receiver as necessary to preserve the assets that may satisfy the claims of employees and other creditors. Okay. In December 2025, Intrepid board member Robert Dawson instructed that Intrepid terminate approximately 100 out of 227 employees without paying final wages, accrued PTO, or severance. The terminations originally were intended to occur on December 31st, 2025 while everyone was on vacation, but the terminations were delayed. At the beginning of 2026, I learned at a meeting with Intrepid's executive producers that Intrepid's board of directors had pledged a tranche of money that would allow the studio to continue developing its flagship game, Ashes of Creation, with a target release date of September 2026, but that we needed to cut all expenses. At the board's instruction, we began moving Intrepid's infrastructure to a data center, minimized SaaS expenses, and made plans to reduce headcount to a core team, and moved all remaining employees to remote work. Before the layoffs, I spent more than 370 hours doing everything I could to keep the studio functional. During my final weeks at the company, I attended meetings to discuss operational costs where I learned that the board did not intend to pay certain debts, including rent. When I asked Doug Bartels, who at the time was acting as interim CFO, about this plan, I was told that those debts were owed by the old company Intrepid, and that the board intended to move forward under a new entity, TFE, that I believed would be free of those debts. I attempted to transfer the equipment and infrastructure relied upon by the studio to TFE, but they ignored my plan. Specifically, I provided the relevant access information to Doug Bartels after the board unanimously appointed him as interim CEO. He did not accept the required invitations or complete the onboarding steps necessary to assume administrative control. Okay, as a result, access was not transitioned before I was terminated. After I was terminated, I provided all relevant access information to the court-appointed neutral intellectual property custodian Mike Kunkel of CTEC Investigations. As a result of the push for all employees to work remotely, the studio's intellectual property remained on employee devices outside the studio. I warned Mr. Bartels that steps must be taken to secure the intellectual property before any layoffs, but he did not agree to pay for necessary services until after the workforce was laid off, when it was too late. In January 2026, I was with a colleague when he received a call from Intrepid's quality assurance manager, who had just received a call from his friend and co-founder of an online game platform, Steam. What? Interesting. Based on what I was told and understood at that moment, a person named Aaron Bartels had attempted to transfer Intrepid Studios' accounts receivable from Steam to an account in the name of a newly created entity, which I learned later was TFE Games Holdings LLC. Neither Aaron Bartels nor TFE were authorized on the Steam account. As a result, Steam froze the funds. At the end of January 2026, the board terminated me and the entire workforce without paying me my final wages, or earned bonuses, accrued PTO, or any severance. In the intervening months, the board has reached out to me through counsel and third parties demanding that I assist with the transition plan I had outlined and that they ignored before January 31st, 2026. Based on my role as Director of IT and Operations and my direct involvement in production planning, it was my assessment that there were key individuals at the studio whose involvement was necessary for the completion of Ashes of Creation. Specifically, Stephen Sharif's continued involvement was necessary for the project to succeed. Stephen Sharif fought for employees to receive money owed to them, including final paychecks, accrued pay time off, and severance pay. Sharif told me that the board's unethical actions forced him to resign in January 2026. Throughout January 2026, Intrepid executive producers Jacob Buechler and Brian Langford, with some assistance from me, provided a variety of options to meet the release timeline the board demanded. They created complex spreadsheets with several go-forward options in the coordinated effort to save the project as many employees as possible. The board nevertheless abandoned the project. Ugh. Oh my god. Based on what I was told, after the fact, probably. Chat, I'm out of water. What's this about going to court? it's slightly a joke. What do you guys think so far about Jason Zimmerman, Jacob Buechler? I think Jacob Buechler has like a lot of substantial things to say so far, in addition to Brian Langford. But I think Brian Langford was probably the most detailed. There's definitely slight variations. I don't think it's all exact to each other. For example, the thing about the PowerPoint presentation, and we didn't get a complete version of why Doug Bartels couldn't get onboarded until the IT guy spoke out about it. I'm willing to take their statements as seriously as I would take the other sources' statements. I think there is no saint here. Steven ran the company to the ground. The board did a bunch of shady stuff. No saints here. Honestly, it just sounded like a shit show before the board took over, and it sounded like a shit show after the board took over. That's what I'm getting, honestly. Like that's the sense I'm getting. I mean, again, I'm basing the former with former employee testimony. I'm basing the latter with these guys' testifying. It just tells me, man, seems like the employees are kind of fucked the other way, you know? All right. Is this the last one? No, there's a Zach, right? Yeah. And then, no, there's a Tom and a Zach. And I think that's it. So 3 more. Sorry. Yeah, 3 more. This is just lawyer. Just kind of arguing why we need a receiver. I think it's still worth covering the lawyer's statement because she's saying here we encountered numerous and significant roadblocks to transferring credentials due to key technology platforms containing aspects of the company's IP not having been paid, including Google, Microsoft, and Travis VPN and data center services. Damn. You get the employees, I don't care what the lawyer says. Well, the lawyer always adds more context, so it's important to look at everything. This is going to be the most interesting one for me. Karen Borrego, she's like an investor. I think Zach is also an investor. But I'm going to get some water real quick. Okay. No. Grr. No. No, he just drew the towel. Any thoughts so far? DML bailouts. Oh god. Guys, I think there's no way this Guys, there's no way all of this we've covered in the past 6 hours would fit into one video or two videos. I think this is gonna be like I think this is gonna be at least 2 or 3 videos. For sure. I definitely want to make a video covering the declarations. I want to make a video covering Stephen's public statement. And like, I guess trying to compress the exhibits. And then, I don't know. I mean, there's so much shit. There's so much shit. It's crazy. I think it's gonna take me a good part of next week to start processing and editing videos. So you might see one video this week from all this today. I think we're gonna definitely cover this and kind of go over the Steam's the Riot stuff. It's a lot. It's a 30-second short. It was a shit show from start to finish. Oh my god. Yeah, sure. I mean, whatever. You could say that. But yeah, I'm trying to like think of how to compress this and summarize it so people understand it. I think for sure for the declarations, I think I'll just try to come up with a visual accompanying the narrations. I think overall, this whole thing just got even messier and more chaotic in some ways. Please put in every video title, Jason's mouthpiece explain. No, I already said my piece. If you watch that pinned video in the Twitch or YouTube chats. Which I encourage you to do. To be honest, I wouldn't know how to compress this, but then I'm watching Law far too often. I mean, I think the declarations would be interesting to cover, as, you know, these are stories. These are people's stories. So I'm kind of curious. Obviously, some context will have to be added, like what I talked about earlier, and Karen Borrego being an investor. All right, so let's continue. This is Karen Borrego's statement supporting Stephen Sharif, which is very surprising to me because she was listed as an investor, I believe, in previous documents that were leaked. So this is very interesting. She is a creditor of Intrepid Studios she will testify if need be. In January 2026, I participated in a Zoom call with Intrepid's board of directors and other creditors and investors. During that call, the board announced that it intended to foreclose on Intrepid's assets and move them to a new entity. The board also explained that if creditors and investors wanted their investments to move over to the new entity, they would need to put up an additional 25% of their previous investment or loan, or else be left behind in Intrepid. I see what's going on here. Okay. I don't think she could afford it. This announcement came as a surprise to me because it was my understanding that there was sufficient capital to complete the game on its planned timeline. And that Intrepid had recently monetized the game via an early access release and obtained significant funds through that release. Based on those representations, I did not understand why foreclosure was necessary or appropriate, as the company still had runway to continue operating. I asked why additional investor creditor money was required if the company had sufficient capital, but I did not receive a clear answer. Around this time, there were multiple group phone calls between me, Stephen Sharif, and others, where Mr. Sharif made it clear that he opposed the board's decision. Mr. Sharif was deeply distressed about the board's plan to terminate Intrepid's employees. He was visibly emotional and expressed profound concern about the impact of layoffs on his team, including employees who had families, health insurance needs, and upcoming life events. He made clear to me that he did not want the employees laid off and felt personally responsible for their well-being. Mr. Sharif consistently expressed that he was opposed to the board's foreclosure plan. He told me that more than once he felt forced by the board to allow the foreclosure to proceed. Despite his objections, he explained that he believed the plan would harm the company, its employees, and its creditors. He also told me that he was trying to fight the board's actions, even though doing so was extremely stressful and emotionally difficult for him. Mr. Sharif made clear that he had invested years of his life and substantial personal resources in Intrepid, and that he believed the company and the game were being taken away from him against his will. From my perspective, his opposition to the board's plan was sincere, consistent, and motivated by concern for the company and its people, not self-interest. That's it. That's all she has to say. So I could kind of maybe assume here, reasonably, hopefully, that when they did the capital call to raise more money, investors who maybe couldn't afford to put more in for that capital call were very disgruntled, which is understandable, right? You already put in $1 million, now you're being asked to put another 25% of that million. That's crazy. So I think that's why she's here. Very interesting. Very interesting. I think it just kind of shows the dynamics here, in my opinion. All right, this is Tom Alkazan, also a notable public name at this point due to the ledger that was published, and also due to Jason Karamanis' previous discussions about Steven, Tom, and all of them. I am an investor in Intrepid Studios. I make this declaration, well, etc., etc. I was the earliest investor, which the ledger does show, and a board member of Intrepid from its inception through mid-2024. I have known Stephen Sharif since he was a child, and our families have been close for many years. So this is like Stephen's childhood friend here. In or around 2015, Mr. Sharif presented to my wife and me the concept for Intrepid and the game the company sought to develop, Ashes of Creation. At that time, neither my wife nor I had any background in gaming and did not consider ourselves to be sophisticated investors. Nonetheless, we were struck by Mr. Sharif's keen intelligence and his creative vision for creating a game that would be very unique in the marketplace. My wife and I were the first investors in Intrepid, which we understood to be a startup endeavor. Development ultimately took quite a bit longer than we originally expected. However, by December 2025, the early access launch of Ashes of Creation came to fruition. That launch produced sales somewhere over several $1 million in revenue, and the future of the game looked extremely bright at the end of 2025. Over time, the company took on new investors, including Jason Karamanis, who introduced Mr. Sharif to Rob Dawson. Mr. Dawson subsequently became a majority investor in the company. In or around December 2022, an outside buyer offered to purchase Intrepid. Is this Riot? I understood from Mr. Sharif that Mr. Dawson did not want to accept the offer. My belief is that Mr. Dawson and Mr. Karamanis realized the potential value of Intrepid. After receiving this offer, the two thereafter devised a plan for Mr. Dawson to acquire control of the company through a pressure campaign waged against Mr. Sharif. After Intrepid declined the offer, Mr. Dawson's and Mr. Karamandis' tone completely changed, and the two began, I think, based on text messages I see in this filing and like previous text messages, I think Jason has been remarkably consistent in his tone. Just as a side note. And the two began a campaign of coercive calls and texts to Mr. Sharif. Mr. Sharif contemporaneously informed me of threats made by Mr. Dawson to stop funding, threats related to payroll, and threats implying that Mr. Karamandis would physically harm Mr. Sharif if he did not comply with demands being made of him. Hey, sweetie. I was made aware that as early as April 30th, 2023, Mr. Karamandis texted Mr. Sharif claiming that he and Mr. Dawson would destroy the company unless Mr. Dawson got what he wanted. I'm also aware of threats by Mr. Dawson to withhold payroll funds at the last minute unless certain actions were taken or documents were signed. This is part of a broader pattern of using threats to withhold funding. I think if we can use a ledger, by the way, anyone in chat or COURTHOUSE, to link deposits to before payroll dates or something like that, that'd be interesting. It is my understanding that Mr. Dawson would often wire payroll funding the last hour, contingent on performance of whatever was being demanded from Mr. Sharif at the time. I also contemporaneously understood from Mr. Sharif that Mr. Karamandis threatened physical violence against Mr. Sharif, including threatening to break Mr. Sharif's jaw. Mr. Karamandis' communication with me were also quite animated and threatening. On one occasion, Mr. Karamandis contacted me saying that we need to get on a call with Mr. Sharif or this thing would blow up and the money I had invested would be gone. Mr. Karamandis said to me that Mr. Sharif had to cooperate with Mr. Dawson and give him what he wanted, or else Mr. Dawson would stop funding and the company and the game would collapse. I believe Mr. Karamandis wanted me on these calls to use me as a pawn, that is, to use my influence and close relationship with Mr. Sharif to coerce him into doing what he and Mr. Dawson wanted. By late 2023 and early 2024, Mr. Dawson's and Mr. Karamandis' plan to take over the company and to take control away from Mr. Sharif became clear, culminating in mid-2024, when Mr. Dawson made himself chairman of the board of Intrepid, conditioned on his continued funding of the company with increased control over its operations. Throughout 2025, I communicated with Mr. Sharif weekly about what was happening with the then board and Intrepid. It was clear to me through these communications that Mr. Sharif was consistently opposed to the board's demands, but was also under constant pressure to acquiesce to the board's demands to keep Intrepid afloat. Mr. Sharif's strategy was to keep the peace with Mr. Dawson due to the importance of his funding of the company's operations until the company could launch its game. Mr. Sharif's primary desire was to protect the company, its employees, and investors. Mr. Sharif also opposed the board's plan to foreclose on Intrepid in late 2025. I understood from Mr. Sharif that he was doing everything good to oppose it. The foreclosure plan was a clear attempt to avoid paying Intrepid's workers, ignoring its debts, and transferring Intrepid's sole assets, its code and intellectual property, to a new company called TFE. I understood from Mr. Sharif in December 2025 and January 2026 and fellow investors that the board could not be stopped and that Mr. Sharif would pursue legal action if necessary. On January 14, 2026, there was an investor Zoom call in which I and other investors were present. The call, which was recorded, was led by Mr. Dawson. I would love to see that recording. On that call, Mr. Dawson and the board announced that despite having plenty of money to fund operations through launch, they had decided to foreclose on Intrepid and transfer the assets to a new company. All of the investors on the call were shocked. Minority investors were told they would be given a limited time to hear this to contribute an additional 25% of their original investment into the new company or else lose their entire existing investment. Mr. Dawson and the board stated that they had already had enough money to carry the game to launch, which I don't think they understood what that meant. However, during the same call, they said that minority investors would be left behind with nothing if they did not put more money in. In other words, they indicated they did not strictly need additional funds to launch, but that if minority investors wanted their prior investments to carry over and be protected in the new entity, they still need to come up with 25% more. To me, this appeared coercive and legally suspect. As a shareholder, I was never consulted about the Article 9 foreclosure, yet my investment was suddenly threatened with being devalued to zero unless I provided additional funds. It felt as though we were being coerced to give more money or else. After a group call, I set up an individual call with Mr. Dawson to see if there was any other way to protect my wife's and my investment, given that we were not in the financial position to provide the additional 25%. Mr. Dawson told me that there was only one path. I had to fund 25% more in my original investment. If I could not, we would be out entirely and would lose what we had invested nearly a decade earlier. Oh man. In February 2026, Mr. Karamanis sent me threatening text messages. I was surprised and deeply dismayed to receive these threatening messages from Mr. Karamanis. Intrepid and Ash's creation was not a scam. In fact, in December 2025, the game had just produced several million in early access revenue in approximately 3 weeks. The board nonetheless pursued the suspect in the Article 9 sale of the company for their own purposes. Before the preliminary injunction hearing in the instant case, I understand Mr. Dawson and the board transferred the assets back from TFE to Intrepid. I understand that this reversal to be an admission that the Article 9 foreclosure had been faulty, like robbing a jewelry store and then running back to put all of the stolen goods in place. This appeared to me as an admission of guilt. Okay. Why? This language seems familiar. I don't know what Drew's working on.
Neither does he.
No, I didn't forget. Nefas, yo bitch ass, you're next.
Tax, finally something that can be proven. What do you mean? Except you already bought the jewelry, so you return it and then we'll get it again. It's paid for. Yeah, we got one more, and then we can kind of review the lawyer's declaration because she adds a bit more context. I, Zach Schuster, am a creditor of Intrepid Studios. I was an early investor in Intrepid, and I'm a longtime family friend of Stephen Sharif and Tom Atkinson. So another family friend, childhood friend, the latter of which is a longtime mentor and almost a second father to me and my wife. It was through these close relationships I initially learned of Mr. Sharif's gaming project Ash's Creation. There was an opportunity for family and friends to invest when Mr. Sharif initially raised money, so I decided to invest and put together a small group of people who invested in Intrepid alongside Mr. Alcazan. I felt confident about this investment because Mr. Sharif is very creative, and I consider him to be one of the smartest people that I know. I was also confident in his ability to lead Intrepid, because he is a man of integrity who cares deeply for people. Over the years, Mr. Sharif consistently tried to do what was best for Intrepid, its employees, and the gaming community as a whole. I understood from Mr. Sharif and Mr. Alcazan that they and John Moore have received threats from Intrepid board members, including Jason Karamanis, who is particularly aggressive. Mr. Karamanis' erratic behavior demonstrated recently in online live streams discussing Intrepid is consistent with what I've understood of his behavior towards Mr. Sharif and Mr. Alcazan over the years. Everyone's watching my YouTube videos, apparently. I also understood from Mr. Sharif that his desire to save the company and protect employees has been used against him by the board, including instances where Rob Dawson threatened to shut down the company in order to coerce Mr. Sharif into signing documents. Specifically, I understood from Mr. Sharif that following a board meeting, Mr. Dawson cleared the room to confront Mr. Sharif, insisting he sign a document before leaving. I also understood that there were attempts by the board to bypass the company's bank lender in connection with funds from the game launch on Steam. On or around October or November 2025, a beta version of Ash's Creation launched on the platform called Steam. Beta. Early, okay. This launch was very successful, generating millions of dollars in sales and showing strong engagement metrics compared to other games on the Steam platform. Revenues from gameplay on the Steam platform were supposed to flow into Intrepid, pursuant to... Oh god, I didn't mean that. I actually don't know how to do that, but anyway. There we go. Sorry. Where were we? Yeah, millions of dollars, revenues below pursuant agreement. Instead, the board and Mr. Dawson in particular attempted to have Steam pay for those funds directly to a new entity, effectively bypassing the bank loan and Intrepid's existing obligations. I understood that Steam flagged this as problematic, held the funds, and ultimately began refunding players. On January 14, 2026, I attended an Intrepid investor call as a representative of a group of investors with investment totaling approximately $420,000. Outside of this call, I've had very limited communication with the board, generally limited to instances where I proactively reached out to check in on my investment. What I heard on this call was alarming and surprising given the success of the beta launch. The company announced that I was in serious financial trouble and that the only path forward was to foreclose Intrepid and start a new company. Investors were told that the only way to retain their investment was to contribute an additional 25% of their original investment as a capital call. If not, we were told that our investment might be paid back in the future if money was ever made by the new company. We were also told that all prior contracts and existing terms of Intrepid would be voided, and the new 25% investment would determine our stake in the new company. For me, this meant losing contractual interest accrued over 5 years on an existing convertible note. I took this to mean that the company essentially voided all prior commitments without providing concrete, reliable, forward-looking terms. On the same investor call, the board presented financial projections for completing the game and reaching a targeted date in September 2026, even without a foreclosure, which was inconsistent with their preceding comments regarding the necessity to foreclose Intrepid. It was communicated that the board required approximately $13 to $15 million to reach their fundraising goal for the new company, with Mr. Dawson supposedly contributing about $9 million. Thus, on the one hand, we were told that the board was short of necessary capital with which to continue Intrepid's operations, and on the other hand, told that the company had sufficient liquidity on hand. Yeah, that is weird. After this call, investors were told they could reach out with questions and schedule one-on-one discussions with the board members, such as Teresa Fett or Aaron Bartels. I therefore scheduled a call seeking clarity on whether I should raise approximately $60,000 from my group of investors. In that follow-up call, it was communicated to me that the Intrepid foreclosure would occur in about a week's time and that I needed to make a decision quickly. But I was unable to receive additional information on the specific terms of this new stake. When the call ended, I agreed to connect with the other members of my group and follow up. They also agreed to stay in touch, but I have never heard anything further. Instead, the foreclosure moved ahead and I received no additional communication from the board. Prior to the foreclosure, I typically stayed updated on Intrepid through conversations with Mr. Sharif and Mr. Alkazan rather than through official communication with the board. In late 2025, Mr. Sharif indicated that the board was considering or attempting actions he viewed as unlawful or unethical, such as large-scale layoffs without paying out required amounts to employees under California law, like PTO, owed money, equity, stock commitments. In my view, Mr. Sharif always did his best to simultaneously act as a peacekeeper while ensuring Intrepid's compliance with legal standards. At some point, pursuant to court order, it is my understanding that the board returned foreclosed assets back into the original company. Nonetheless, it is my understanding that Intrepid has no employees, that any funds generated from Steam have been refunded to players, and my investment is now worthless. Yeah, that would suck, dude. In light of the foregoing, I believe the defendants undertook the foregoing actions as part of a broader strategy to inflate the perceived weight of the company's debt to justify an Article 9 foreclosure, move all of Intrepid's assets into a new entity, and dilute existing equity to pressure investors into contributing capital to that new entity. As a result, I believe the board has attempted to take the value of Intrepid's success on Steam while leaving earlier investors behind. Interesting. What an interesting coalition here. Coalition of Steven's fellow executives, friends, but also investors going against the board. Okay, so I'm gonna skim over Jessica Nall's, she's the representing lawyer for Stephen Sharif, kind of like declaration, because it does add a bit more context. Mr. Kunkel, who was the IP neutral custodian, had been discharged due to the dissolution of the TRO and asked for plaintiff's assistance with handing over the IP assets to the Intrepid board. Defense counsel represented that we're seeking access to Intrepid's IP in order to pursue a properly noticed Article 9 foreclosure sale. On behalf of plaintiff, we expressed doubt as to whether Mr. Dawson actually maintained the right to foreclose under California law, and would be seeking appointment of a receiver with broad powers to oversee any subsequent sale of Intrepid's assets, including, if necessary, bringing litigation to determine the extent of Mr. Dawson's rights and interest in those assets. Okay, so they're seeking IP access, follow-up call on Zoom, April 10. Plaintiff would likely not be amenable to a receiver with such limited powers for several reasons, because the defendant suggested paying fees associated with a receiver in this limited scope. Interesting. So they're fighting over the receiver. We noted our understanding that due to non-payment of key technology vendors, it would be an insurmountable task to restore Intrepid's IP to a functional state without the help of a sophisticated developer, which the receiver would have the power to hire and oversee, in addition to reviving the technology platforms through payment in arrears. We noted that a receiver would also be the only one in position to legitimately address a variety of other threats to the value of Intrepid's assets, including the negative publicity campaign by Mr. Karamanis and his false statements to Valve Corporation and demanding payment of the Steam funds to him, rather than those funds being available to satisfy Commerce West Bank's senior secure position, as the Intrepid board had previously committed to that institution. I also again raised the issue that plaintiff has significant reason to doubt the validity and impact of the corporate transactional documents underlying Dawson's claims to a secure position in Intrepid. Okay. Defense counsel questioned how receiver brought powers would be paid. Okay. Advancement of funds. Okay. So that's the context. They're just kind of debating with the receiver at this point. Because it's 8 days on this timeline after April 2nd. So now they need to figure out what's going on with with everything with Intrepid. Pretty interesting. And then the rest of the exhibits is just proof of what she just said. Second, there's the proposed receiver, Howard B. Grubstein. And then everything else is like exhibits sharing, well, things like Schwartz accusing Withers, well, not Withers, but accusing Stephen Sharif of using money from Intrepid to pay his lawyers at Withers, and that's a whole separate battle. And then the rest of the exhibits are basically just showing previous legal cases involving Rob Dawson to support Stephen's allegation that this is his MO, this is how he takes over companies and such. So that's it. Wow. Yeah. I mean, it took us 6.5 hours to go through everything except the previous legal cases of Rob Dawson and company. So it's gonna be interesting. What are your thoughts? It's been 6.5 hours. Surely somebody here in chat has opinions. What is the overall conclusion of Stephen's filing in his public statement? I think definitely, as I've said before, I think there's always going to be seeds of truth on any parties or side. I'm getting the sense, yeah, some of it is true. I'm also getting the sense that, okay, well, you said all this shit about me, let me expose you in return. Mission accomplished. I just feel overall like it's a shit show. I don't know what else to say. I think it's a shit show, dude. Like, you know, I think a lot of people kept saying it for the past, what, 2 months? You know, there's like there's no innocent party. There's no one that's innocent. It's a matter of choosing the lesser evil. And I'm like, yeah, we'll see. And then here we are. Really questionable things shown on part of the, especially, who was it? Aaron Bartel, talking about like not paying severance and PTO. I'm like, okay, that's not good. The witness, or I guess corroborating party statements about what they saw or what they experienced, that's something to keep in mind. I know a lot of people are saying, oh no, that's what they were coached to do. It's still something that they need to be able to testify for, but also there are some variations I'm sensing here that make the timeline like true, possibly true. I think really, again, I'm gonna repeat this, but I think it's just a shit show. Just came from Dusty Streams. Sorry, hold on, I gotta pull this up. Because the chat's going by. So I gotta scroll up on this one. Typical MLM. Wait, what's a whiz cube? Board is 100% sleazeballs. Both sides scammers. Just came from Dusty Stream. Steven was in chat over there. What was he saying? I certainly believe the board is way worse than I thought they were. Yeah, they try to get away from paying employees and screwing the smaller investors. Yeah. This voice sounds like someone who just realized they're going to end up in court. My voice? Whose voice? My thoughts are this is going to be a tough battle. Not only are both going to try to control the narrative, this will be a battle of lawyers trying to object a lot. And pick apart the other side's words. Most of his filing was not helpful to him personally. Likely the board did screw up closing up things. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the judge said it. The Article 9 foreclosure is very problematic. Then they reversed it, and then the judge is like, okay, no problem. They made some shady calls at the end, but again, most of Steven's stuff actually paints Steven at fault for the situation getting to where it is. Steven's filing looks good for him. Wilding addresses the QuickBooks at all. Even if this is all true, I feel like the potential embezzling or self-dealing hasn't been addressed that I saw. Yeah, I mean, there's still a lot more questions, but this also raises more questions. It's just a never-ending game of raising questions. What exactly happened and so on, you know? They both for sure did bad. Threatening employees' pay is crazy, but the board can argue Steven has been abusing the capital and they're obligated to steer the ship to correct the behavior. Yeah, Steven popped in Dusty Stream. What do you say? All of these problems stem from Steven's poor choices. The law's preliminary injunction is pretty clear, but still overviewed, which can be even stronger for a running company, so it could be operated but not do shady stuff at all. Your Honor, I did not give Jason nefs as compensation for coming my street. My thoughts are, I think some of what he says has merit, but some of it contradicts what he says. Like what? Can you give me specific examples? Steven fucked up with not being good with the money. The board fucked up by not being human. That's actually a reasonable summary thus far after 6.5 hours. It's so fucked. I don't know. You're only here for drama and can't be asked if the game ever comes out. Did I read the employee testimony? We read everything. We basically read everything except the previous legal cases involving Rob Dawson. That we'll save for another time, I think. There's just so much here to look at and think about. Yeah, it's way too much to... Yeah, I mean, I don't know about full day, but we got basically almost everything in 6.5 hours. We even covered the Riot shit. I'm curious how the racketeering case against Caraman is going to impact this case since it does prove a pattern of actions. Also, hello. Is that the one that was dismissed from? The Rico one? Jalon just dropped a 5-minute video. Where? Oh my god, can I have somebody else talk? Where did he post a link? Dude, I've been reading and talking for the past like 6.5 hours almost straight. Oh, my throat. To be honest, imagine a world where AOC came out, Ashes came out, the consumers are happy, the MMORPG community is revived. Ashes makes millions and others try to replicate it, but instead we got this. I'm still imagining the timeline where Riot bought Intrepid, absorbed them as rioters, or whatever they call it, picked up the IP and Ashes, and made an Ashes a creation MMO. I think that's a more interesting timeline. Don't doubt the Filipino developers. I'm not. That's a full day's work in a lot of places. 30 minutes of breaks, 1 hour lunch. 8 hours, easy. So wait, where's Jalon's video? I don't think Ashes, as we saw in the summer, would have saved the MMO community. Yeah, I think it was still very bare bones. It appealed to a very specific subset of MMO players, which is great, but definitely would be mainstream, in my opinion. Imagine this was always, you know what I think? What I'm thinking, I feel like Riot being interested in Ashes might indicate what kind of MMO they want. Maybe it's the sandbox MMO. What do you guys think? Hold on, let me run a poll real quick. I'll do it for like three minutes. Because some people were like, oh, can we talk to Jason? I'm like, I don't know. And then Jason's like, I can come on. I'm like, well, I want to cover this. So I put a poll in Twitch chat. I'm going to put a poll up in YouTube chat. And then you guys can vote yes or no, and we'll go with that. And then I think we'll wrap up the stream there. So people kept telling me Steven was in who said Dusty's chat. I think I stopped by his stream last night too, because I saw he was live for a second. What did Steven say? Anything? Jalon's video. The fact that the talks were going on until July 31st, 2023 at the very least means they were serious. But it doesn't seem like it advanced beyond just the introductory discussions. I'm curious what was redacted, because it might show that they wanted to look at a bunch of things before deciding. I'd love to see how Jason can defend these actions by the board. I don't even know if he can go through it all. I don't know, we'll see. He just came in and said he's got PTSD from reading the employee testimony. The declarations. Was that about the former employees we interviewed, or just the declarations, I wonder? Ask Jason to explain how the foreclosure worked and how it might believe what his opinion on it was. Orders from the hot dog place were from game nights for the employees, and they ordered the roast beef. 8 months would be past the introductory period. Yeah, I'm just kind of curious at what phase Riot dipped out. Because Trindamere on Twitter made it sound like they were just still in discussions, and then they just realized, this is not a good fit. Like, they talked about a very general range of 250 to $500 million. Let me pull up that tweet real quick. Yeah, it's this one. Regarding the Ashes of Creation Riot rumors, we looked at making an investment of acquiring Intrepid a few years ago, but Riot decided not to move forward with discussions. The team there shared our goal of making the next great MMO, something we're more committed to than ever. But combining efforts ultimately didn't make sense for us. Just makes it sound like that's the thing. I want to see what's redacted, because I'm just kind of curious. We could make an educated guess as to when they dipped out or at what phase they dipped out. Because discussions like that can take a while, depending on the goal and depending on like what is required for more. Excuse me. Oh, my throat's fucked. What's required and what they would want to see. So I'm kind of curious. No, I haven't watched Jalon's new video yet. Here, let me do it right now real quick. I'm just keeping an eye on the poll. 5 votes on Twitch. 34, 82. Okay. YouTube. So where's the thing? Let me look. Oh, here it is. What is this thumbnail? Okay. It dropped 55 minutes ago.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there is too much Ashes of Creation stuff coming out. I'm not going to try.
There's too much content.
Try to cover it all. I'm going to just take out one slice.
What?
And that slice is, I want to look at this Reddit thread that Stephen Sharif posted, and I only want to look at one part of it.
What?
But before I
Why?
do, I want you to read what's on the screen. That campaign has been amplified through content creators, including those serving as a mouthpiece for Jason Karamanis, a known violent individual with multiple prior arrests. This has got to be a dig towards Nefas and possibly myself. Nefas does not deserve this level of hate. Nefas has done nothing but reach out to Steven for comment, reach out to other people for comment, release the information he's being given. I want you to look at the last sentence. I understand that creators can be easier to consume and more entertaining to watch, but some are chasing headlines and clicks, not accuracy, context, or the truth, which can only be found reliably in court. I don't think I've done that. TheoryForge has done that. Zybeck has done that. Kira has done that. I think all the content creators are doing their very best with the information they have. Stephen Sharif in his post stated, for the last 10 years, you claimed there was no board to answer to. When did that change? Was there always a board? Were you lying? No, I did not lie. From 2015 through approximately July of 2024, the board consisted of 100% of the company shareholders and myself, John, and Tom. That structure was founder-led, stable, and consistent for nearly a decade. We know that Intrepid Studios was founded on 20 May 2015. We know the Kickstarter ran from 1 May 2017 to 2 June 2017. We know in a video interview that I'm about to clip in, Steven says, in total, coming to Kickstarter, I believe I've put in $2 million, just about $2 million.
How much of your own money have you put towards this project?
In total, coming to Kickstarter, I believe I've put in almost $2 million, just about $2 million into the project. So,
Jason Karamanis submitted an email from Stephen Sharif to his lawyer, attaching a capitalization table. In the capitalization table, Stephen Sharif attached, it only shows Stephen Sharif, the Yaya Legacy Trust, and Thomas and Bethany Alakazin as shareholders. why would Sharif state his total was 2 million when the capitalization table he created states in May of 2015 he committed 9.55 million to Intrepid Studios? Because there it is. Why would Steven state that the board consisted of 100% of the company's shareholders in myself, John, and Tom, when the capitalization table doesn't reflect John as being a shareholder? The Yaya Legacy Trust is 4.4% because we know there was a court case letter sent to Stephen Sharif exercising the Yaya Legacy Trust's conversion rights, and he reflects that in the capitalization table. If there were investors, and we know there were, then why does Stephen Sharif continue to say, I'm funding the project, so no investors? Tom was an investor. Regardless of if he was a good-hearted, kind investor, or if he was a profiteer, he was still an investor. So what does that make this statement? And that's an important question because there's so much inconsistent information before the judge. I want to remind everyone of what I said. Perhaps the misinformation comes from what your client, for the plaintiffs, is telling you. Perhaps clients for the defense is saying something else. You need to be in control of what you file before me because you're the lawyers on the case. Based on the information presented here, what do you think? Do these differences reflect inconsistencies? Are they the result of incomplete context or evolving information? Could this be a matter of imprecise or incomplete information? Or is this simply a misunderstanding or a misremembering of prior remarks? Because I think Stephen was very clear in what he said, that content creators are chasing clicks, chasing headlines, not chasing accuracy, context, or the truth. But all I've done today is present Stephen's previous statements and things he has emailed, and I don't believe they're lining up. But what do you think?
What do you think, Chad? Sorry, I'm like, my throat is really fucked right now. Looks like everybody, most of you want Jason on. I agree. I mean, there's inconsistencies everywhere, though. Not just with Steven, but like, say again, part of why I reached out to Steven was because there were inconsistencies with the board. So, I mean, I think we all know that there seems to be inconsistencies everywhere. Track me. Well, yeah, I mean, there's a lot to process. There's a lot to edit. And Jason's apparently watching the stream as well. Apparently I'm still online. Yeah. So he'll call in. So if you have the only consistent fact is Jason's demeanor. That's what I said earlier. I'm like, these text messages are definitely Jason. I mean, this is remarkably consistent. Hello? Good. Everyone is listening in.
Holy shit! That's a long time to go over Steven's crazy narcissistic bullshit, but 400 pages of it, I think it's pretty funny. I have a lot of my own thoughts and comments, but
okay.
I'll save that for another day.
But
I know you have people on. I just, I check back every 2 hours, and you were still here. I'm like, geez, man.
Yeah, I mean, I'm interested in what Steven has to say, just as I'm interested in what you or anyone else has to say. I found anyway, I'll let you speak. So what is your reaction, I guess, to the 400 pages?
I think that Steven is trying to play a card that at the end of the day it's just it's pathetic and stupid. I mean, I understand all this is his perspective, but it's it's like I just watched the last 5 minutes because I went back online and the gentleman that was just talking about stuff. Here's the thing. I mean, we could argue all day long that the board did an improper Article 9. I was not part of that. There is a couple major false things, and it's like, if I cussed out Steven, oh yeah, numerous times, I'm going to probably give you more of those text messages. And if I said things, yeah. Have I threatened to break his legs or beat him up? No, I have not, which is stupid. And for him to say, oh, well, I was arrested. I was in, I own up to my shit. I've been arrested once, and it was a misdemeanor domestic violence issue. And that happened to do with an ex that was 17 years ago that I was engaged to. And it didn't go anywhere. And even after that, we were still together for 5 years. So obviously, he's just pulling shit up that that he's trying to find out everywhere about everything. As far as me being Rob's mouthpiece, I went on live streams with you and said what I felt because I was sick and tired of Steven lying to everybody on the internet. I reached out to basically 3 people, one being you, Casper, the other one being Kira, and one other person I forgot. And you were the only person that responded and said, okay, let's verify who you are. And then we got on I think a Zoom and whatever, and I went through stuff, and I documented who I was and my company, and pretty much showed you everything I had at that time. And then you're like, oh, okay, this guy's for real. So I look at Steven's just cockamamie stuff. Yeah, he's trying to get people on board. I don't know why these 3 employees are snowed by Steven. I mean, why aren't they asking Steven, where's all your money? The last guy that you just had on here that's showing his interview, it's like, okay, Steven, where's your $2 million that you said in that interview that you put in? No one can find it. There must be missing bank accounts, but that would show the deposits in QuickBooks. They don't exist. If they did exist, okay, why aren't they on there? What about the fact that you owe your brother money or you pulled out money for your mom? Everything about this is self-serving, and I understand that, okay? Did the board pretty much try to move faster than they should have? Maybe, but there's a lot of things that are like, okay, do people not understand? Like, I don't want to say people are stupid, but it's all about the money. No one wanted to fund this anymore. No one wanted to put any more money in. I wasn't going to put any more money in. Okay, the people on the board had no more money except maybe Rob, and Rob's tapped out. I mean, I don't care what level you get to, but when you get to a level where you're at, 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 40 million, 50 million, $60 million, okay, that's your people are tapped out. So from my perspective, I just look at it, hold on one second. Sorry. Sarah's getting the food order.
Sure. Yeah, I actually have quite a few questions.
Yeah, I mean, anything you want to ask.
Sure. What is your thought on Aaron Bartel's, plan or email to not pay the employees or the PTO?
As I said, I think
you weren't involved, right?
Correct. No, I had nothing.
But what's your what's your thoughts on that? Like,
my thoughts are that it comes down to the same basic thing. There is no money. So, what I would have wished is that Rob and them did nothing and they just stopped giving Steven money and they didn't try to do the Article 9 foreclosure, and they just would have said, we're not writing checks. And then Steven would have been, sitting there basically being able to tell everybody that, oh, well, my investor decided to, right now he's trying to blame everything on the board. This all comes down to one component. There was no more money to be spent to put into this endeavor. Okay? So if Steven had millions and millions of dollars, why didn't Steven write a check? He could have said, you know what, Rob and the board, I'll put in $1 million or $2 million or $3 million. I'll pay all this stuff. I'll pay the insurance. I'll pay the PTO. Because anyone must be stupid to realize that Steven didn't have any of his own money. Okay? Or if he put in any money into this deal, I'd like to see where it is and document. He still won't deal with that. So, from my perspective, I can't argue of the decisions that the people made, other than I can tell you there was no more money. If Rob would have called me up and said, Jason, you would have put in more money and loaned Steven and the company more money, no. I bailed him out of his house, okay? And then I took the money that I was supposed to get paid back, which was the $2 million that I did, okay, get back. And then Rob convinced me to help him out and put that back in March of 2025. I should have told everyone then, go fuck yourselves, including Rob, including everybody else. And no, I'm not Rob's mouthpiece. I'm my own mouthpiece. I don't need Rob,
Sure.
All this other, like even the lawsuits that Steven attached that he's trying to dig up I'm a big boy. Rob's a big boy. Rob's not even in that lawsuit anymore. Okay. He gave the opposing counsel information they wanted and they settled on it. And pretty much the lawsuits that's attached in here from MLM Jeunesse shit. What does that have to do with anything? It has to do with nothing.
It's Steven alleging that Rob has a MO or modus operandi of doing this to other companies. But
I know when Rob left Jeunesse, it was in July of 2020 when he offered me to buy out his third for $60 million. And I put an LOI together. And then the other two people, they're also pieces of shit. Wendy and Randy, who I've known for 25 years, actually more, 30 years, okay? And pretty much they didn't want me buying a third of the company that I built and made all them their money. So, I could sit there and go into all the details on that, but this really simply is that there's no more money. And at the end of the day, Rob is like, I'm not putting any more money in. There's no point. I'm owed this amount. And all these people that are claiming that, whether Karen Barreto or this other guy is Zach, and if you look in your email, Casper, I sent you those agreements, which I don't want out in the public domain yet because, I don't know, if they should be or not. But you can read their agreements. They were all convertible notes, which they weren't complaining for the last 3 or 4 years, okay, while they put no money into the company. So, I spoke to Karen Barreto's brother, BK, and I said, I thought Karen was a smart woman. Is she just stupid? And BK goes, oh, you know what? Well, I don't think she knows what's going on. No, Karen Barreto has no clue. So, and Tom Alcazin, he's the guy that embezzled $750,000 out of the company. Of course. And I have text messages that I'm going to send you because, I can literally show and document that I reached out to Tom every time I had a breakdown with Crybaby Steven about Steven not giving me documents, books and records, signing agreements. There was always this cat and mouse game played between Steven and everybody. When Steven didn't get his way, he would throw the nuclear bomb. Oh, you know what? I should just leave this company. The company's worth zero. And you've seen some of that, Casper.
So just kind of going back to the employees, if there was money, do you think they all deserve to be paid?
Yeah, 100%. There was no money. 100%. The employees should have gotten paid.
Well,
whether there was money to pay a severance or something, but do I regret and feel bad that the employees got screwed over? 100%.
Yeah,
the company's insolvent and has no money.
It just seems like they're going to get screwed over either way.
Yeah. My money and Rob's money and even some of Zach's money and I don't know where Tom's money went, but okay. Karen Barreto's money, my money, the other, 10 or 15 people that aren't, named or, you've seen them on the cap table and some stuff. All those people paid for employees' work to build this business that everyone thought we were going to have some payday at the end of the day. No one thought they were going to lose money. So, I get that. But it just all comes down to there was no money left in the company. And where's Steven's money? Nowhere to be found. He has no money. That's what people don't get. He's still lying. In the 400 pages, okay, he didn't mention once that I put in, here's my money that I put in on such and such a date. You can go verify it. Oh, I put in 55 million. Okay. I put in 10 million. Okay. Where's the 2 million that you said you put in? Because no one can find it. and if it's not on the QuickBooks file, so, you know, I don't know. I don't see it. No one else can see it. No one else can find it.
In 2025, Steven asked Rob why he wasn't getting the same types of conversion rights as you and Rob. And Rob replied, yeah, no problem. We can do that for you. But Steven had to prove he put in $4 million that he had claimed he had put in. Did that ever happen? Did Steven ever get back to you on that?
Is that in this 400-page document, or that's in the emails you haven't shared publicly yet that I sent you?
This isn't that document.
Okay, I didn't read that section, so maybe. So here's what the issue was. And, you know, and I can give you the whole Google Drive with all the documents that I think I have up until 2023 or 2024. Steven kept on literally changing the valuation of the company to suit whatever he would desire at that moment, whatever he could convince people of. There's some people, Joe something or other, Mistrada, I have to find his last name. He put money in at $1 billion valuation, okay? $1 billion. And pretty much no one else did. He's the only person. Steven was jumping up and down. Hey, I got $5 million at $1 billion valuation. Aren't you proud of me? I'm like, yeah, congratulations. That's awesome. But, you know, you're going to need a lot more money at that valuation. Well, the company's worth $1 billion now. And I'm like, okay, are you smoking crack, Steven? The company's worth $1 billion because you convinced someone that you got to this certain level. And that was maybe in 2021, I think, or 22, that he took that gentleman's money at that valuation. But the challenge is that you can open up your email. You can look at all these different agreements. They're all different. My agreements are different in the beginning. That Steven got other people agreements. And the valuation was that $4 million that we're referencing to has to do with the fact that Steven wanted, okay, an $80 million valuation of his money that he put into the company this is after $40 or $50 million had been put in. The reality is that we can't find a line item that talks about $4 million, let alone a line item that talks about $1 million. And what that money was is that money technically, and I hope to God that Tim Sharif, his brother, sues the shit out of Steven. And I hope that Aaron Bartels personally sues the shit out of Steven, because that was Aaron's money that went, okay? And Tim Sharif personally guaranteed it, that went to Steven Sharif. It didn't go into the company. It went into Steven Sharif's bank account. Then Steven put some of that money into the company, but we can't verify where those funds went in, okay, what dates they went in, and how much they were. We don't have that information.
So he basically, so you, going back to the question, he never got back to you guys on the $4 million.
The $4 million, he told us, and we actually, me and Rob, at that point, took it at face value and said, okay, Steven, you know, if that's what you're saying, we believed him. It was a belief. Okay, Steven, you put in $4 million. Now, we all know the fact that it wasn't his money. There's no such thing as a $4 million transaction at one time going into the company. It doesn't exist. There could be smaller amounts, but all the money went to his personal bank account, as did most of the money that he took from his brother Tim. It went into his personal bank account. And then from there, he put some of the money, okay, maybe into the company. I know he paid his brother money out of the company, and then he got his brother to send him more money. That's why Steven owes his brother over $1 million. Some of that money could be Aaron Bartel's money, and some of that could be considered part of the $4 million that Steven lied to us about, that he put in of his own money. So there's no $4 million that exists. That's a lie.
Okay.
So pretty much, okay, I don't know anything about Steven's money, okay? But, you know, I mean, the thing that, you know, that you're asking is other monies, other $4 million that have to do with other stuff, or, you know, the money that was received from Steam revenue. I don't know. Steven, I've seen in this, says that there was $8 million that came in from Steam. I don't know where that $8 million went or where it was, because I don't know if Rob's aware of it, but I'm only aware that Steam held $3.7 million of the money minus their fees, and that money is still being held by Steam.
Okay. In the 400-page filing, Steven describes you as violent and that you threatened to break his jaw. Did you ever threaten to break his jaw?
No, I wish I did though.
Oh
I wish I did. I'll go publicly on the record. Yes, Steven, I wish I would have smacked the shit out of him. Wishing and doing it are two other things.
Okay.
But Steven, if I threaten to break your jaw, why isn't that in any of the emails? I've called you a piece of shit, a pussy, a liar,
He said
a backstabbing human being.
He said you called him, I believe, and told him that you'd break his jaw.
Yeah, well, if that's his memory of me saying that I would break his jaw, was that before or after he asked me for the $2 million to save his house? I don't recall correctly. Was that in 24? Probably, back in the day when he and I would go back and forth, and he would love bomb me, and then he would, say, I'm going to implode the company. It's just crazy shit. So I don't remember ever saying that I'll break his jaw or that I wish I would break his jaw. But now that he brings it up, I wish the fuck I did.
Steven claims that he paid out PTO to 10 employees, I believe, with his own money when they were being laid off. Do you know if that's true or? I have no idea. You mean part of the money that he stole from the company and part of the money that he paid him and John $900,000 in 2025? Oh, he paid their, their insurance money? I mean, I don't know. Their severance insurance, back salary. I don't know. Steven, how do you think Steven's paying his lawyers right now? It's not on his own money. It's money that he took out of the company from either Dawson or other people. If he had his own money, why wouldn't you pay the employees that you love so dearly? Like liar, liar, pants on fire. Shame on you, bro. Shame on you, Steven. Let's go pay the employees instead of crying to everybody that, you're so wealthy and have so much money and you put all of your life savings into this company. I mean, it's like, I keep on going like, okay, great. Continue to say, and I can't wait. He's going to sue me for slander. Nothing I've said is slanderous or libel, Steven. You're a liar, okay? And pretty much I'm going to prove that in court that you lied constantly over the course of 10 years. Do you know what that whole deal about the $10 or 10% for Dawson was about?
Yeah, 100%. I know exactly what it was about.
What was it about?
It was about Steven wanting. Look, there were different things that happened over the course of the years when Rob was like, I don't want to give you more money, and Rob's like, the equity that you have or that Jason has, I did something very similar. Okay. Back in 2019. And then when Steven got the loan from Commerce Bank, I said, pay me the money back. And he's like, well, the company will go out of business if I pay you the $2 million. I'm like, you just got $6 million from Commerce Bank. Give me my $2 million. And he argued with me and said, no, I'm not going to pay you. So we had many arguments over that. I'm like, why aren't you going to pay me? I should have just done what I should have done in the beginning. I should have just sued him for non-payments of all this shit, and I should have never introduced him to Rob Dawson, okay? And that I'll take responsibility for. I should have just sued him, and this thing would have gone out of business 5 years ago, and then all this shit would have come up. Versus me bringing him a guy that through him and his friends put in over $80-90 million. I mean, it's just a shame. So, I just don't know. From Steven's perspective, it's like, okay, Steven, the board did everything to damage you. You were in control of the company and still the CEO leading up until you resigned because you didn't get your equity out of the new plan that you threatened Rob over. And I'm not Rob or the board's mouthpiece, you piece of shit, okay? Okay, I sought out and went after Nefas and Kira and other people because I was sick and tired of you lying to your community, the employees, and every person on the internet that you are a consummate, pathological, lying sack of shit. And then you've convinced other people, okay, that you paid off, like Tom Alkazen, who got $750,000 out of the company For doing what? Consulting you on how to be an MLM great leader? I mean, all your shit, Steven, is a joke. And, you know, I just look at it and go like, okay, and where's all this money? I mean, to this date, no one, you know, ask the question. I mean, screw this guy, Jason Karamanis, screw this guy, Rob Dawson, screw all the board, screw everybody else. Steven, where's your money, bro? You got no money. And now you want to blame everybody else because you're a little man-child that pretty much feels like his little game that he created, that he was going to build this billion-dollar company, was going to be so successful, is all ruined because you took $110 or $120 million of monies from different people. You know, Karen lost $2 million. Is she can ever see it? No. Is Zach ever going to see his $425,000? Okay. But you've convinced these stupid people that believe you. I mean, I can understand Tom. He got paid money, whether it's Karen Braco's money or Zach's money or my money or Rob's money. And Tom's a lying piece of shit to say all the shit that he said about me, okay, which I have text messages from me going to Tom Alcazan, begging Tom, almost in tears, hey, bro, can you please help me with Steven? He's out of control, okay? So, you know, I mean, I don't know what I can say outside of, like, all this stuff and all this. It all comes down to where's the money coming from?
Sure. Just kind of circling back to the whole $10 or 10% thing. That was
it came down to Rob was putting all this money in, and then we kept on asking Steven, where's all the money that you put into the company? And I'm like, Rob's like, I'm not going to continue putting in money unless I have more equity at the company. So you need to give me an equity thing. And me and Steven got into a war, and this had to do with my deal I did with him because he thought I took a pound of flesh out of him. Okay? And I took a pound of flesh out of him because I didn't want to fund the fucking company anymore.
Sure.
Back in 2019, I didn't want to put another dime into it. So that was before I did any conversions, before I did anything else. Just the alone on the interest alone that he owed me was astronomical. And I said, look, offer me a deal. And there's text message where I said, Tim, hey, buy me out of everything. Give me $6 million. I'll walk away. Years ago, I said that to him. So all his bullshit, is the same thing happened to Rob. He got Rob to give him $8 million. And then Rob came up with another $10 million. Okay? And then that's $18 million. That's, 4 years ago. And then he got that money. And then when he went through that money, he couldn't get any more money from anybody else. So I was tapped out. I wasn't going to help him. The last conversation I had with him was in 2024. I said, go fucking lose my number. I never want to talk to the guy ever again, except in a courtroom. That's when I'll see him. I'll see him in a courtroom, and I won't be talking to him. I'll see him in depositions. I'll see him in pretty much in live testimony in a courtroom, and I'm prepared. And we go, Steven, go have at it. What are you going to do? Sue me for libel and slander? He's going to sue me because I destroyed Ashes of Creation by putting out there in the public domain information that you lied about in the public domain for 10 years. I'm sorry. What? Am I supposed to sit back when I know that, all this shit's lies and full of shit that you've gone out there and told everyone? And I'm looking at it, and then I find out, then I see the QuickBooks, and then there's no money pretty much there from you. I mean, it's nuts. So Rob pretty much started squeezing Steven, said, Steven, okay, you need to give up more equity, otherwise I'm not going to fund stuff. And that was part of the 10%.
Okay. Steven claims that the board offered him to double his equity to get him back after he resigned. Do you know if that's true? Or?
I don't. That had to do with, I think, the earnout that Steven, that I've said 1,000 times. There was a transaction that, that Steven just didn't. Steven went on crybaby mode, and there's text messages about Steven or a nuclear bomb being pressed. Okay, from me. I don't know if it's in this threads at all, but there were things where literally Rob was done. Okay, Rob was 100% done, and Steven and I were going to war. Rob was going to war with Steven, and Steven wouldn't give us proper documents or books and records or sign things. You have to understand, the guy that you had on here before that you were showing his video, okay? Go read my agreements. It says, I mean, I literally have documents that says that I'm supposed to have a seat on the board. Do you know how many board meetings got called in 8 years? That, you know, 0. 2017 through, last year, I don't remember one board meeting being called where I was on the board.
Okay.
Ever. And so, I mean, it's just another one of Steven's, pathological lies.
A big part of his allegations from this 400-page filing is that he was forced to sign a lot of documents by you and Rob. What were these documents that you wanted him to sign?
They were all okay. So you have to understand something. All this stuff, Steven never would have corporate governance. I have emails that I'll send to you that I can put on the record, sending emails to Steven, Rob, and my attorney. Okay, at this point in time, I think Rob doesn't give a shit about. I mean, all this shit. His name's so blasted out there right now. I mean, Rob didn't even know when I originally approached you and called me up, and I went on the phone and I said, yeah, I got yelled at by Rob because Rob's a private individual. And yeah, he owns the bank and owns other stuff. And, he's having to deal with the onslaught of all the negativity that Steven's trying to do. Why do you think Steven wants to do all this to Rob? I'm a crybaby. I'm a man-child. And I want to go hurt the guy that just funded $80 million of his own money. It's fucking nuts. It's insane that you do that to someone that paid all your bills for the last 5 years. It's insane that you have that kind of, it's like, okay. So, I mean, I look at this and I go, it's cockamamie, man.
So were these documents necessary or just going to go back to documents?
There was a bunch of documents that had to do with, in 2024, settlement agreements, ownership rights,
okay,
who's getting what. Steven never put anything in writing, okay, except all these agreements. Every time he needed money, he would sign whatever agreement he needed to do to get money. Didn't matter who it was from, okay? It's like there are people that I've heard on YouTube, why would he sign 20% loan agreements per annum, compounded annually? Those were his requests. Those percentages came from him. I didn't demand 20%. Those were him to get more money out of me. He did that to get more money. Hey, she's on her way. She'll be here in like 5 minutes.
It's fine.
Oh, okay. I'll be in there in a second. So, from that perspective, it's like, I mean, why would Steven go borrow money constantly? Excuse me for a second. Sarah, can you please take care of the dog? So, from that perspective, it's like I look at it and I go, I mean, why would Steven enter all these agreements? Because he had no money back then. He didn't have money back then, and he lied and lied and lied and lied about his resources. And instead of copping up to it and saying, hey, guys, you know what? Yeah, I misrepresented that I funded this my entire self because, you know what? None of you like people from multi-level marketing, and the only guy that came in and gave me money were people from multi-level marketing or their friends. Let's see who he got money from. Me, Tom Alcazin, okay? And those two people, me and Tom, okay, were the only people that brought people to Steven. Steven didn't bring one person of his own accord, okay? All these other people, Karen Barreco, Zach, those came through, either his mom, okay, his brother, okay, other people. Aaron Bartels and Teresa were introduced to Steven through, okay, Tim Sharif, his brother, okay? All of the people that Rob brought on board to put money in the company, okay, I introduced, to Rob, and I didn't get a finder's fee. Rob put in $18 million in the company. I didn't get paid out. I didn't get paid a dime.
Okay. So there's a text message exchange that Steven submitted for the filing that I saw, and Rob said something about how his life has been fucked by John Moore. Is there what is that about?
That's probably, is that name you the date show me the dates on the text message. I'm assuming that's probably in 2024. I'm assuming
somewhere under. I think it's 2024. Yeah.
That was when Steven, for 3 months. This is during the time that I was calling up Tom Alcazin. Okay, and I'm going to get you all the text messages of all these people so you can review them. Okay, this is when I was asking Tom for help. Okay. And until I found out that guy and his wife got paid $750,000, I literally thought that he got fucked for $2 million. You know, I thought he lost his $2 million. Until I found out that he only put in 1.4, and then on top of that, he sucked out, you know, half of it or more than half of it in payments from Steven. So, you know, back in 2024, is that, I don't know when those dates are, but I'm assuming that's because John was on all the paperwork. There's so much shit that's incorrect, okay? It's like when Steven filed the paperwork, okay, it literally showed John Moore owning 100% of the company. Meaning that, you know, there was, I mean, it's like, it's that kind of crazy stuff where, you know, John, okay, was never available. Steven wouldn't allow me to have John's phone number. I still don't have John's phone number. The only way that I got John's phone number, okay, is after all this shit went to trial in court, and I pretty much, you know, was able to get access to it by private investigators.
Here's another text message exchange between him and Rob Dawson saying, I have to say, Jason just called me and threatened to break my jaw and destroy the company if I don't sign whatever you both want. This is May 2024. That's crazy. If you don't want to talk to me, fine, but don't send Jason to intimidate me.
Okay, well, that's when I was cussing him out, probably, but you have text messages that between you and I have not gone public yet, okay? And we're going to talk about releasing them next week. But this has to do around the timeline, okay? When Rob's not willing to fund any more money. This is 2.5 years, or 2.5 years ago, or almost, no, not quite 2 years ago, okay? This had to do with all the agreements that were being put together for pretty much equities, governance, contracts, and all the things having to do with that. And John needed to sign these agreements, and John would. But I have text messages when I'm yelling at Steven during this period. Okay, I'm asking for Tom Alcazin for help during this period because I'm pissed off at this guy. And this is around the same time, a little bit after that I'm asked to help him with his house and put up $2 million to save his house, to buy out the people that had the first, which I believe is the Gore Oil Company people that had the first position on the house. They self-financed and carried that note, which was over $4 million at the time, okay, on that property. And me and Rob each came up with $2 million, okay, to take over that first position on his house originally.
Did the letter Ryan Ogden sent Steven in May of 2025 after an audit conducted by Ryan Ogden show his cash deposits into the company of $10 million?
I don't believe so. I don't know. I've never seen that, so I have no idea where, you know, I mean, I was not party to that, so I don't know where Steven's $10 million is. I'd love to see bank records of Steven's $10 million that wasn't monies from other people that he borrowed, okay? But, you know, we don't know. But it's not in the deposit.
So there wasn't an exhibit shown for this, but Steven's claiming that Rob increased the mortgage rate for Steven and John from 6 to 10%, and basically coerced them and threatened them with eviction multiple times. Do you know if that's true?
In what year?
I believe it's 2024 to 2025.
2024 to 25. I don't know. I mean, we didn't charge. I mean, I was part of the $4 million. I was $2 million of that. So, what the rate was on that, I'm trying to think. Maybe it was 10%, but I don't know if that's before or after. This is, I mean, we took out the first loan, so I don't know what the guy's first trustee loan amount was. I wasn't involved in any of that with Rob.
Okay.
I mean, I borrowed money from Rob when I needed it for the Devil's Lettuce deal 5 years ago, and it was a 12% per annum loan. So it wouldn't surprise me if it was at 10%. But I mean, when you're getting a hard money loan from someone to take out a first, if Steven, I know Steven couldn't qualify, even paying himself, and John, $500,000 a year, probably they couldn't qualify to have a loan that high. I don't know.
Do you think there's any way you can bring somebody else from the board?
I've asked them.
What do they say?
No response.
No response.
I literally have said to Aaron, I said, I said to Rob, I think it would be healthy, for Rob, to do it. But with all the information out there that Rob's gone through right now, this is the text message I wrote him at. This is a thread that I wrote him. I said, yesterday at 10:42 p.m., Rob states, I can't believe all the lies and sworn statements. I said, me too. It's a fucking joke. Please allow me to help you. I swear I can't believe we helped this motherfucker. I knew back in the day when he threatened us with shutting down the company that he was a sociopath, egomaniacal, pathological nutcase. I will do whatever is needed to be done to show what a liar and thief he is. I'm so over his lies. And he writes, and Rob Dawson writes back, please. And I write back to Rob, since this 400-page document is a lie all over the place, okay, please tell me what I can say, okay, and please have Aaron or someone from the board, go online to talk to the public. It's up to you. Please think about what you need from me. He goes, this bullshit lies is so damaging for me personally. And of course it is. He's a respected businessman, okay? And I write back, yeah, all I want to do is prosecute him, Rob, criminally, okay? And go after him and John and Sharon and Tom. And I said, I can't wait. And I'm continuing, I can't wait until I do discovery and get access to everyone's bank accounts, showing where all the money went. He goes, have you sent subpoenas already? I'm so sick of this. I spent the last 3 years fighting. I've spent the last 3 years fighting this, and it's worse now than ever. So if the guy says he spent the last 3 years fighting this, that means that every time the company has needed money, Steven went to Rob. He didn't go anywhere else. And, people don't understand. When someone gets deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper, everyone has their breaking point. Rob's breaking point came, probably around December or January, when Steven told him that we're going to do 20, 30, 40, $50 million in December and January on Steam. Okay? So, I just, can't believe that, it's like, I see where it's going. And Steven's continuing to try to make his case, and I just like, okay, you want to say shit about me, Steven, that, that I threatened to kick your ass, to make me look bad to people. Okay. You're just a man-child pussy, Steven. I wish I did slap the shit out of you a couple times, because all the shit that pretty much that you've put me through over the years, pretending to be my friend, calling me brother all the time, your mother pretending to be like, I can't believe I took both our moms, out to a dinner together. So that's a whole nother issue. So you have something pulled up. I'm looking on the screen. No, the notes payable have not been converted. Oh. Is that something you want to ask me?
Oh, no. yeah, I just kind of going back to somebody from the board, even if it's Rob or whoever. I think it would be beneficial for everybody to just, again, like you said, come online and just share their story.
Yeah, I mean,
I mean, it's all out in public
I mean,
at this point.
look. I think Rob 1000% should, but I don't think he will. I just like think that he's going to have his attorneys fight shit out. I think that Aaron probably and Teresa should probably go and go out into the public and talk about their story, because Steven's saying a lot of damaging things about them as well. By the way, I've spoken to Doug Bartels. That's Steven's brother,
the CEO.
Yeah. Doug Bartels.
Yeah, the interim CEO. He's named as the interim CEO by Intrepid.
I don't know if he was ever. I never knew that he was the interim CEO. That's news to me. So I don't know if that was something done. I don't know. Was that done after Steven left, or
I think that was after Steven resigned.
Yeah. So
But yeah, I think having somebody would be great. I mean, if you want to put me in contact with them, or you want to keep talking to them about it.
You're already on a group chat with Aaron. Didn't I already hook you up with Aaron in a group chat?
No, that was with Tim.
Oh, okay. I thought I gave you. Yeah, I'll do a group chat with you and Aaron tomorrow, so you can chat with him.
Sure, I think I would definitely. I think everyone will be interested in hearing what Rob or whoever from the board has to say. There's another question I had, because Steven accuses Rob of having him reject the Riot deal. Is that true?
No, it was the Riot deal was almost no cash up front, and it was an earn out over a period of time. And even when that Riot deal was there on the table, we couldn't give them any financial documents. There was no financials. Okay, I mean, people understand how you buy a business or how you invest in something. All Steven would do for the last 10 years, oh, Jason, because look, man, I don't care if I'm a semi-boomer or, I was born in, 68, so whatever that makes me, okay, Gen whatever. But at the end of the day, I'm not even technologically advanced. I didn't know what Discord was until recently. Okay, I've never been on Reddit, so there's a lot of shit that that's just not my thing.
Okay.
Just doesn't make me inept. It's just like, so when Steven would get on and talk to me about, our KPIs and this and our everything is this and that and that. We're going to be we've had our KPIs are better than World of Warcraft, and no one's ever seen something this big and this the value. All those things probably were true, whatever they were, because he had technology stuff to back it up. But the moment you got into having conversations about the company governance, okay, and I tried helping this guy for the last 6 or 7 years. I mean, it's not like I just woke up like a stupid Sharon Barreco. Like, she woke up and like, oh, I never knew anything was happening here. Or Zach Schuster, oh, I just thought everything was great, as Steven told us. Well, did you guys ever ask, well, where'd the company come up with the last $100 million? Your all monies came in 21 or 22. That was $100 million ago. So are you that clueless that that someone else has been spending as the company's been growing and adding more employees and getting a burn rate, which is the differential between the money coming in, okay, and the money going out? That negative point is your burn rate every single month. The burn rate was over $2.5 to $3.5 million every single month. So, people were clueless on how much money was being spent. Mm-hmm. And so, I mean, I just look at stuff and go like, man, just people are just clueless on money is going out and money's coming in.
Speaking of Discord and Reddit, do you have any idea what's going on with that as company assets?
No, I think what's happening is Mr. Manchild Steven is using it as his personal look. Whether he wants to say that I'm going on your channel, it's because I reached out to 3 or 4 people and you were the first person that responded to me on the internet. I never knew you before I responded to you, before the Ashes implosion. But I felt an obligation to go out in the public domain and share the truth. The truth is that this guy has been lying about a lot of shit. So that's when I reached out to you. And so from there, and the board and Rob knew nothing about that. So to say that I'm the board's mouthpiece is erroneous. Whenever they
Right.
get
You have
done,
your own lawsuit.
I have my own lawsuit, my own shit with Steven. And at the end of the day, he's going to file whatever he can file to try to shut me up. Oh, is he going to get a gag order? Okay. I'm sorry. There's nothing on here that's a gag order. Okay. And the company was imploded. So now he's saying that I'm sharing trade secrets of the company. The only thing that's a trade secret, okay, what? The financials that don't even add up because you lied to everybody? Okay. I guess you could say, I don't believe that's damaging the company. I believe that's setting the record straight because you've been lying for 10 years. So whatever he's going to want to say is that, I don't have access to any tech. I don't have access to the technology platform, any intellectual property that's owned by the company. Okay. I have no say-so in any of that, and I have no control over it. So even if I did, okay, I'm not going to put all that out there in the public domain because, it's part of the company's IP. So, I look at things and just go like, okay, Steven's, again, making up shit. So as far as the Reddit stuff, look, at some point in time, whether it's the board who currently own pretty much, who are in control of Intrepid, they're going to have to file an action to get Steven to turn all that over where he doesn't have control of it anymore, or whether the board, whether they go into mediation and say, okay, we will allow the company to put a mediator in or a receiver. My only question is, okay, you put a receiver in, that costs money. Who's going to pay for that? I mean, I'm not paying for it.
So
I'm not putting another dime into this thing. So receivers cost money. They don't work for free.
right.
The company has no money. So where is the receiver getting paid from? I mean, if Steven's willing to pay for the receiver, I mean, it's like, okay, I think maybe that would be a healthy situation. But again, that's just people not understanding the inevitable. I mean, do you think now with all this fighting and everything that there's ever going to be a Ashes of Creation that's going to come out? I mean, when I said a week or so ago, after that hearing, I said, maybe the board, will want to actually come out and try to, relaunch this and do stuff. With Steven's 400-page bullshit response, I mean, the amount of time that Steven put into this, I wish he would have done that a long time ago. So, wish he would have done that same amount of energy into fixing and cleaning up the company from, 5, 6, 7 years ago. Proper cap table, proper information, proper stuff that's filed with the state, proper tax returns. To this date, that I never received any tax documents from my equities, my notes, or anything. Even the monies that I converted years ago, 6, 7 years ago, okay? I never received anything with any tax documents up until 7 or 8 months ago. 7 or 8 months ago, Ryan Ogden sent me some tax documents for me and for me and the trust. Outside of that, never once did Steven ever provide any corporate governance whatsoever. It was like people have seen. He ran this company like he ran his own personal piggy bank. He used monies however he felt like using it with no accountability. If you would have had all of your own money into this company, okay, and you would have done all that, and you never took money from anybody else, never took lenders' money, any other creditors' monies, any loans, any convertible notes, anything, then you could run however you want to run your company and do whatever you want because it's all your own money. But the moment you take money from other people, there's certain things that you have to govern yourself accordingly, which at some point in time will be not only proven in a court of law, but will probably go after him and prosecute him criminally. And that's okay. What you use is like, I went to jail for one night because it was actually 6 hours. Okay. I'm a guy that goes and threatens people. No, I wouldn't threaten him. While he was in my house, I should have knocked the shit out of him, but I didn't. Yeah, I should have knocked the shit out of him for lying to me all these years. Okay.
Okay. Just to clarify, this 400-page filing is for a receiver, and we have the lawyer's words here that they're talking about between Rob and Steven to get a receiver and what kind of powers that receiver would have. Doesn't seem like they've reached an agreement yet. And who or how that would be paid for the receiver.
I don't know. Being very candid with you, because I have no idea. I have no idea who would pay for it. It's not me. I'm not paying for it. I don't care if someone puts a gun to my head at this point. I'm still not paying for it. Okay. Pull the trigger. I'm not paying for any. I'm paying my own attorney. Okay. And by the way, there's some, it's like I have my own issues that I'm dealing with, and I'm going to have my own depositions, my own subpoenas, and by the way, open up the email that I sent you in response to when I filed the lawsuit. I sent that email to you. I don't know if you can do a screen share in that email, but I don't care. That one email that I sent to you.
Which one?
It was the one that Steven sent to me about dropping my lawsuit. It said Steven never complied. The one I sent to you at 2:09 p.m. on today's Wednesday. 2:09 p.m. my time would have been 3:09 p.m. your time, where I wrote, it just says forward RE.
Hold on, was that yesterday?
It was yesterday at 2:09 in the afternoon.
Okay, you want me to share this?
Yeah, 100%. That's an email from Steven, okay? Getting me to drop the lawsuit for books and records that has already been out there all over the public domain. There's Mr. Steven Sharif's, again, bullshit, which I never got, okay? Never sent it to me. Don't have an email from him. Don't have access to QuickBooks. That was almost, a year and 8 months ago.
Okay.
It's just a short little thing from Steven to me, copying Rob on it. Okay.
Yeah.
It's a one-liner.
Intrepid will comply with the providing books and records to you by August 1st, 2024.
Yep. And then it says after that.
It says, please dismiss the lawsuit ASAP and have it sealed if possible.
Correct. Don't you understand? Okay. Steven wanted no one to be able to see the lawsuit. Okay. Which, this isn't some criminal situation where, it's like, oh, by the way, seal this lawsuit for books and records. Pretty much, he didn't want anyone knowing that I existed. Which is why he said, please get this sealed. But you're not going to get it sealed. Okay. I dismissed it. Okay. Because of the commitments that he made to me, of which he didn't fulfill.
Okay. I'm trying to think of anything really that popped out. I mean, it seems mostly the board messed up a lot on the foreclosure and all that.
Yeah, I can't.
Discussion. I mean, I know you weren't involved, but yeah.
All I can say is that, look, I think they. My personal opinion is.
Okay.
I think that they should have never done the foreclosure. I think they were trying to save the company and save some of the employees and restructure everything. That was the intention. The intention, it's like people have to understand. you're bleeding money, and there's no one to write checks, and Steven has no money. So if you're bleeding all that money and there's no one there, okay, where do you go? You don't have anything to do. So I think that the foreclosure was kind of rushed, okay, and what they should have done is they should have probably just let Steven run out of money. Then there would be a new narrative. Steven wouldn't have resigned. Steven would have pretty much said, he probably would have come out and said, you know, our board won't give us more money. I mean, it's like, okay, instead of the board trying to take over the company, it would have been a different narrative.
Sure.
But again, Rob trying to be nice and the other people trying to be nice to save the company. I mean, to save all of our money. You know, I mean, I read Karen Barreko's stupid agreement. Her money is not secured. You have her agreement inside your email, okay, Casper? Read her agreement, okay? Not have to put it up publicly. Read this other dumb idiot Zach's information, okay? You know, they're $2 million. Karen had two $1 million notes. One, I think, in 2020 and 2022. And Zach put up pretty much, I think, $425,000. Okay. They don't have any security agreements. Not like me. They don't have any pledge and security agreements. These people are stupid investors. Okay. They don't know any better. They don't understand the difference between a secured, okay, security, okay, versus security, pledge and security agreement. Look at my agreements, okay, versus their agreements with no pledge and security agreements. And I have their agreements. And there's no pledge and security agreements. Nothing secured. So they're unsecured creditors, okay?
Okay.
They're last in line, okay, to get a dime.
Just kind of going back to the Riot thing. Do you know if there's anything that shows Riot asked for financials or anything in the?
No, because I was not part.
Right.
I was not party of.
Sure.
And at that point in time, you know, look, I told Rob and Steven, myself, you guys get an offer that you're willing to accept. The fact that Steven, okay, said that, oh, well, I wanted to accept the offer and Rob didn't, and that's the only reason why we didn't accept it. That's all bullshit, okay? You know, that's a crock of shit, okay? So it's not like Rob said, I'm vetoing this deal and we're not doing the Riot deal. You know, and I don't know what the cap table was at that time. Steven had, I believe, when the Riot deal, what month or year was the Riot deal talked about? Was that 23?
Let me just hold on. Let me double check. There's a lot of pages. Yeah, 2023.
Yeah. At that point in time.
Or sorry, okay. December 2022 was when they emailed. So I mean, 2022, 2023.
Yeah, at that point in time, Rob didn't even have controlling interest in the company. Like, Steven's a fucking idiot. What do they do? So it's like Steven could have overrode Rob and say, I'm going to sell the company and I'm going to pay off all the debt. No problem. So it's Steven that didn't want to do the deal. I remember Steven even threatening the company and saying, you know what? I'm just going to shut everything down over the phone. Okay, talk about talking over the phone. I'm just going to shut everything down, and I'm going to take everything that we have, and I'm going to go take it over to another company and get a job being their creative director. And you know what? You know what? They want me. Creative, you know, I mean, it's like, you know, they want me to be their head of their creative, you know, director of their MMO because their MMO is failing. I remember that too.
Okay.
I'd love to see that. I've never seen that email. Hi, Steven and John. Who is that? Who is that from? The guy?
It's a CFO from Riot, Mark Sotosanti, who sent the email.
Yeah.
But the proposed outline is redacted.
When is the date on that?
December 2022.
Yeah. I mean, okay.
Earlier, you kind of alluded to it, but now that Steven filed this 400-page motion for a receiver, you said it's not likely that Ashes is going to come out?
Look, I'm just making an opinion.
An opinion,
and that's
okay.
Because you look at it from this standpoint.
Sure.
Okay, everyone is suing everybody.
Right.
And I don't care if it's Legal Mindset or Theory Forge or other guys that are out there. A lot of them have said, do you know how I've been in a lawsuit for 5 years?
Okay.
Over a similar situation. I'm in first position with UCC filings and pledge of security agreements. A guy that put in $9 million into that Devil's Lettuce company, okay, was in second position, okay. I went in with my UCC filings and my pledge of security agreements, and I finally beat him after 5 years. 2 years ago, I went in and I offered him $3.5 million just because I was tired of 3 years of litigation. I've spent almost $750,000 in fighting this asshole. Okay, and I beat him. Okay, and then here's what happens. Okay, after I beat him, he has one of two choices: file an appeal to spend more money, which he's going to lose again with that, and I'm okay with that. Okay, or a motion to reconsider, which I'm okay because the judge went over all the rulings, and my pledge of security agreement and my UCC filings, okay, are ahead of his. Same thing over here in Intrepid. You have other people that have UCC filings and pledge of security agreements, which I'm also party to that. Where people people that don't understand that. So, what I'm getting at, the point that I'm getting at is with all of this infighting and all of this shit, okay, do you think Rob is going to want to help put more money into this deal with Steven fighting him? And maybe if they get a mutual receiver that they agree upon, okay. But at the end of the day, all these 400 pages is meaningless because Steven, okay, signed agreements, not like a stack of 2 inches in one time, okay. And by the way, they weren't signed. I don't know what agreements he signed in front of Rob, okay. But all the agreements that I got were all docu-signed. So I don't know what he's talking about, 2 inches of agreements, but there's no such thing. All of Rob's agreements that are dated in that one thing, that's like, Rob would have Steven sign an agreement every single month when Steven borrowed more money for payroll and or expenses of the company. Mm-hmm. Every month, okay? Not the very first 2 agreements Rob did were $8 million and $10 million, okay? After that, okay, then Rob was putting in money after month. Now, you have to understand, people have other investments. They have other ways of generating cash flow. People don't have $100 million sitting around in their bank account to spend. Even billionaires that I know don't have, okay, $100 million in liquid cash. They all have assets. So Rob, okay, every time he wrote an agreement every month to fund the company, had a new agreement issued with Steven. Are you saying that Rob would fly down all the time to San Diego and say, put a gun to Steven's head, say, sign this, or you get no money? I mean, extortion works the other way around. It's usually the guy that's putting up the money has the gun to his head. Okay? Not Steven. Steven, what? You're borrowing money at 20% interest rate? Okay? I didn't put a gun to your head. You wanted my money. And I didn't want to give you my money. You kept on taking it. Same thing with every other person, okay, that you convinced. So, Rob's agreements were signed over a 4-year period.
Okay.
Okay? Not one at one time, over a 4-year period.
Someone asked, do you have any text or emails from or with Steven about threatening to leave the company?
Okay, I'll talk to you later. Okay, bro. Sorry, I didn't know I was going to be stuck on this. So what did you say, Casper?
Someone asked, do you have any text or emails with or from Steven about threatening to leave the company? About him threatening to leave the company?
Why don't you answer that question, Casper?
What do you mean?
You've already seen it. We just haven't released it yet.
Well, we haven't released it, so it's a question to you.
You don't want to answer it from your perspective?
Well, I mean, we haven't released anything, so... And you said you're hoping to,
so. Yes, I pretty much have text messages with Steven telling me that the value of the company is worthless, and that the company is worthless, and that pretty much that he walked away and it's worth $150,000. So funny how he's fighting so much for certain shit when I have text messages from him over the last 2 or 3 or 4, not the last year and a half, 2 years, but before that, okay, telling me how the company's worthless after it had been in business already for 6, 7 years. So yes, I have those messages.
Okay. I don't think we have any more questions. I'm gonna let you guys. I know you're.
No, I'm good.
Okay.
I'll take a couple more.
Does anyone have any questions? I'm personally still, interested in interviewing Steven because I still think there's like a couple things he brought up in the 400 pages that I'd like to ask him about. But I also
you want to ask me about them, and I'll tell you my opinion, or is it if there are things that are between him and Rob and the board, and they did in 2025, you have to understand the one thing that I will agree with Karen Borrego is that I got notified at the same time. I got blindsided at the same time. I didn't have any knowledge prior to January 8th or 9th, okay, that there was going to be, this type of meeting and ask for money, okay. At that point in time, I was not aware of anything until that point in time at the middle of January.
Sure. I'm just saying I'd like to just hear his side of the story still, even after all this.
I'd love to hear his side of the story too, about like, hey, bro, where's all the money that you put into the company, and can you document it? Okay, great. If that's the case, if everything that I've seen is a lie, okay, I'd like Steven to show me where is your. I mean, we know the $55 million is a lie, okay. I mean, what's he going to say? That all of my money, all of Rob's money, and all of the Commerce Bank money were, monies that he personally put into the company? Everyone's going to laugh at that because they know it's a joke. So where is the money that he put in? It doesn't exist. No one can still find it, okay?
Sure. I mean, I'd ask him questions about that too, but I would like to ask him questions about this whole thing with the board and him fighting for the employees and something.
Okay, Casper, don't you understand that that's his way of making himself feel like the narcissist he's been for the last 10 years? Okay, all this. Let me rally up these people that'll get on my side. Even Zimmerman. I don't know what the fuck this guy is thinking, but do you know that other people paid, all the 3 employees there, no one paid your bills except us, you dumb shits. Okay? So I'm sorry. I've spoken to some employees, and they're really cool with me. And I've said, look, man, I feel bad for you. I feel bad that you didn't get a severance. I feel bad that you worked for 10 years in the company. I feel bad. But at the end of the day, I feel bad that I lost all my life savings.
Sure.
Okay? I feel bad that other people lost their life savings. And, I'm still okay. I'm going to survive. But where is the truth with Steven, with his own employees? Why is Steven pivoting and blaming it on the board? Okay, he borrowed money for the last 8 years, 9 years. He's been borrowing money. Kickstarter money. That's not his money. He borrowed that money.
Okay, but like I'm more referring to like how the board allegedly handled the firing of the employees and all that.
I go back down to it. I go back down to it and say, look, when you run out of money and the guy that is writing the checks no longer wants to write the check and understands that there's no way to keep this thing afloat, and you can't go raise money with $200 million in debt. What you guys don't understand, and I'm sorry, is, okay, legally speaking, by law, go look it up in California law and federal law, if you have a debt that you owe and you start paying back that debt and there's interest owed on the debt, legally speaking, the interest has to be paid down first and continues to accrue. You don't pay down principal first. The interest gets paid down. Well, when you get to a point where, and we're not the federal government here, we can't just borrow money from ourselves. The truth and the reality is there was no more money to service the company's inability to service and pay debts. So there had to be a restructure. So during the restructure, okay, maybe Rob should have said, okay, you know what? I put in $4 million in December. I'm going to pretty much lay everyone off on January 1st and say, hey, you know what? The company's shutting down and, you know, we're going to go into bankruptcy or we're going to go into a foreclosure process. But hey, I'm going to have to go issue notices. I'm not familiar with how the Warrant Act works. I don't understand all that. I don't understand how. I do understand how foreclosure processes work, and that there's supposed to be a public. The only thing I could say that I don't totally agree with on the board on the foreclosure process is that, and I know this because it was tried to be done against me, okay, and I was victorious on this. That during a foreclosure process, okay, you have to do it in a public setting. And you have to give the public notice of the process, regardless of how many creditors, secured or unsecured, there are in that loop. So you must go through that process, and there's notifications and notices. I believe that they tried doing this Article 9 foreclosure and tried doing it too fast under the governance, but I wasn't going to argue with Rob and the Aaron and Teresa and Ryan's decision, because I'm like, hey man, I just want to see this thing work. So I was one of the ones that said, yeah, I'm okay to put up 25% of the $12 million that I already did, when everyone around me said you're foolish to do that, but I committed to it because I wanted to see the game thrive.
So they didn't tell you about the plan or anything about how to circumvent potentially the Warrant Acts or anything like that?
None of that. All that stuff was not in my bailiwick. I had no knowledge of it. I had no knowledge of what they were doing. I got notices from Rob's attorney, Sam, that there were going to be, the foreclosure notices, which I got them and was kind of like, oh shit. So, so I was notified as a,
just to give you some context about what they were allegedly planning, they were basically going to fire the employees, trying and not to pay them severance or PTO, which is a bit problematic under the Warrant Act and also California law, because you need to pay out in PTO. And they were going to let Intrepid take the fall, essentially, because it would be an empty shell after it's foreclosed on and everything's transferred to TFE. The allegations from Steven's side is that he showed proof of him protesting the fact that employees won't be compensated for, and getting pushback on his protest.
Yeah, what?
So,
I don't know the date on that.
Mm-hmm. So the Warrant Act, I think if it's over 50 people being laid off, or minimum 50.
Yeah, are you talking about for their paid time off?
Yeah, PTO, pay the pay they're owed. PTO is also included in that. That's pretty sure it's illegal to not pay them.
Yeah, I think that at that point in time, I don't know whether it was from advice of Rob's legal counsel or the board, whoever they got, whether it's that guy Sam. Yeah.
So Steven alleges Rob did not listen to his lawyer about how to go about with the foreclosure and all that.
Yeah, Rob didn't listen to which lawyer? Steven's lawyer?
No, Sam Schwartz, I believe.
Yeah, I don't know if that's. I don't know. I was not party to any emails, any correspondence, any text messages, any group messages. Mm-hmm. So all of that is something that I would be, opining on something or giving my opinion, but I don't have any knowledge of what their processes were.
Yeah, I mean, it's not surprising because you've said that you weren't involved much. All you did was, get involved in the capital call. But I just want to let you know that is the allegation and what is being shown in a lot of these exhibits, that Steven did protest the effort to not pay out PTO and such. And there was an HR person who resigned in protest because she didn't want to help lay off people and also tell them they're not getting their pay or PTO.
I have no knowledge of it. I'm reading one of the comments. I'm not.
Yeah,
I'm talking about Jason. One sentence you said.
Things like that, I would like to talk to Steven or even one of the other.
I mean, look, all those things. I'm not a legal expert on understanding what the Article 9 foreclosure is. I've gone through another situation where I'm the senior creditor, of which I will still state for the record that, I'm the senior creditor of Intrepid Studios. There's no one ahead of me. And, and that's okay for Stephen to argue that Commerce Bank is or that anybody else is.
Yeah, Stephen did allege again in the filings that you're erroneously claiming you're the senior creditor.
Well, why don't you go look at my pledge and security agreements and read them? They're in the public filings. What do you think that states? Oh, he pledged the assets of the company. Okay, so every agreement you did with anybody else out there pledging any assets are illegal. So, that's okay. I mean, he wants to argue the Commerce Bank issue. I remember the Commerce Bank issue. He wanted me to subordinate my UCC filings. Okay. And at one point in time, I said, okay, well, maybe I'll do it. Okay. And then I said, send me the agreements. And then, when we had other agreements drafted, I said, I'm not releasing my pledge and security agreements in the, in other agreements. So it's like, okay, I didn't sign anything releasing my UCC agreements, nor did I sign anything releasing my pledge and security agreements. So, Stephen can argue all day long. Go read my agreements. The money's still owed by him, okay, and or Intrepid to me. And my agreements are way before anybody else's.
Okay. Someone mentioned, wasn't there something where Jason didn't file a lien in time and that's why Commerce was ahead?
No.
No?
That's not true.
Okay.
I filed my UCC filings. I'll send you the email where pretty much it shows the date. I thought I already forwarded that to you, but I'll send it to you again.
Sure.
It shows the date of my UCC filing and pretty much all the other UCC filings and the date. And I put them on order on there of which ones they were. Here, let me see if I can pull it up. I did send it to you. I sent this to you on Friday, March 27th at 1:30 p.m.
Okay.
Okay.
Right.
If you pull that up on Friday, March 27th at 1:30 p.m., open up the attachment. It's scan 0117 or 0177. Show the attachment on pretty much on your. Show the attachment on your screen.
Okay.
The email has Rob Dawson's email on it. So
I'll just show the attachment. I'm showing the attachment right now. All right, so this is the UCC types, Yaya Legacy, 1 Intrepid Studios, 2 Intrepid Studios First Corporate Solutions, 3 SPG, 4 Yaya Legacy. Yeah.
Yeah, put that up on your screen so everyone can see it that's still watching this.
I did.
Okay, cool. So if you look down on there, look at the date. Look at the date mine was filed for Yaya Legacy Trust.
Yep. January 3rd, 2020. Sorry, 23rd, 2020.
Correct. Okay. Look at the date that pretty much that Commerce Banks is filed.
Commerce
the bottom.
Banks. Yeah.
12/15/2020.
Okay. So 11 months before Commerce West.
Correct. And I wrote down on the column which ones were in order of date. Okay. Some of those were, and a bunch of them were extinguished, and some of them, I believe all of them were extinguished except the Commerce West Bank. I don't know about the U.S. Small Business Administration one or not, so not sure about that.
Okay.
So anyway, from my perspective, I think that there's going to be a lot of going back and forth in court with documents and discovery. And I like this one. Yep, Jason may be a vulgar asshole. Thank you very much, sir. But he is a consistent and open. People have known me for look. There are people in the pyramid world, the multi-level marketing shit world, that say the exact same thing about me. Jason's a vulgar son of a bitch asshole. Okay, but he's consistent and always open. And that's the way I pride myself in being. So I apologize to people that don't like the vulgarity or the fact, but it's like, I mean, I don't try to be an asshole. People that know me know that I'm really not. If I was an asshole, I would have told Steven a long time ago, like, before he asked me for the additional $2 million, before he asked me for, the $300,000 that I didn't have that I gave him when I was tight financially, or the money that he borrowed from my friend for $1 million, behind my back. Steven just did everything. I mean, go look at that agreement from, Travis that was on there that I paid Travis, for in crypto pretty much like whenever that was 5-6 years ago. Okay. Look at the terms on the interest on that agreement, what the terms were. It's just like, so Steven entered and he entered that agreement behind my back. That wasn't an agreement that I knew about. Okay. I found out about it about 3 weeks after he did it, 4 weeks after he did it.
Okay. Yeah, someone said there's a different version online of the UCCs.
That's the current one. Correct. This was the one that, because pretty much in 2025, pretty much we had to refile it, and we refiled it later.
Okay. Yeah, but my sentiment right now is I want to just talk to everybody at this point, because it's the filing. I think for sure flip the table. At least from my perspective, it's a lot of stuff to process. It's a lot of stuff.
No, I get it. There's a lot of information out there, so pretty much, and I get it.
Is there any proof that Steven used private loans as income for him to get commercial loans?
There was an error in your video that you did when you showed that Steven borrowed $6 million on the property. The property was used as cross collateral for the loan that went to Intrepid. So the loan was through Intrepid on the Commerce Bank money.
Mm-hmm.
It was a Main Street lending loan deal.
Mm-hmm.
The money went to Intrepid, but Steven and John, put up the house as collateral, in a second position. They bought the property, and I do not know how much money he put up, as a down payment for the property. There was no second on the property when he bought the property, but he took he basically took monies prior to the purchase of the property, and paid some monies to the owner of the property. That's that Gore Oil people. The Gore Oil people carried the owner carried financed. The owner carried $4 million of a note. Okay. And then a year later, when Steven applied for the loan from Commerce Bank, they required Steven and John to put up the house as a second form of collateralization against the loan that they took out for Intrepid.
Mm-hmm. Oh. There's just a lot going on, for sure.
Oh, it's going to be a lot. I mean, it's like, you have to understand, you got 8 years of lying and bullshit. I mean, it's like, I think it's kind of funny how Steven is trying to make himself look like, it's all the board's fault. Well, simply put, no one knew about a board. You didn't tell people honestly that there was a board. You didn't tell people how much money you honestly put into the company. 3 big red flags. Why? Because this guy is a narcissistic personality disorder sociopath, that believes his own bullshit. That where's the money that he put up into the company? Doesn't exist. It's like using Discords and Reddits to shame people and ban people. It's like, talk about like someone that has issues. Everyone has issues. I got mine, you got yours. Everyone has theirs. This guy has deep ones, deep issues. You know, like, you know, I hope to God that his brother and other people start doing shit to sue him, you know, because then it's gonna, like, his own brother, he owes money to. He stole money from his own brother. Okay? Is that something that you do to your family? If you're gonna do that to your own brother, okay, then you're gonna screw over other people too. So I think, no, that's I get it.
Yeah. Oh. I don't know if there's any more questions. I think.
There's any proof that Stephen used private loans? Oh, we did it.
Yeah, we did.
For income. I mean, a private loan. Okay, so look at it from this standpoint. All the money that Stephen got, okay, predominantly were loans to the company. If he took money and gave it to John or his mom, okay, or paid himself, you know, $500,000 a year as a W-2, and gave his husband a $400,000 a year job for doing what? I don't know. Okay, that's like $30,000, $40,000 a month for I don't know for doing what. Did Stephen use private loans as income for him to get commercial loans? I don't know if he used it to get other loans, but he used the income. He used other people's loans as income for himself and John, and or monies that they took out of the company, and or monies that they paid Tom and Bethany Alcazan, and or monies that they paid pretty much his mother. I was made aware that I'm just reading what's on screen. Who is that one from? Is that from Tom Alcazan?
Oh, we have different declarations from former employees, Tom Alcazan, Karen Borrego, Zach.
No. The one that's on the screen. I'm just trying to. It said April 30th, 2023.
April 30th, 2023. I'm not seeing anything.
Oh, no. I was reading the declaration from Tom Alcazan where he said something in April 2023.
April 2023. Oh, yes. I was made aware that as early as April 30th, 2023, Mr. Karamanis texted Mr. Sharif claiming that he and Mr. Dawson would destroy the company unless Mr. Dawson got what he wanted. I'm also aware of threats by Mr. Dawson to withhold payroll funds at the last minute unless certain actions were taken or documents were signed. This was part of a broader pattern of using threats to withhold funding as a means to control Mr. Sharif.
There's no means to control Mr. Sharif. It's like, why did Tom Alcazan, took out money to the company? It's right around the time he took out money out of the company in 2023, 22, his wife,
Okay.
I'm looking at the messages between I'm like looking at like when like I'm just like everything I'm going back and I'm reading like okay. What was the date on that?
April 30th, 2023.
Oh, okay. Well, this was April 28th, 2023. I texted in the group chat Tom and his mom and Steven's mom. Okay. I kept on calling and asking him, I'm headed over to Sharon's. Can we call you in 15 minutes? I'm like, I were back. Yeah. And then, they called me. I said, as God is my witness, I'm not Steven or anyone's enemy here. I'm just deeply saddened by the mere fact my friend put in $20 million so far and is threatened by Steven not making proper decisions as his fiduciary responsibility to us as shareholders. I know he has bled Intrepid, meaning Steven bleeds for Intrepid for 8 years, but it's sad that his eyes or brain is myopic when dealing with sophisticated investors. Okay? I hope he rethinks his position this weekend before he blows up the company over greed. Yeah, this was all over Steven trying to blow up the company. So
So your text message is showing you saying Steven would blow it up and not the situation would blow up if Steven doesn't comply.
So I wrote a text message. I said, I'm extremely disappointed to be in this position today. This should have been resolved much years. This is on the 29th, the day before this.
Okay.
Okay. And I write, I'll send you all this. I'm extremely disappointed to be in this position today. This should have been resolved much years ago. And now it's putting everything at risk. I've operated with trust and good faith, and it appears that was an error. I hope you prove me wrong. I'm telling you both right now that I will not send another penny until the following items are agreed to, and I'll have my law firm paper it if there is a deal. Cap table resolved, transparency in financials, and access to bank accounts, properly structured board that I have a seat on. You both need to get this resolved by tomorrow night. Everyone is going to lose it, okay, if you don't. I have to stop the bleed, and it won't stop if we don't have this to proceed with a raise. My loss is huge, okay? Right now, I think, you know what, actually, I'm sorry. I apologize. I copied and pasted this over. I said, this is what Rob texted me and Steven in a group chat. And I sent it to Tom Alcazan and his mom. So, this is where I'm reading. This is coming from Rob. You both need to get this resolved by tomorrow night. Everyone's going to lose it if you don't. I have to stop the bleed, and it won't stop if we don't have this to proceed. My loss is huge now, but I'm not going to let it get any larger. You guys either settle this or don't look. Yeah, this is when Steve and Sharif went after me. This is in 23. And that's when me and Steven had to blow up over Steven's more of his bullshit and more of his lies on agreements that he entered into. This is over an agreement that Steven wanted to claw back additional 15%. And I wrote him an email and I said, this is when I was like, fuck you, go back and forth. You're a piece of shit, blah, 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 blah. Okay. And that in 23, the argument was about me. Okay. In 24, okay, a year later, okay, those arguments were about Rob. It was basically the same thing. We're all being greedy, but we're the only ones putting up money.
Okay.
So, yeah.
Yeah, I just think this whole thing is very messy. It's a shit show. It's a shit show on both sides, it feels like. For sure.
1,000%. Anyone that reads all this shit is like, this is the messiest fucking he said, she said, back and forth bullshit, going over shit. I mean, I get it.
Sure.
1,000%, I get it. I read this whole document and I'm like going, God, geez, man. It's like, why didn't you just show us all your true colors a long time ago, okay, and just blow up the company? So, would have saved all of us a lot of time and a lot of money. And, and I do feel bad for the staff. I do feel bad for the employees. The idiots, the Zimmerman guy and the other guys, I don't know what they're thinking. I don't care if you were the head director of whatever in Steven's company. Did you ever ask Steven, where is your money coming from? No one ever did. I guess no one wanted to go up against the guy that was paying their bills. No one wants to go to your boss and say, hey, where's your money coming from? Do you owe people money? Why are you taking loans? He hid it from everybody for years. Go read my 77-page filing and read in there pretty much, my agreements state that I will be given a board seat, this, that, and the other, pledge security agreements. It's like, it's all meaningless at this point because everything is just bullshit. Steven's going to make up whatever he wants to make up to suit himself. I love the fact, I know the public discourse around me, blah, 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 blah. Steven, go fuck yourself, okay? I have nothing to do with Rob Dawson and or Aaron and or Teresa. You want to have a debate? I'll have a normal debate. You pick whoever you want to be the moderator. You don't like Casper, fine. You choose anybody you want, okay? Theory Forge, Kira, pick a moderator, and we'll do it. Questions and answers. You have, we'll do it like a normal debate. Stay on the phone we'll do a 2-hour debate, me and you, about how things went down and what the reality is of your perspective, okay? I'm not anyone's mouthpiece, but I'll debate you in a public setting because I know that you're a liar.
Do you know how Rob was a shareholder in 2023 if he didn't convert until 2024? Or was it?
There are some agreements that gave Rob warrants, and those warrants would have been issued in 2023.
Right, I think the warrants were actually put into the filing here at the very start.
Rob started doing what I've done before, and I did it in one of my agreements. It was a equity deal. It's like, okay, you want my money, but you're going to give up equity for taking my money. If Steven had so much money, why would he do that with anybody? I had an agreement with him. Line of credit agreement. You take down a drawdown of $1 million. You draw down the $2 million. You have to give up 15% of the company. Okay, that's in the filings, in my legal documents. Then, if you don't pretty much pay that back within 1 year, you're giving up another 15% of the company. If you didn't want to do those agreements, why would you execute them? You took my money, bro. When you were begging me for money, you didn't have it. Same shit when you want to do these agreements here. I'll give you 20% this, 20% that. I look at it and I go over and over and over. Same shit. Did you look at the interest? Did you look at the interest rates in May 27th of 2020? Go open up your email. I don't want this on. You could put it up there publicly. I don't care. But just put up the first page of the agreement, of Zach Schuster's agreement. $425,000.
Just the attachment, yeah?
Yeah, the attachment. May 27, 2020. It's a note that he took. May 27th of 2020. $425,000. Okay?
Okay.
20%. Those were his numbers. I had nothing to do with this guy's agreement. Okay?
Wait, 20%? 20% interest?
Yeah, 20% interest. Okay.
Oh, I see it now. Okay, sorry.
Okay. Then another one he did with Karen Branco, okay, was basically 10% interest in 2020, okay? And then pretty much, okay, then he changed, another one I'm trying to think the other one he did, in June of 2022, okay, with Karen, okay? And, what was the amount listed on that one for? I didn't even see that one. Oh, that one's for 10% also. So, depending on who'd give him the money, you basically give him, like, whatever it is, blah, 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 blah.
Sure.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's all the questions we have for today. I think I'm gonna actually pursue the interviews with really anybody at this point, whether it's from the board or from Steven's side, if possible.
Okay, keep me posted, my friend. If you need anything else?
Yeah, sure. I'll let you know if it's possible for you to ask maybe one more time or something.
There you go.
Yeah.
Okay, man. I'll talk to you
All
later.
right. See you in a bit.
Okay, bye-bye.
Yeah, I'm very interested in talking to whoever, whether it's from the board or whether it's from Steven's side, for in regards to the filing here. There's a lot. And you can tell that there's bits of truth, especially when it comes to the whole management, the aggressive management. I feel like in terms of like sorting out people, laying off people. It's ugly business. It's no matter what, laying off people is ugly business. But trying to circumvent things like the Warren Act, the PTO, red flags. I think it's a shit show all around, honestly.
No, I didn't forget. Nefas, yo bitch ass.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a tactful way of doing it. What's up, Leshrak? Shout out to Leshrak for compiling the other document we have of the exhibits. But I think this was just really messy. As Jason said, and I agree with him on this one, they should not have done the foreclosure like this. And if the allegations, I mean, not allegations, but if the exhibits are true in regards to the fact that they were advised by a lawyer not to do this, yeah, I mean, that's what happened there? What's the disconnect? I feel like there's a lot of he says, she says going on too, but at the same time, the forefront of the issue is how they handled the layoffs, how they wanted to handle the layoffs, more accurately, based on that one email. We're not sure if that's just the one person or not, and if there were other people disagreeing or agreeing. Yeah, I don't know. I would love to dive deep into it if I could talk to more people. I think especially since the ledger was published, I think a few of my sources are laying a little low, but I would love to talk to anybody, really. I think I saw a mention of Steven being in chat earlier. But if Steven, if you're watching, are you still there? I don't know if he's still there. I'll check.
He is.
Well, I mean, Steven, regardless of your feelings about me, based on the events that have transpired or the statements you've issued, I'm still willing to talk to you. Just let me know. Just type something, a period. Like, I don't know. I mean, you know, I've just want to say thanks. Have a great night. Okay, there you go. But Jason offered a debate. I'd be interested in seeing that. But, you know, as I showed in the video addressing your statement through Kotaku, I did reach out to you multiple times, and I'm still interested, even if you banned me from the Discord server. I don't mind. I don't really care. If you want to share your side of the story, and you want to do it through the filings, but want to clarify some of the things that your fellow declarers are saying, that'd be great. I think people will be more than willing to hear on how the board, as you allege, was trying to screw over the employees. Is it impossible to condense this information to one video? No. How long have we been streaming for? Way too long. Like 8.5 hours, right? Yes. We spent 6.5 hours just covering the 400 pages by Steven. And then another 2 hours or so talking to each other, and then finally having Jason on.
You know how much stuff I got done in Minecraft from the amount of time you've been
Must be nice.
And I even went to the store.
What did we learn tonight? So much. Too much, one could say. I feel like this was quite a bum. 20% APR makes me want to cry just thinking about it. Oh, I don't know, but I'd be interested to hear from a board member, like an actual board member, because Jason's not one, and hear their story. I'm, sorry. Didn't expect to stream this late. Need more context, that's for sure. It's a tangled web right now. It's very messy. All over the motion for the receiver. Would anyone from such a shitty environment even step up? Doubt it. I mean, at least one person has, and that was Jason. A receiver is like somebody agreed, like an entity or party that both parties of a legal case agree on to be like the trusted neutral party to help handle things for a company in this case. Yeah, there you go, Mario. Third party to hold the stuff while this is settled, and also you have to pay them. It's not like it's free. So not only do you have to agree on who or what handles the company and the assets, but you also need to agree on what kind of permissions they have over those assets and so on. And then, of course, the price and who handles the payments. Jason wasn't directly involved in the terrible handling of the invoice. Oh, that's why I want to talk to somebody who is from the board. And Steven, I think who's still in chat, has ignored my repeated requests for an interview or of any format. Though I think he's doing a lot of talking, apparently, according to a lot of people in the Discord or subreddit. Fine. You can be the receiver, Brian. I don't know. Steven's still there. Are you still wishing to not come onto a stream or video, Steven, because your lawyers are advising not to? Regardless of how the board did things in the end, I think it's largely irrelevant in the larger context. The company was mismanaged and funds misappropriated. That's the issue. Maybe I missed something, but all this is just a result in an argument who did what, right or wrong at the end. It's a bit mute. Sure, but I think because it was the end, like towards the ending of it, people were zoning in on it. And again, I think the foremost issue, and I don't know if Steven's going to agree with this, but I think he would, based on his public statement today, or sorry, was it yesterday, is that the employees and such have not been paid or compensated. I'll be right back real quick, chat. But why didn't Steven's Q&A address the most common question of his fully funded light ISIS for years? Well, I mean, again, that's why I'm offering Steven a chance, again, to come onto the platform in any shape or form he wants, and he's still listening, to share his story, to share his side. Even Jason was like, yeah, I would love to hear Steven share his side. So I'm just like, I'm just kind of curious what's preventing him, apart from legal counsel, but it seems like that's kind of thrown to the wind with his comments made in the Discord server, apparently. Are there any legal experts here that can shed light on whether you can pay employees in magic cards? I guess if they accept it. Hold on. Alright, I'm back. Has Steven said anything yet? Or radio silence? Apart from that, thank you. Okay. Well, we're probably gonna wrap up the stream. We went way over. I thought we were gonna be like maybe 5 hours on the 400 pages, but there is so much, guys. Radio silence. Yeah, what's up, Splash? Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. We all agree that Steven didn't do the best job in managing the funds. It still doesn't matter. Nothing justifies what the board did. In regards to what? The employees? Or the foreclosure? Because I think both were mistakes. Apart from that, as people keep saying, I mean, it's a money issue. It's a money matter. In terms of investments, it might have been a documentation matter too. Right? Because as Marathon Night, because as Jason put it, Steven wasn't willing to sign documents, like basic documents, or stalled a lot. I don't know. Even the way to go about acquiring the shares, using mortgages to influence actions, all these things. Well, we didn't see an exhibit at all for the mortgage. So I would take that with a grain of salt because there was no exhibit or document showing that there was a 6 to 10% increase. Sorry, from a 6% to 10% increase. And I feel like some of the exhibits were lacking, especially when he said Rob Dawson advised them against the Riot deal. And I'm just like, where is the exhibit showing that? Hey, what's up, Tyrandil? Keep up the amazing coverage. Your coverage has been as unbiased coverage I've seen reporting in a long time. Well, I think we have one person in the Twitch chat that disagrees. I'm just joking with Steven. Well, anyway, even if there's no notice, the transactions will show it in the red. Ned, red. We have to keep in mind that everything put out today in the statement could only be a limited amount, only way his lawyers allowed them to release, and could have a lot more behind the scenes still. I mean, that's what you said on this Reddit post, right? that there's not Reddit, so it was a Discord comment or something, that it's a fraction of all the text, emails, and all messages that I have. Wouldn't the documents for the interest rate for the mortgage be in the hands of Pathway Bank? I mean, it should also be in an agreement or something, or a document that you get from Pathway Bank. There should be something. Again, these aren't accusations that would be drawn loosely. Sure. For some of them, yeah, absolutely. But allegations in general, claims before discovery, you can say whatever, basically. You just have to prove it in discovery. I don't know. It sounds like Jason wants to publish even more documents and text messages to refute this filing. It is interesting that Steven has not really refuted or disputed the text messages. He's only kind of honed in on very specific examples of Jason interacting with Ryan Ogden, like 2 YouTube videos. So it's like, make sure you start using allegedly so you don't get sued. Sure, I mean, but we say a lot of things very carefully, I believe, to the best of my knowledge and ability. I mean, again, Steven, if you're there, it's not defamatory for me to, for example, say, Steven Sharif, the former Intrepid Studio CEO, banned me personally from the Discord server and subreddit. Because, you know, there's proof, substantial evidence. You know what I mean? And we didn't get our video taken down by the privacy complaint, that mysterious privacy complaint on the YouTube video, because we did our due diligence. I mean, there's so many instances, I feel like. At least I won't have to pay for those ones. True that. Were there any exhibits that actually show proof of the threats to Steven's life? I feel like some of that would be hard to prove as immediate threat to life, but who knows? I'm not a lawyer. You don't need a license to be a CFO. No, you don't need a license to be a CEO. Someone in chat allegedly shit their pants. Probably statistically, numerically. Cobbus Coob is my thumbnail artist. Chat. Say hi to him. He does a thumbnail work on the YouTube videos. Cobb, I don't know what video to make at this point or where to start. Holy shit, dude, there's so much information. I guess I'll send you something. I don't know. And I'll publish a video on Friday or something. I don't know, man. This shit's crazy. Every time I think we're done, somebody drops a bombshell. Somebody drops a nuke. In this case, Steven dropped a 400-page fucking nuclear bomb. I'm just like, all right, one more video. And here's the planned video. Okay, that's... Yeah. And then it's like, oh, something else happened. Somebody else said something. I'm just like, I just want the dust to settle a little bit as the courts go through their process. You know what I mean? Is Steven Sharif going to save Starfield? True. What odds do I give on you getting a report from this live stream? 0. Because whoever filed that privacy complaint against a YouTube video and marked all those random timestamps hopefully now knows that, again, we do our due diligence in our coverage and it's extremely difficult for our videos to be taken down, especially if we're disputing with documentation and everything. So again, like I keep saying, we try to be very careful about what we put out. I mean, you know that PowerPoint presentation that Buchler allegedly made that other creators and people had? It took us 2 months. 2 months, guys, to publish a video on that PowerPoint presentation. Do you know why it took us 2 months? Because we were busy trying to verify if it was legitimate. That's how much effort we put into some of these videos. It's not like I get something from whoever and I'm immediately like, yo, Cobb, make me 10,000 thumbnails for this. you know what I mean? Like, make me 3 thumbnails, Cobb, right away. And then I fucking like publish it immediately. No, we take the time to verify if we can. And anything that's like not verifiable, of course, we say things like, hey, this is the alleged screenshot of Stephen Sharif giving a Phoenix initiative, free Phoenix initiative to Lazy Peon. Of course we say shit like that. But like things like that, yeah, that took 2 months. That took 2 months. Because not only did we have to look over it, process it, and then like reach out to some sources, and then we had to corroborate it with former employees, if possible. It's a lot. It's a lot of work. Did I used to play Ashes under the nickname Kiki? No. No. That's weird. Nefas, more of a bubba. A boba. Nefas, he doesn't care about the truth. He cares about controlling the narrative to sue them. Steven, do you agree? Is Steven still in chat? I'm just having fun. That's all.
My Twitch, like, died.
Oh.
I think Twitch is,
Do 46 shorts going over each exit. Oh my god, no. No, Steven's still there. I don't know. Steven, do you agree with that statement? Blaming you is easy. Effort is appreciated. Yeah, I mean, I hope. I mean, I'm not saying it to garner sympathy. I'm just saying it to demonstrate that, yeah, I mean, we try to do our best. And Steven in chat claiming I'm a mouthpiece of any particular party or person edging towards defamatory in itself, I would think is not true. I'm trying to get everybody's stories out. Has Steven admitted any sort of wrongdoing at all? Yeah. He's actually apologized on the Reddit post saying, I'm sorry for basically like getting these investors. Which, I mean, why would you not do your research, Steven? Steven's still in chat. If anything, Steven is defaming you by saying that. Sure. I don't know. But yeah, I'm trying to figure out how to make all this into a video. I think it'll be at least 2 or 3 videos for sure. Oh my god. We'll see. We will see. But it's almost midnight for me, guys. So, it's actually midnight for me. So, I'm going to let you guys go soon. Let me message Cub. Oh my god. Chat needs drama llama. What? Steven is just collecting evidence for his case. He was here for Jason. That's nice. You know what I want to do though? Like, next week or whatever from now. Chad, do you know what I want to actually do? I kind of want to just vent on like someone else's channel, but not like vent, but like just like talk to another content creator about all this shit. You know what I mean? Like, it's been kind of isolating, if that makes sense. Does anyone know a content creator who would be interested in talking to me about this shit? Like the work we put in, something. Like, I don't know. I'm just kind of like, man, I kind of want to just say shit. Maybe I could say shit to you guys. But it'd be so disorganized. It'd be like disorganized rambling. Is Kira interested? I don't have any like grudge or anything towards anybody except the people who deserve it. If you're an ESO player, you know who I'm talking about. But anyway, is Kira interested? I mean, fuck it, dude. Anybody. I'm sure Kira will want to check Copium Clinic. Oh, I think I saw him do like a podcasting, a collab with you. Maybe Kira or Theory Forge would be interesting. Jalon, Theory, anybody? Theory probably, Jalon for sure. That's a good idea. Someone to pick your brain. Does anyone here know Kira? I'd reach out to him. I'd reach out to anybody. Drama begets drama, young Nefas. What? I also send you, Cobb, I also send you fucking whole 400-page document if you need it for the thumbnail. I don't know what else I have. Jesus. I think that's it. Theory's trying to remain as a neutral arbiter. I like Theory Forge. He just does very nice, concise summaries of the legal stuff. I'm personally not really interested in like the fine legal stuff as he and other people are. I admire that niche. I'm just more of like, okay, I want to just cover people's stories. I want to try to share experiences or perspectives of people who may not be able to share them usually. I'm definitely gonna make a video on the people who did these declarations, the declarations from Buchler, Zimmerman, Schuster, Borrego, Tom Alcazan. I don't know. I find that interesting, personally. I'm hoping that Legal Mindset does more coverage of the latest filings. He and I are in a group chat with the mutual person who put us into contact, and I forwarded him the 400-page motion, and I think he replied actually, like while we were live streaming. He said, "Thanks. We'll take a look once I get past my Somali coverage." I'm assuming that's in reference to Johnny Somali. It's going to be interesting to see legal opinions. Now, you know, like, Hero is big mad. Jason reached out to him, but he missed a chance. I don't know. Like, I don't know if he doesn't seem interested in interviews. Does Kira even do interviews? I don't think so. Seems like he is more of a analysis guy or something. Or like a react guy. Nothing wrong with reaction content. Personally, I would love to just do reaction content all the time. Yes, I want to enter and not ignore Becca. Okay, well, I'm going to let you guys go. I'll definitely reach out. I think I will reach out to content creators, including Kiro. I don't know. Well, let me know if you guys have any more people in mind. See you soon. Let's see. Make the thumbnail Cobb. Jason hitting Steve with the gavel and damage number appearing. That's not a thumbnail. That's like a freaking animation. See you guys soon. When can we expect the text and emails from Jason? That was gonna be, I think, I don't know. He seemed to be on the fence about it. Who knows?